is for temple flowers.
So you should sit here.
Up to you. If you want to listen, absolutely no desire.
Okay, so what's happening next?
We're talking about DFIs, the role of DFIs in promoting disaster risk management.
Okay.
And we have speakers from IDB, ADB.
Right.
So we will be having a discussion of how they're looking at resilience.
Right.
And then we get into the trust fund announcement. We have this Nami Mejipuri, who is the technical special representative for the UNDR. We have the ambassador from the ambassador from UK, representative from the EU, and they're essentially guiding through announcing this workshop.
Okay.
And then we have a discussion where yourself, Dr. Michael from the Canada, and the French Ministry, we have reflections on BCF, particularly for us, BCF, how do we through the plastic trust promote technical assistance activity that linked to it. That's what we appreciate this. We have a 10 to 11, which is the really it's like asking so that's really the first part. Yeah, I think it's easiest. I don't see glasses. So where are you based? Yeah, he just joined us. Yeah, latest one. she's still, I think, and I met her recently, I think, the first month. And she's still finding her way in Delhi. It takes a so, and we are not starting to do it for agendas. We've got something like infrastructure, power, in India, but also probably outside. Starting looking for this water, heat. So, basically buildings are way new. Declared very small. But the agendas are starting with people coming to us and asking for us. So we're starting to ask for partnerships.
et. 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 Ah, ah. Ah, ah. Et check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Excuse me. Do you have a signal? Do you have a signal for mixing? Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2. No. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Mike line, okay. One, two. Petit. Moi, je l'envoie, donc. Ah, hé. Ah, ah. Si, non, mais chez lui, à sa caméra, et. Ah. Et. Ah. 1, 2. Ah. Bonsoir. It's okay? No? I send you. It's me. It's okay? Just check.
It's not on level control. I'm not getting the level control. Look. See, I'm.
It's okay. Just down mixing. Yeah. Okay. It's yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. More. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2. It's okay for you? Yeah? Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. C'est comme ça. 1, 2, 1, 2. Et. Ah, mais parce qu'il s'est mis en micro aussi.
Morning, everybody. I know we're all starting to get into the COP mode. Some of us have just arrived, some of us have still arriving, I think. But I'm really glad to have all of you here, and I'm really glad for the panelists to join us this morning. We've got a very, very interesting couple of hours ahead of us, and I say that purposely. We've got three parts to this session. The first one is really going to talk about the role of development financial institutions and international organizations in accelerating, aligning, and scaling up financing for resilience of infrastructure. The second part, we're going to make a very, very, very exciting announcement, and we'll have some supporters to support that announcement. That'll happen at 11. And then the third part, we're going to have some reflections from additional partners who will be building off of that announcement. So what that announcement is it's a secret for now. It's building up your appetite for it. I'm Amit Proti. I'm the Director General for CDRI, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. We are a coalition of 31 member countries. We were launched in 2019 by the Prime Minister of India to take a leadership role in disaster resilient infrastructure. Amongst our partners include the US government, UK government, Australia, Chile, Brazil, Dominican Republic, Ghana, etc., etc. So 31 member countries from a diverse range of geographies, development pathways, risks, etc. We also have members such as the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, EIB, which is the last member that joined us, CCRI. So we've got now 39 member countries. Our priorities are disaster resilient infrastructure. And the way we address that, we don't focus on supporting implementation as much as we support capacity development, knowledge creation, and technical assistance. So that's really our mandate as an organization. Today's session, we are here to really talk about the risks that we are seeing in infrastructure, both in existing infrastructure, but also infrastructure that we're building for the future. Just this morning, I woke up to the news of an earthquake in Kathmandu, right? And I happened to be in Kathmandu in 2015 when the last earthquake happened, the major Gorkha earthquake happened. And walking around the city, you see devastation. So you see, buildings collapse. So you see loss of infrastructure. But you also see buildings standing, where essentially building codes in that case had also prevented a lot more devastation that could have happened. So when we look at infrastructure, CDRI is trying to see how do we actually make sure that we address the current risks in infrastructure, and how do we make sure that the future risks are not locked into the infrastructure that we're developing. So with that statement, I really am very happy to see three partners here who are promoting infrastructure across the world. And I'd really like to get your reflections and how are you and each of your institutions looking at risk, looking at climate change in your portfolios of work going ahead. Yeah. So with that, I'd like to first invite Mr. Juan Pablo Bonillo, Manager for Climate Change and Sustainable Development in the Inter-American Development Bank. Bonillo, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And first of all, thank you for the invitation, and congratulations for all the work that you are doing, particularly to share knowledge among all of us related to this topic. The IDB group, we have the public side, which is the Inter-American Development Bank, and the private side, which is IDB Invest. And both, as a group, we have a climate finance target of 30% that we will increase to 35% in the next 3-4 years. But at the same time, we develop a new methodology about green financing that includes nature, biodiversity, local pollution, circular economy. And with that, we want to go above 40% as a group. Having said that, in the past, we developed issue that we addressed at the beginning was infrastructure. We started with energy, with transport, with water. Then we started working with rural development, with cities that are also part of my department, the sustainability department. And in the last year, we have engaged more with the social department of the bank to start learning about cash transfers, everything that they did for the social area. And why I'm mentioning social? Because we're starting to see a very important relationship about managing risks and disasters with the social department. How we can use safety nets that were created to issues like health or education to be also the safety nets for disaster response. So going back to natural disasters and resiliency, the ADB has a very integrated approach. We have an indicator that we call the IGOP. It's an indicator for governance of disasters in the region, in which we measure the institutional and fiscal capacity of our countries to address natural disasters. But at the same time, to complement that, we have developed the contingency line of credits that are line of credits for the ministers of finance to, once they face a disaster, use that credit line immediately. The good thing of that credit line is that they don't have to pay any interest until they use it. And the other good thing is that those lines doesn't compete with the pipeline that we develop every year with the country. So it's not part of the envelope that we have every year with the ministers of finance. So in that way, they have the incentive to have the contingency line without affecting the envelope of the ADB without government, and just pay interest when they use it. So far we have been very successful. So thank you. Did you hear what I was saying before?
Yes.
Okay, good. So we've seen that most of the countries of the Caribbean, Central America, and other countries already have the contingency lines that for us has been a tremendous advance. But now the next step is how to develop resilience. And that is something that for the future, and going back to your question, is since the design of the projects, since the design from both sides, the public side and the private side, how we can introduce the resiliency component. Internally, we have developed as a group a methodology to assess climate risk. So we're using that methodology already for all the projects of the ADB, and that's going to be key, by the way, of Paris alignment. For those of you that are familiar with the methodology that we are producing, by the way, we have a meeting today at 1:30, right? All are invited to the MDB pavilion to know more about our methodology. The B2 part that is related to adaptation, for us, is going to be key, the climate risk analysis that we're doing for all the projects of the bank. But the question is thinking as a system, how we can start having the incentives from rating agencies, for example, to, when you are investing in resiliency, to improve your rating from the public side and the private side. Because if you don't have an asset that you are investing in resiliency at the beginning, the incentives to reduce pricing because they are investing in resiliency, I think we're not going to be able to scale that up. That is something that goes beyond the LDBs. That is part of the financial system that we need to talk with the rating agencies. That is something that I hope we can develop and discuss in another event that there is this afternoon at the U.S. Center with the U.S. Treasury to start working with rating agencies in the future. The other thing that is key for resiliency is the work together of the public and private sector. What I've learned from our partners in BidInvest is that when there is a PPP or a concession of infrastructure, when the sponsor comes to ADB for financing, it's too late to have included resiliency. So that's how we need to work from the public side, to agree with the governments in the policy changes, but also in introducing in the terms of reference of concessions the key part of resiliency of infrastructure, to then have the sponsors financing that component. So just to resume, disaster risk analysis as part of our portfolio, key internally, and that has to become a knowledge instrument of the bank and of our banks for the governments. So the tool that we're using could be a tool used by the governments in the future and from the companies. Second, work together, public and private sector, to include resiliency since the beginning of the design of PPPs, before sponsors come to the financing. And third, work as a financial system to have rating agencies and others and insurance companies recognizing resiliency to reduce risk and premiums for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You really brought a richness to your response here. Talked about credit line that you're offering. Talked about social protection also that works in this context when infrastructure fails. I would pick up a little bit more, but maybe I'll go to the next speaker for a minute. And here, let's hear from Ms. Noel O'Brien, Director for Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management at the ADB Asian Development Bank.
Okay. Thank you. Just let me test the microphone as the first step. So thank you to CDRI for inviting ADB to this session and for all the collaboration over the last couple of years. So strengthening resilience of infrastructure is a key priority of the Asian Development Bank to advance its climate actions and commitments. At the highest level, our commitments include aligning our operations with the goals of the Paris Agreement by July 2023 for all of our sovereign operations, and 85% of our non-sovereign operations also by mid-23, and 100% alignment by 2025. And obviously this includes the climate adaptation and resilience goals, as Juan Pablo has already indicated. At the higher scale, we've made a commitment of 100 billion of climate finance between 2013 and 2023. An ambition of 100 billion and 34 billion of climate adaptation finance within that period. So complementing the kind of approaches that Juan Pablo has discussed today, I just to highlight three key approaches that ADB is increasingly undertaking to scale up our support for focused approach for infrastructure resilience. So back in 2014, ADB put in place a climate and disaster risk screening and assessment process, which ensures that all the infrastructure we are financing is climate proof. While this is important, with the rapidly increasing climate and disaster risk and the kind of compounding of events that we've seen in 2022, we recognize that it is important that the starting point of financing infrastructure should be a comprehensive understanding of current and future risk faced by a concerned system. And when we talk about the system, it could be a city, it could be an island, it could be a province, it could be a watershed, or it could be a particular sector. And this understanding should guide the identification of the type of infrastructure that's needed to steer development in a resilient direction. And not only the type, but also the location, etc. We have a couple of emerging examples, but one where we've already completed a multi-hazard and disaster risk assessment is on the island of Tonga Tapu in the Pacific. It is the island that is home to Tonga City, Nuku'alofa, and it was also the center of the volcano in January 2022. So we've done a whole island assessment. We've looked at a range of potential scenarios for extreme rain, earthquakes, but also sea level rise and the kind of surges that are likely to come with storms. And that risk assessment, which was done in very close collaboration with the government of Tonga, it's helping in the development of a spatial planning process for the city, with the intent that that will support the development of an adaptation pathway. And that will identify the infrastructure needed in different sectors for pursuing climate resilient development of the island. It's an interesting context because the island does have land as high as 65 meters. So it does have areas, and there is scope for decision making. So the second area of focus is scale up of financing that is dedicated to adaptation infrastructure investments. So these investments directly respond to the priorities identified by countries in their national adaptation plans and their national disaster risk reduction plans. So, for example, in Chennai, in India, we are supporting a large-scale infrastructure project to ensure that urban flooding, to reduce urban flooding through a combination of grey and green measures, and further to incentivize the countries under such dedicated adaptation investments. We have created a special window under our Asian Development Fund, which provides some concessional financing to the poorer countries in the region, because recognizing this question of concessionality and adaptation investments. The purpose of this special window is to provide additional grant resources for projects that have a primary objective of building climate and disaster resilient. So, for example, resources from the fund is supporting uptake of nature-based solutions in coastal areas in Bangladesh, but also in emergency shelters in Vanuatu, also in the Pacific. And the third point that I'll just explore is the use of different financing instruments for strengthening infrastructure resilience. So while traditional investment projects have been the focus of our adaptation investments, my finger. We are exploring opportunities provided by different financing instruments to strengthen infrastructure investments. And one of such examples is in the People's Republic of China as part of a water supply and drainage program in Shandong province. We are using sector development project modality, which combined policy-based actions along with project investment. And this has allowed introducing specific policy actions in the project to strengthen the coordination of flood risk management, urban drainage, and sponge city-related measures. And this is an important institutional reform needed for the successful implementation of the resilience investments. We have similar examples in Indonesia. An energy sector program is using results-based financing to strengthen maintenance and operations of resilience energy infrastructure. So we believe that over time, these three approaches and others will help us in scaling up and financing both quantity and quality for infrastructure resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, Noel. It's interesting. I happened to work in both Chennai and China, and on the Swan City implementation. I think I'm really keen to maybe explore that a little bit more, because we're all talking a lot about nature-based solutions. All the institutions are talking about it as a solution to flooding and other dividends. So I think let's come back to that for a minute and see how we can collectively, promote the agenda of NBS, because it's important, but it's still not yet picked up on the ground. So with that, I'll also now invite Stephen O'Driscoll, Head of the Environment, Climate Change and Social Policy at European Investment Bank.
Thank you, Chair. Is that working? Is that working now? Yeah. Thank you very much indeed, and really appreciate being invited onto the panel today. Thank you. And also just like to say that as the new bank in town, really pleased to be an official member now of CDRI. I think we signed up in July of this year, just after you joined. So we're really hoping to be able to bring some of our technical expertise to bear in this space, in which we've been working for a long time, and also to, hopefully to bring some substantial amounts of financing to the table as well, which is always what you want from an MDB. For those of you that don't know the EIB, we are the long-term financing arm of the European Union. But actually, more importantly than that, we've transformed ourselves over the last 3 or 4 years into the EU Climate and Environment Bank. And we made some very serious commitments to that end in late 2019. And in 2020, which seems like a very long time ago now, we produced our Climate Bank Roadmap, as we call it, which was designed to kind of operationalize those commitments. And those commitments were very serious. We said that everything that we do by the end of 2020, was it now, would be Paris aligned, and we've achieved that. We have a very significant Paris alignment framework in place, and that's the first filter through which everything passes in order for us to be able to even look at financing it. Secondly, we said that at least 50% of our financing would be specifically for climate action, environmental sustainability, which includes adaptation, of course, and disaster risk, 50% by 2025. And when you think that our annual financing is touching 70 billion in some years, you know, it's quite a substantial amount. So that's our green finance that we bring to the table. As with the other MDBs and my colleagues here, our value added is really that we exercise convening power, right? So we generate discussion at national and government level. We're always involved in developing robust pipelines. We have project preparation support facilities, and we like to get involved in institutional capacity building as well. So, and very importantly, along with our colleagues here, we're able to actually crowd in private finance. Our statutes actually only allow us to finance 50% of any particular project cost, so that means that we have to work alongside others, including the private sector, to make projects happen. And the other thing that we promised to do in our Climate Bank roadmap was to flesh out our very first dedicated adaptation plan, which we did during the course of last year. We've actually been mainstreaming adaptation for very many years now. What we have in place is a climate risk assessment tool. Whenever we start a project in the pre-screening phase, we apply our tool. And so that tells us effectively whether the project has high, medium or low risk. And then if we see that it's medium or high, then we engage very seriously with promoters, and it may be that we develop with them climate risk vulnerability assessments. So we've been doing that for many, many years. Infrastructure is our core business, of course, so it's very key that the resilience of that infrastructure is ensured. We don't want to have assets on the books that are not resilient to future climate change, so it's absolutely fundamental, and it's involved in everything we do. So, it's closer? There's a better, sorry. So our adaptation plan is really designed around 5 main areas. And it does actually closely align with the EU adaptation strategy, which is, the narrative there is smarter, swifter, and more systemic adaptation. So firstly, we set ourselves a very specific adaptation target, which I'm sure my colleagues will agree in an institution like ours is not necessarily the easiest thing to do, but we went the extra mile, and what we've said effectively means that we'll triple our adaptation financing by 2025. Secondly, we've set up a dedicated adaptation advisory service called ADAPT. That was primarily for inside the EU, but we're looking to expand that outside the EU as well. And this is where we can support borrowers to develop a pipeline that we can invest in. Thirdly, we very much wanted to increase our risk appetite. We felt that was an area that we needed to improve on. So, whereas we can only usually finance 50%, we can now finance 75% of a project, which is primarily motivated by adaptation. And in small island developing states and least developed countries, we can actually finance 100% of projects. Project cost, that is. Fourthly, and I think this is very important, data is seriously lacking, still seriously lacking to address resilience issues. So we've actually partnered with the European Centre for Medium-Range Weather Forecasting, the EU Copernicus programme, that is, to really provide to our promoters when they're actually designing their projects good high-resolution climate data. And this is actually a requirement of the EU taxonomy regulation as well. So we've stepped up there. And then partnerships, of course. Partnerships are key. So together with our MDB colleagues and the African Development Bank in particular, where we're working alongside them for the Accelerator Programme, the African Adaptation Accelerator Programme, and with the Global Centre for Adaptation as well. I've got a number of project examples, but perhaps I'll stop there and continue.
Thank you for that, Stephen. All three of you mentioned commitments. And I think it's important that we are committing to advance the agenda on climate. I think also when you look around, mitigation gets more of the pie of that commitment and adaptation doesn't get as much. I think we want to be ambitious, but we are not yet able to actually be that ambitious on the adaptation side. So I just want to take the example of nature-based solutions because I think that does come up a lot in all of our materials as an agenda that we all want to push forward. And it will be good to hear from each of you a reflection on, how does one take something that maybe traditionally was a way of addressing risks. We had it was part of some societies. We've moved away from that more towards the gray infrastructure in the last few decades, centuries. And now we're trying to bring back this gray and green. There are different ways of saying it, green infrastructure, nature-based solutions, et cetera, et cetera. But I think what I've realized that we are missing on the capacity side because now our engineers have not understood, quite frankly, how to address these risks through nature-based solutions. Our codes are probably not also saying that if you want to address flooding, well, try to look at some other alternatives. I'm just curious from all three of you, from your institutional perspective, how are you taking a look at an alternate way of addressing infrastructure or looking at infrastructure, in this case, nature-based solutions? So who wants to take the first stab at that?
We can follow the same order. Yes. Thank you. It's a very good question. We at the IDB, we started a couple of years ago the Natural Capital and Biodiversity Lab, and we took the decision a year and a half ago to merge that into the climate division because we thought it was important to send that signal that nature and biodiversity was part of the climate solution and start putting more nature-based solutions into the mainstreaming of climate. So that has been very important in the mainstreaming inside the bank, project by project. The last 2-3 years, we had about 30 projects of infrastructure, including nature-based solutions, for about $900 million. And part of the DNA of the Natural Capital Lab is to also develop a financial innovation for nature-based solutions. So with the lab, we're saying that we need to value first, not only intrinsic value of nature, but environmental services of nature, to take that into account of the decision making. So we're doing that in different levels. What is in national accountings? For example, we're working with the Planning Department of Colombia to do that, but also with the Central Bank of Chile to start seeing how central banks start introducing into national accountings the value of nature. That's the first step if you want to then introduce, when you're going to have again a PPP or a development of an infrastructure project, the value of nature. So with mangroves, that I always put the example of mangroves. I grew up in a coastal city, so we see the importance of mangroves not only for climate, but also for cleaning the water, for resiliency for hurricanes. With the Natural Capital Lab, we have started to value the mangroves in different areas of the region. In the Caribbean, with the West and Indies University, we're developing that methodology. The Port of Panama, and different actors, Audubon Society, because also the link of mangroves with birds, to introduce mangroves into the not only policy making of the city, but also of the country as a whole. High paramos, which are high altitude ecosystems in Andean countries, we're already working on valuing not only the paramos as a provider of water, but also to start doing payment for ecosystem services for those ecosystems. And as part of that, we have at the ADB a new initiative we started 2.5 years ago for the Amazon. It's a sustainable development initiative for all the countries of the Amazon with 4 pillars. It's a very broad initiative: social, sustainable infra, cities, bioeconomy, climate, biodiversity. But a key part of that is going to start saying payment for results based on nature. So we're going to start a pilot with the state of Pará in Brazil that we hope will be a very good example for other states of the Amazon. So at the end, if we talk about nature-based solutions, I like what Noel said about systems. It's not only seeing how we can include nature as part of the design of projects, but beyond that, if we see it as a system, how we have the methodologies to value nature and the intrinsic value of nature to include that into the economic decision for infrastructure and then for cities, and as you said, Noel, from the territory. To finalize, and before I forget, zoning and planning is going to be key for adaptation, resiliency, and nature-based solutions. If you don't invest upstream in do a good zoning and planning, and you map where are nature-based solutions, and you value that, I think that's the first step to really make that part of the whole decision making.
Sorry, thank you so much.
Thanks, Juan Pablo. And a couple of areas from ADB's side. So at the first level, I think it's really essential that we have some grant financing, technical assistance of some form, which allows us to understand the risk, which allows us to invest in understanding the future risk and what are the opportunities that exist there. We have various examples where we have investment in mangrove as part of risk reduction in the Pacific and across Southeast Asia. We have one example with the development of the Clark City in the Philippines, where we have provided technical assistance financing for understanding how the current natural run of the river can be enhanced, and with zoning of land in and around the river zone to protect a future flooding as part of a modern city design. We mentioned the Shandong context in the earlier question, and so maybe we also to focus in on one of the areas there in what we call a sponge city. This is where we are investing in flood resilient urban and rural territory and communities. And in this context, if we look at the best practices, it is integrating ecological flood risk management and river rehabilitation using a combination of green infrastructure and nature-based solutions. And so this involves the integration of farmland irrigation as part of the flood management process, also addressing wastewater collection and treatment by expanding sewer pipe networks and building state-of-the-art wastewater treatment plants. These are obviously require investment also in not just the understanding of the risk, but also policy investments. So working with national and regional governments, so to be able to do that zoning and put in place the appropriate policies. Thank you.
Thank you. I know this was a little bit of a left field question because we hadn't really prepared you for it, but I think part of it is, we are trying to, adaptation is requiring us to think in newer ways and different ways. And I think I want to push each of you because you're actually part of setting up the evidence. Your national accounting system, for example, is how does one country start to actually understand what is the value of these systems which provide a lot of additional benefits that may not just be monetized at some level. So I think, but Stephen, over to you.
I mean, it's a great question. It's not an easy one, of course, because we know that the investment barriers are significant. Uncertain revenue streams, bankability, scalability, these are not easy issues. And we've recognised this for quite some time, and this is why over the last couple of years we've been working with the Commission actually on a support basis with the Natural Capital Finance Facility, where we've had, I forget how much it is now, but 120 odd million with the Commission to set up some pilot projects to test some of these issues out, to test de-risking mechanisms and so on. And that's gone well. However, we need to learn the lessons and we need to adjust, and that's what we'll be doing soon as well. The point that Juan Pablo made about making sure that we actually account for nature and nature-based solutions in our economic cost-benefit analysis is key, really key. This is something that we have to demonstrate. We have to hit a certain economic rate of return for every project that we finance, and we're in the process now of looking at how we can actually apply, proper values to nature in that assessment. And actually, the Dasgupta review gave us some interesting thinking material there. So we're working very hard on that, and also together with the other MDBs, we issued our joint statement on nature last year, and we're working on proper definitions, proper tracking methodologies. What is a nature positive investment? Because it's important to get these definitions understood. And one of the things that we have been doing actually is through our Climate City Gap Fund, or City Climate Gap Fund, is supporting various cities. And this is where we provide technical advisory services upstream to help the regions and the cities think about properly integrating nature-based solutions into their climate strategies. And one example of that is some great work we've done in Athens with the city of Athens. So we have many green areas through the city now. So nature-based solutions is very key for everything that we do as well. So it's a great question, and we need to do a lot more, for sure.
Thank you for that. I think that brings us on time for this session. I do appreciate your support. I think, we are the new kids on the block, but hopefully we have, you already joined us. ADB is already a member. IDB, we need to work with you a little bit more, but really, I think, look at us as a partner in pushing newer agendas, pushing particularly the disaster resilient space with a focus on adaptation. And let's find ways of how we can engage on the ground, because we have a lot of political support from our governments as well. So with that, thank you very much for joining the panel. We'll take a 5-minute break, and as I promised, 11 o'clock we have a wonderful announcement, so stay tuned.
Just say nice things about SRSG. That's our title.
I have the
and all the others you already know.
She's here. You should come and say hi to her.
Yeah.
I think Kamal, maybe Kamal. I may end up standing only because. Yes. So we're waiting for.
Lovely to meet you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So I think it's time for a little bit of a drum roll. So I don't know who's good at drumming, but I'm not really. And the drum roll really is that we as CDRI are really, really, really excited to launch our trust fund. And the Infrastructure Resilient Accelerator Fund, which we nicely like to call IRAF, is something that we are launching today with support of a lot of governments and other partners. So first of all, I want to thank, on stage here, we have US, see, I'm so excited, I'm losing my words here for a minute. So IRAF, as we like to call it, will support global action on disaster-resilient infrastructure, especially in developing countries and small island development states. With an initial duration of 5 years, this multi-party trust fund has already received commitments amounting to $50 million. Yes, exactly. And this is from the governments of India. You have Kamal Kishore representing Government of India, and you'll hear from him in a minute. We have the UK government support here. Thank you, Ken, for joining us. We have Australian government support here. Thank you, Tilly, Christy, to joining us. And EU, and we have from EU a representative here as well. But I also want to really acknowledge two UN partners who have been instrumental in giving us the support that we needed as CDRI to just get started, because we're very new, to start building our capacity, to be able to have this ambition and the ability to announce today that we're launching a trust fund. But she's been a fantastic supporter to CDRI, and I thank you, Mami, for joining us today. Maybe I'll give a brief introduction to IRAF, and then I'll have all of you give us some of your comments here. So IRAF will enable CDRI to achieve its mandate of resilience through risk-informed investments in infrastructure development, resulting in reducing vulnerability of populations and reduced impact of extreme events and disasters on infrastructure systems. Our mandate, CDRI's mandate, is really technical assistance, capacity building, and knowledge generation. And the fund will allow us to pursue those three mandates. So knowledge generation, capacity building, technical assistance. One of the first initiatives that we will support will be something that we had announced last year. So our Prime Minister with 5 other Prime Ministers, including the Prime Ministers of UK, Australia, Fiji, Mauritius, and Jamaica. I wasn't here last year, so I'm still getting it. And Jamaica announced the infrastructure for resilient island development states. We will be using the trust fund to launch that first call for proposals, and I'll be making another announcement on the 17th about that. So the trust fund is getting announced today. We're going to start working on operationalizing it immediately with the call for proposals for IRIS on the 17th. With that, I would really like to invite the key supporters to help us set this up. I'll first like to invite Ms. Mami Mizutori, who has served 25 years in the Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ms. Mami is the Secretary General for Disaster, representative of the Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction at UNDRR since 2018. She's been an active supporter. I don't want to say much more, but Mami, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Amit. And it's truly a pleasure to be here at COP, seeing CDRI grow from strength to strength. Because UNDRR, we have been in the journey of making CDRI from the very beginning. In 2016, when the government of India hosted the Asia Ministerial Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction, this idea was perceived by the Prime Minister himself, Prime Minister Modi, that we need to work on making our infrastructure resilient, not only in terms of the hardware, but in many other ways. And so we started to take this idea forward in 2019 when the Secretary General launched the Climate Action Summit. CDRI was launched formally, and here we are, 2022, at COP, launching this very important establishment of the Infrastructure Resilience Accelerator Fund. And I do really think that it's so appropriate that it's launched at COP, because COP is about many things, but one of the strongest objectives of COP is how can we support the most climate vulnerable countries, the LDCs and the SIDS, to build their resilience against this climate crisis. And what CDRI can offer is, as Amit just mentioned, just what they need. And it is brilliant that already this fund has been contributed by $50 million. So I also, as a member of CDRI, thank the governments of India, the UK, and Australia for your contribution. And I would like to appeal to many more governments to please contribute it to, because the resilience of infrastructure is the basis of our resilience. The Sendai Framework has one of the 7 global targets. We need to make sure that the loss to resilient infrastructure, the disruption of basic services, does not keep on increasing. And CDRI is the mechanism for that. I would like to also mention that working with CDRI, UNDRR is also generating what is called the Principle for Resilient Infrastructure, which are 6 broad, very fundamental principles, because there is no global principle for resilient infrastructure at this time. These principles have been endorsed by more than 100 UN member states, and at this moment, British Standard is taking it forward to make it ISO. So there is a lot around resilient infrastructure, and this is exactly what we need to do. Myself to speak to you, and let's hope that CDRI will keep on growing. from strength to strength. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mazzatori. Your support has been instrumental, and we will count on it to stay instrumental as we grow leaps and bounds. I'd like to next invite Ambassador Ken O'Flaherty, who's the UK's government's COP26 regional ambassador to the Asia Pacific and South Asia. I met you, 2 weeks ago, and it was really nice to see you come back and support us here. So, Ken, over to you.
Thank you. It's great to be here supporting the CDRI again. And of course, the UK has had the honour of supporting CDRI since its foundation, acting initially as the co-chair alongside India. Now, all around the world, we are seeing increasing numbers of climate and disaster events, and the impact of those events is growing every year. So I think it's really important to see this CDRI mandate on improving the understanding, the capacity and international partnership to strengthen resilience of critical infrastructure. I am the UK's climate ambassador for the Asia-Pacific region, but also for small island developing states. We know that small island developing states are the most vulnerable states to the impacts of climate change worldwide, and that they need international support. The UK is proud to have worked closely with them during our COP26 presidency, and I think their advocacy and the fact of the world seeing the impacts of climate change on their states really made a difference to the results at Glasgow. In particular, we're pleased to have been working with CDRI and other partners in establishing IRIS, launched, of course, by both the Indian and UK Prime Ministers at Glasgow last year. We believe that CDRI and IRIS are very strongly aligned with the UK's own priorities around adaptation and resilience finance, and particularly when targeted towards the small island developing states. So it's thrilling to see the launch of the new multi-partner trust fund, or IRAF, to be launched today. And we think this is an important step for mobilizing and operationalizing both CDRI and IRIS so that activities and real impacts can be delivered on the ground. So we wish CDRI all the best. We are determined to continue and deepen our partnership on this vitally important agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador O'Flaherty. I do want to acknowledge that all of the people sitting on the stage today represent organizations that have been supporting us from not even day one, from conception. And it's come not only in form of the financial support, but it also come in the form of technical support. It's come in the form of advisors who we can call at the middle of the night to see, we have this problem and can you help address it? We are 2 years old as an organization, and we are really growing leaps and bounds. And I'll use that again and again because we are growing leaps and bounds, but it's also because of all of your support. And I want to, really thank and acknowledge that. With that, I'd like to invite Ambassador Kristen Tilley, who was recently appointed as Ambassador for Climate Change for the Australian government.
Thanks very much, Amit. Welcome, everyone. It's great for Australia to be part of this conversation today. And as Amit said, as others said, we've really been pleased as Australia to support CDRI. We were, as mentioned, part of the initiative since the beginning or before the beginning. I thank on behalf of my colleagues for not too many late night phone calls. Usually when it's late night for you, it's daytime in Australia, so I think we're okay in that sense. But we've been really pleased to be involved from the beginning and help out. In particular, I'd really like to commend the approach and leadership shown by India, who's really been driving this work, and doing it in a way that, by all accounts, is very collaborative and very engaging. So we really do appreciate that. Australia is particularly supportive of the Infrastructure for Resilient Island States initiative that we've been talking about today, and committed $10 million to it last year when it was first announced. And we're really pleased to see the recent progress, particularly as we just heard the launch of the Multi-Donor Trust Fund. That's a really significant milestone. We're pleased to be a donor in it along with others up on the stage, and if any of you here, or certainly anyone watching a video of this later, is in a position to equally contribute, we'd really encourage being part of this great initiative. From Australia's perspective, and as a member ourselves of the Pacific family, we're really keen to see that the IRIS initiative supports projects in Pacific Island countries which directly meet the local needs for resilient infrastructure, systems and communities. We also really appreciate the focus of this work in bringing high quality technical support to the communities themselves to ensure that they can generate and share the knowledge and innovation in the local solutions that they implement. The benefit of that, of course, is that the wider number of communities and countries can learn and benefit from each other from these projects. And while we're here today as a donor and a contributor, I really want to stress that from Australia's perspective, we ourselves have a lot to learn from our colleagues and partners, particularly in developing countries, when it comes to implementing climate resilient infrastructure and solutions in their own communities. We do all face natural disasters. Australia is certainly no stranger to that. Certainly climate-induced weather disasters are increasing for us as much as others, and we see a real benefit for us in being part of this, in learning from the solutions that the host countries and communities are implementing. I note it's called an accelerator fund, and I'd very much support the momentum that name suggests. We're really happy and pleased and ready to help you make it as much as a success as possible and drive that momentum going forward. Thank you. Thanks, Ambassador. Well done.
Thanks. Thank you, Ambassador Tilly, for those kind words. I think you highlighted the importance of sharing solutions, and that's really what CDRI is set up to do as well. Is how do we bring, and especially for IRIS, for example, we are looking at small island development states across the globe. So what may be working in the Pacific could be brought to the Caribbean. What may be working in the Caribbean could be brought to Indian Ocean, and that's the kind of facility we are trying to create. So thank you again for those words. I'd like to next invite Ms. Carla Montesi, who's currently the Director of European Commission's Director General for International Partnerships, DG Intrapa. Carla, over to you.
Many thanks, and very happy to be here with all of you to launch this new trust fund. You know very well that European Union attach a lot of importance to our partnership with CDRR. We know that working in the resilience infrastructure is a key priority for the European Union. And as you just said, it's a matter where we have a lot of experience and the resources, and it's very important that we all share this experience and these resources in this domain. I think it was already highlighted how climate will have an impact on SIDS countries. We know very well the impact to reduce vulnerabilities for the people, to reduce human suffering, to restore ecosystem. So as European Union, we attach a lot of importance in working in resilient infrastructure, and I have to say that now in the context of our international partnership Global Gateway, we are really pushing for investment in resilience infrastructure. And when we talk about infrastructure, of course, we wanted to see infrastructure done in the right way, with the good quality. And it's very important that we look and we will be able to support smart investment in quality infrastructure that will take care at the social and environment impact. This will be very important. So very happy to join you in this partnership. For us, this partnership is just a good example of what we talk working in Team Europe spirit. So talking European Union institution, but with member states, with investment bank, with the European Investment Bank, with our international partners, with our partners in the third countries. So it's very important. Today we are talking about SIDS, but the next step that we will have with CDRR, it's also working in the South Asia, because we know very well that climate and disaster resilience is a high topic also for South Asia. And just I take this opportunity to mention that this Saturday we will have one other panel in the EU pavilion where we will discuss about resilience infrastructure with the CDR. So I stop here. What I want to really wish you the best successful implementation of our trust fund. Many, many thanks to you all and really good work.
Thank you, Ms. Dr. Montesi, for those nice words. Finally, but most importantly maybe, but definitely very importantly, I'd like to invite Kamal Kishore, who's the Member Secretary for the National Disaster Management Authority for the Government of India. Kamal.
Thank you very much, Amit. I have a few things to say about our expectations from this new trust fund. But before I do that, I think even at the risk of repetition, I would like to convey my thanks to contributors, UK, the first co-chair of the initiative, in just shaping the whole thing through your substantive inputs, really co-creating it with us. Australia focused not just on Pacific Island nations, but a broader notion of resilient infrastructure. And EU as well, right from the beginning. In fact, the first time we began to discuss small islands was at the encouragement of EU and the present co-chairs of CDRI, which is the United States. I think it would be entirely appropriate to particularly acknowledge the leadership, encouragement, mentoring that SRSG has been providing for the last several years. She is the conscience keeper of the disaster risk management community. She challenges us, she exhorts us who work in the governments, and we look forward to your continued engagement. Long support of UNDP, and I have friends and colleagues from decades sitting in the audience here. I think without your support, we wouldn't be here today. On behalf of Government of India, I can really say that it is really nice to work with such colleagues from across the world and co-create something which is of value to humanity. From the government perspective, Government of India perspective, we have three expectations of this fund, which it is important to highlight at this point. The first thing is that there is no glory in having a fund if it is not nimble enough. I mean, there is a reason we needed this mechanism. So it really needs to be very nimble, flexible. I would encourage CDRI Secretariat on behalf of Government of India, as well as a co-chair of the Executive Committee of CDRI, to take risks, act swiftly, and really be very nimble and seek to achieve impact on the ground. The second thing is that it is really important that we identify opportunities to be strategic and transformative in the way infrastructure is governed in the country, so that we can have impact on scale. The infrastructure systems of 21st century are not going to be like they were in 20th century. Some of the infrastructure sectors, in those sectors, standard setting is barely managing to keep pace with the way the infrastructure is growing. I'll give you an example. There are countries where mobile telephone network has expanded, but there are no standards for how you build mobile phone towers. So I think it is really important that we identify those strategic opportunities and seek to achieve transformative impact. And the third is that, which we've been saying again and again, ultimately it is about people. And how do we make sure that our work really takes a people-centric approach. We are not just looking at large physical infrastructure, and get overwhelmed by the figures that are thrown around, 1.4 trillion per year or 94 trillion, all of those numbers I personally can't comprehend. But ultimately, it has to really work for the people. So how do we bring people into the infrastructure conversation? I think that is, so these are the three things: be nimble, be strategic, And don't forget the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kamal. I think we can always count on you to remind us that infrastructure is actually for people. So thank you with those comments. I think I really am this is a exciting moment for us. I do know everybody's calendars are tight, so let's take a good photograph so that we can remember this moment. And I do appreciate all of your support. Thank you. Let me just take this. You have to smile here. This is a good moment for us. So we're not done yet because I do want to invite Dr. Mathur. I'd like to invite Dr. Mathur, Mr. Christophe Guillot, and Ms. Lillian Macharia to join us here. If I can ask the partners, the panelists to join here. So we've got three esteemed panelists here. We've got Dr. Ajay Mathur, who's the Director General for the International Solar Alliance. We've got Mr. Christophe Guillot from the Sustainable Development Director, who's at the French Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs. And we have Ms. Lillian Macharia, who's the Director for Portfolio Management at the Green Climate Fund. There's a reason we wanted to invite the three of you here is you've just heard us make an announcement that we are launching a trust fund as we speak. And the trust fund is intended to support technical assistance, capacity building, and knowledge generation. All three of you are partners with whom we would like to continue to work with. Some are new partnerships, some have existed for a while. France has been a member to us from the very beginning and is actually now on the Executive Council for CDRI. So really the intention of this panel is for the three of you to reflect from your perspectives, what is the opportunity that you see that this trust fund allows for us to work together, your organization and CDRI, or your country and CDRI. It would be good to get your thoughts on that. I'll start with Mr. Christophe Guillaume. From the French perspective, I would love to hear some of your thoughts about your partnership with CDRI and maybe how the trust fund is something that you see going forward. Over to you.
So first of all, good morning. Good morning, everybody. I would like first of all to thank you for this invitation and commend the leadership of India and the efforts undertaken by the CDRI on this topic. Your engagement contributed to put this topic at the top of the agenda, including here at COP27, where adaptation is at the heart of the discussions. France is a long-standing supporter of resilience infrastructure, especially in the building and construction sector. At COP21 was launched the Global Alliance for Construction and Building, where we continue to play a leading role. We are also very active through our cooperation agency, the Agence Française de Développement, French development agency. Therefore, I'm glad that the Green Climate Fund just approved a new partnership with Agence Française de Développement under the name PEEB, Cool. It will provide 200 million euros in grants and concessional loans to address climate vulnerabilities and reduce CO2 emissions of building, renovation, and construction projects in 11 countries in hot climates. Over 1.6 million people will see their living condition and resilience to heat increased. I welcome the establishment, and I'm going to your question, I welcome the establishment of the multi-partner trust fund of the CDRI as a way to support its resilient island states, which we are following with great interest, as small island developing states are among the most vulnerable to climate change. The MPTF could really complement what we are doing, for instance, through the Agence Française de Développement. The value added of this new tool would rely in its capacity to bring synergies and complementarities between existing stakeholders and support mechanisms focusing on most vulnerable contexts. France, alongside with its state and non-state partners, including, of course, CDRI, and Indian government, is committed to continue supporting the resilience of infrastructure. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for those statements. And I actually also want to acknowledge and thank you, because France has provided staff to us at CDRI to help design the IRIS program. So really want to thank you for that as well. Thank you. Dr. Mathur, maybe over to you next. You know, we are the sister agencies. We are still trying to figure out ways of how we work together. The trust fund provides an interesting opportunity. So I'd like to hear from you, going forward, how do you think we can work together, maybe building off on this?
Thanks very much, Amit. I hope this is working. Okay, so Amit, what I'd like to do is to walk on two different tracks and then bring them together. The first is that as far as the International Solar Alliance is concerned, we see a huge amount of synergy in the actions of the CDRI. And the one area in particular where we have discussed earlier, we can move ahead is on creating solar facilities, particularly for the health sector in the Pacific Island countries. Island countries, but Pacific Islands in particular. This is an area where we would like to see how we can work with you. The second point, Amit, the second point that I think is important to note is that we have, over a period of time, seen that the amount of resources that have been put by the development finance institutions in the range of climate change projects, resilience as well as mitigation, have actually declined over the past 3 years. This is largely because of COVID, but what it therefore provides us is that as COVID reduces, these development finance institutions can help move the agenda into new directions. These are the two things I want to bring together. Now, whether it is CDRI or whether it is ISA, we will help in creating pilots, demos, so that the countries can then look at scaling them up. Almost all resilience infrastructure and health facilities which we are talking about are ultimately financed by national governments. It could be through the help of DFIs, etc., but ultimately it is channeled through national governments or national budgets, which implies that it is important that we start looking at the blueprints of how this will happen. What different kinds of the infrastructure, in our case, various levels of health facilities would look like. What is the kind of equipment that will be there? What is the processes that the countries will follow to establish them? How will they procure? How will they maintain? Now, it's not as if countries don't do it, they do it today. But we are looking at them doing it in a different manner so that they are more resilient tomorrow. I think as far as the trust fund is concerned and our own resources are concerned, we would like to see how we can work with you to see how we create these blueprints which are in a sense national. So we would like to do, for example, pilots in, say, the Pacific Island states. Say in one country, let's say Fiji or Tonga or the Marshall Islands, and develop the kind of detailed plans that are necessary for the country then to replicate it. This is where I think the resources of the fund would become very, very useful. What it also means is a far deeper engagement at a country level. And again, I think through ultimately the process of countries saying that they are interested, there'll be some countries that are more interested than others. That is where we start. We should then look at bringing in the development financial institutions to help in the upscaling of these projects. We will do the heavy lifting. We'll prepare the plans. We'll do the pilot project. But ultimately, if we want to scale it at a national level, there have to be resources that come in from the development finance institutions. And this is where I think by involving them right now and then providing them with guidebooks on how they can move ahead, we can help bring together this agenda and see how it moves ahead. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Mathur. I think your points you're right on point. I mean, I think the developing of pilots, developing of evidence, developing of, new innovation in resilient infrastructure is something that we can start to test out in different sectors. So health, for example, for us, health is also part of the larger critical infrastructure narrative. And energy security. When you talk about solarization of health, it's also related to energy security. We saw what happened in Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria, where the complete power sector was damaged, and there was no power even in the critical infrastructure facilities that were available. So I think we will love to continue this discussion. And you mentioned development finance, what we do can then be brought to the attention of financiers, and we have the one financier here who's actually working predominantly on the green climate agenda, which is the Green Climate Fund. So I'd love to hear from you, Ms. Macharia, on your reflections on how the trust fund, which is focused on technical assistance, capacity development, and knowledge, can actually complement the work that you're already doing on the ground. So over to you.
Thank you very much. And first and foremost, also to really echo what my previous speakers have said in terms of, first of all, appreciating the work of CDRI and also the partnership that we've enjoyed. DCF is very happy to be associated. And also, just again, before I answer your question, I would like to just step back and also appreciate what GCF is. The Green Climate Fund is a partnership organization, and therefore we really first and foremost see CDRI, our association with CDRI, in that same spirit. And that we work through partners, and the fact that also CDRI brings together a group of stakeholders with different expertise and insights, and also certain wealth of knowledge and resources. That is also already in itself already a bonus in terms of our potential complementarities. And that's what we seek to leverage. We bring financing, but we also bring in a certain wealth of experience and expertise to the table. The second thing is I would like to say is with respect to the trust fund that the fund that you've just, accelerator fund that you've just launched. First, the target group is one that is really core to our mandate. As you might know, GCF has a mandate to target the vulnerable countries, of which small and island development states is core. So this then speaks to really what we are about. And the thing is that when we're working with small and island development states, one of the things that we really stumble against is the issue of capacity. So some of the things you've really just said that this fund is about are really, really some of the things we are really grappling with when we are working with these the island development states. That is the technical capacity, the knowledge sharing and knowledge generation, and the capacity of our local entities, and how we can make sure that we, in the way we work, make sure that we build that capacity and make sure that it is sustained over the long term, not on a once-off basis. So the fact that that's what the fund is focusing on is already very exciting for us. And that would help us in several aspects. If I step back again and look at how we look at our resilience, our approach to resilience, GCF first and foremost tries to look at going beyond, in terms of infrastructure systems and resilience, we're looking at a systems approach and building on climate science, looking at whole, depends on having climate data. And that also assumes a certain amount of systems capacity, which would be supported by this fund. So that is something we'll be looking at in here. The climate risk assessments that would inform which infrastructure to, or which systems to climate proof and make resilient is critical. And that also talks about prioritization and helping structure projects for financing and determining what kind of financing is required. We provide risk, we have a healthy risk appetite, and we're able to provide, I would say, high risk, like equity, guarantees, and provide, comfort to other investors and crowd in that. And if you're able to help countries structure projects in a manner that helps them crowd in other investments, then we would be able to work with you in that respect. So we see partnership in that way. Additionally, also when we help, if you're able to build the capacity and work with we have a readiness program, which is helping countries come up with adaptation plans, which also talks about trying to translate them into investment plans. That includes both resilience action plans as well. I think we see potential synergies where we could work with the fund and ESCO financing, so to speak, to make sure those countries can realize their ambitions in this way. I work in the portfolio division, and I can tell you that we have projects that have been approved, but one of the challenges we see in terms of implementation is the capacity gaps. The countries have to depend on external expertise, which is not easy to procure, and that slows down implementation over a very long time. And also to retain it is also a challenge. So to the extent that this fund can help do that, that would be would be excellent. So I think in short, we see a lot of synergies, both in terms of the ability to help countries set up systems, capacities, and also help them set up knowledge bases that would help inform their decision and climate planning and their responses, being able to prioritize investments and structure them for investment. I think those are some of the areas we see, and then that would then in a way help us be able to come in and provide the financing, including taking the early risk that would help, then crowding other investments. I'm happy to provide other details. Thank you.
Thank you so much for, I think you know, systems, capacities, knowledge. I think that is, we are also finding, as even for our organization, you know, the capacity side has been something that we're also working to understand. You know, when you talk about disaster risk or disaster resilient infrastructure, it's quite a new field. It's not something that has been talked about a lot. You know, adaptation itself. When you look at financing, a lot of it goes towards mitigation because people are still trying to understand how do you build portfolios of adaptation project. So you're the director for sustainable development. You heard the gap that has been talked about on capacities. I know that AFD is doing a lot of work in that space. So maybe I'd like to get some reflections from you of the models of capacity development that you've seen that seems to be successful. You know, we do a lot of us put a lot of effort in capacity development. Some are successful, other may not be. So I thought maybe from your reflecting back on AFD's work maybe, or the French government's work, how are you looking at capacity development and what do you see as success when you talk about capacity development?
Thank you for your question. I mean, you're referring to capacity building expertise worldwide or on this specific item? Okay. Okay. I have some experience prior to being the director of sustainable development. I was posted several years in Africa. I was previously French ambassador to Cameroon for 3 years, and in Djibouti, where we have a lot of actions, project development actions through the AFD. So I have some background on this. As you mentioned, it's very important, and it's I would say it's a bottleneck, the expertise that developing countries have to have on capacity building on project. And as you mentioned, I mean, AFD is a huge organization, and probably we don't have, and it's not only actual. I mean, we're trying to improve the situation, but probably we tend to impose our views on developing project because in front of us, we don't have, mainly speaking, we don't have the expertise, sufficient expertise that we could challenge the views that we have from France or from Paris. And that's a huge question. And it's even more critical on PPPs. And PPPs, I mean, we're not talking about PPPs, but I think Cameroon, for example, we have new ideas. We were trying to launch PPPs projects, which are very complicated. And in front of us, the Cameroonians, but many other countries, don't have the knowledge, don't understand how sensitive are those issues. And we're trying more and more when we launch projects, when we finance development projects, to have the capacity building funding to support the countries into this. But it's a crucial question.
I know it's not an easy answer, so thank you for that response. I think, you know, because one of our mandates is capacity building. And you can see why, because I think I don't know how many people in this room might know the word, you know, understand what that actually means. And this room is filled with people who are at the climate summit. So when you go on the ground and you start to talk about resilience, I think people look at you and say, yeah, what does that mean, you know? So I think part of why I'm also asking this question is because capacity building is a big mandate for us. We need to be able to package information, bring information, help people understand the importance of resilience. And that's not easy to do. And I think all of our organizations are trying to push that agenda, which is why I wanted to ask that question. I'm going to ask the same question to you, Dr. Mathur, because you've been now practicing in the field for a long time and have seen capacity building succeed and maybe not succeed. And so I'd love to hear about, what makes a good capacity building effort work? I mean, what is the recipe, the secret recipe behind capacity building?
Amit, I wish I had figured out the secret recipe. All I can say is walk along the path that you mentioned. Some things have worked and some things haven't. So let me start with what has not worked. When we go in and start talking to the people who are responsible for putting an alternate agenda in place, a resilience agenda, the first thing you need to do is to focus on design. The problem is, design is done once, twice, thrice, not too many times, but it's implemented many, many, many more times. So the need for implementation is much higher, but unless you focus on the preparation, you never come to that. Now, as far as we are concerned, I'm going to be completely candid about this, we get caught in the preparation trap. It's not as if preparation isn't important. I would argue that as far as preparation is concerned, using national resources together with international resources is the way to go about it, rather than having training programs on preparation. Because on-the-job training stays. And you don't need too many people. But the second one is much more important. How do you make it happen? Again, I'm of the school of thought which believes that doing things is the best training. So therefore, doing pilot projects is important. You involve people in it, but in the process, train them as trainers. That's the time when you go in for larger scale capacity building. Now, the challenge here becomes, you train a lot of people, what do they do? If you train them and there are no projects happening, they figure out, why on earth did I get trained? And they forget it very soon. On the other hand, if you have got projects and you haven't got trained people, then the implementers of those projects start wondering, where do I find people from? Short point, and again, this is something that I've learned the hard way. These two things have to be in sync. The timetables will differ from country to country. In fact, they may even differ. But at the heart of it, creating some kind of a certification for implementation is important. That gives the implementers, the developers, the confidence that here are people who I employ who will do the job properly. And certification places the guys who are trained in a different category from everybody else in the job market. So we are helping in job creating opportunities in various countries. The last point, Amit, that I would like to make is one of the most difficult places to create capacity is policy making. Policy making is an area where there is a lot of received wisdom. There are, in many cases, captures by existing vested interests. I mean, in my own area, the diesel lobby is often at odds with the solar lobby. And I'm very sure that, the cement and concrete lobby is, again, a huge lobby which focuses on creating hard infrastructure. This, again, is something that you look at, and the best practice is you do a project, involve the policymakers, and see how the change happens. Nothing interests politicians more than how to create jobs and get more votes in the next election. And therefore, showing that a project works and then them changing policies so that more such projects work is, I have found, the only way to get policymakers involved. You will find one policymaker, two policymakers, three policymakers who are interested in it because it makes sense. But the large numbers of people are essentially there to do what is told to them. Let me end here, and I think a discussion is needed on the kinds of capacity building that shows up as promising in different areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mathur, and thank you for highlighting the political support for all of this, because end of the day, I think this is where the vocabulary becomes important. Because when I say resilience, it doesn't ring a bell. When I say flooding, I think it rings a bell. When I say heat, extreme heat, rings a bell, right? So I think how do we then communicate in a way which the policymakers, the politicians start to understand the value of what we're trying to promote? And I think that's also part of our role. I'll leave you with the final words because you started the capacity building, this circle, but we have to really see how we can, push the agenda of capacity building. I think it's really what we would like to promote as CDRI is to build capacity around the world. So over to you.
Okay. After the previous speakers, buyer beware, this is going to be disappointing. So it's not going to be as hot, as insightful as the previous speakers, but I'll just say a few things. One is, as you say, first, it has to be really simple. I mean, simplify it and make it really context specific. You can't cut and paste from different contexts and come and apply it wholesale in every other context. So you have to really think about what does this mean for this context. So you take it from where whatever it is you want to bring to them, what does that mean, and translate it in a language and in a manner that they can relate to. So that's the first thing. Not because I'm a capacity building expert, but just because I think this is what seems to resonate with where I've seen it work. The second part of it is, I think, in terms of how you build it, as you say, you have to have a mix where, especially where needed, sometimes you have to have a mix between international and local, because sometimes the expertise is just not available local, and that sometimes is a politically sensitive topic, but I guess that's where the context specificity and understanding how you communicate that becomes important. But you have to figure out how you communicate that to make sure that that's understood and why you're doing that mix. And then the capacity building has to be deliberate. Sometimes I find that it is too short, so that you have trained people that it's within a project, but that's not enough to stick. So you may have to do it a much longer time, and that's a bit more deliberate. It's not comfortable for most people, but it's something that you may have to advocate for. And then the final one, I would say, is then you may have to think about making sure that you also have a critical mass. Because if you have one or two people and then you train them, they become very competitive, they're poached, and then you have the capacity is gone. So you may have to train enough people so that when that capacity, even if one person moves, you still have enough, and that you also have in place a continuity mechanism so that, as you say, there's continuous training that goes on after the initial training cohort is trained. Just a few thoughts, nothing earth-moving. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think these are important for us because as we start to build out the infrastructure resilience for small island development states, the issue of capacity keeps coming back. The capacity may or may not be there on the ground. So I think for us, as we start to build out this support system, how do we ensure that that capacity stays on the ground is going to be something we'll keep coming back to. So I do value all of your thoughts. Thank you for joining us today. It is an important moment for us. We do want to, work with all of you as partners and build on the important moment here as we go forward. Thank you.
E. E.
had to say it already, so now we can.
Right, okay. Are you going to join us? No, we have to take out. So you're into the 15th, so next Tuesday?
Yeah, the 15th morning and evening, so 14th.
Okay. Yeah, I think either tomorrow or Friday.
On Friday we have a session here.
Okay. So you'd rather do tomorrow?
We can do the session here.
After which?
It's 2 to 4. After 4 we can.
Okay, yeah. We've been connecting on WhatsApp, so I can just send you.
Yeah, of course, we had a higher yesterday night.
Okay, alright.
So, okay. Showcase of the activities.
Yeah, I've been a lot of things in terms of organization, so if you're hungry, make sure you wait in line for food. It's difficult.
I had to grab a juice in the morning. And half of the whole and yours closed. I think it's 6
Very strange.
It's strange. It's the strangest walk of it.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, like, I was waiting for someone yesterday. Like 5 guys standing there. And they're all with one line and one cash register. There's a couple cash registers. One page of all working. They're all standing there just like a sandwich.
I believe they did not do the background training of these people, the volunteers. It's a different experience.
Right.
So you hear the Portuguese?
No, I think I've definitely talked to this week was usually the second week is busier, but for some reason this year it's this.
The first week is busy.
Yeah, it's about that time.
We'll have a discussion on we'll get some time tomorrow.
Yeah, that sounds good. I have a big event at 6 p.m.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, next week.
At the nights or
it's at the World Bank. We're launching this diagnostic in Pakistan. So you want to join us too? What day? We're still deciding, but maybe tomorrow or Friday. You carry on. Okay. All right. Yeah. Is John here?
John was here, yeah. He was just outside before. I think they'll be coming in. So.
Exchange of cards. It's a big ritual with us. Kerala.
Yes, I think everything is off. This is off. I don't know whether that's a second mic, the mic, but that might not that one should be at least. Unless they have the same switch for all.
So have you both checked on your presentations?
Yeah, I think we're checking your computers and then we're going to see if they said that. Sanko, why don't you just, and I also check mine because you see that.
I've been drafting with the last for the session.
Okay, great. I'll put the closer. So what happened?
Could you please, hello? Hello? Excuse me. Can you please put up the presentations 1 and 2? Yeah, thanks.
So first part would be Tom would be leading that, and then he would present. After the opening part, then we have the two presentations, and the panel is to provide context, comments, reflections on the financing needed in the carbon market.
Point it where?
I was just talking to somebody yesterday about we were looking at it for some innovation center.
Yes, yes.
I used to work there. You know that?
No.
I was in Geneva for 2 years. I was their director of climate change.
Okay, thanks. And second one as well? Yeah, it,
You see the change? Yes. I think it's faster here than yeah, it's faster. It's working? Or
but it's working.
It's fine? And second, can you check the second? You want? I can. They're still earning good interest by investing in developing countries.
Right.
They still get 6%.
And then he will be heading back to Ahmedabad. No plans of seeing the pyramids in Cairo.
What? Big family. Are we going to record this?
Yeah, it's going to be live streamed also.
YouTube. YouTube? We'll be able to. So no need to take notes there.
It's working fine, yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Yes. So the YouTube link will be on this? India at COP27?
Yes. Yes, it should be there.
Because everyone knows the 5 goals. Nobody has ever talked about where is the money going to come from. And it's quite large.
And it's a quite large sum of money that he is going to provide this with. He did the modeling.
$1.3 trillion was the statement made by Modi. And this is what India requires. Additional.
That is
What do you mean?
and this is if you factor in 2070, net zero, then this number
By
was
the time technology costs will reduce, finance will become, a lot of things will happen.
but
Yes,
at least
at least 2030 we can target.
even if you say around 50 billion, 50 billion can come 2 billion, it cannot be 50 billion, right? So it won't go down to that. The billion will not change. Yeah, it will be say 60%, 70% can go down. But even the solar prices have gone down, have not gone down. That this is
Yeah, it's not there. Because the unit cost is very attractive for private investment and private capital. Now it doesn't require the subsidy which governments have to do. So I'm expecting those kind of things to reduce the burden on public transport.
So we are talking about what actually the quantum of money is required. That's the first thing. Then the next question is that if we know what is required,
So we are going up in carbon. We should start dropping carbon. Then we get it done.
Okay, so everything's working?
Yes.
Okay.
I will be sitting here.
Okay, good.
ID required.
I was trying to say that. Do you think it's, is it, if do we sneak up here? Maybe I will get
that's the idea.
I'm just thinking about, I guess,
Yes, that's very
Any particular order?
maybe we'll do the order of speaks. So Auguste.
So that's you there.
I'll be here. Auguste, Mr. Ashley, you, and then Mr. Dr. Ben. So. I wonder why they have two. You know why they have two? They're both just okay. Are we supposed to have two? Like you speak?
It's working. Both are working.
So you just leave them like this? Is this like that? Okay. All right.
in case you are
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session on financing India's climate announcements. Really happy to have you here with us today. My name is Tom Kerr. I'm the lead climate specialist at the World Bank for South Asia, and I'll be guiding you through the next 90 minutes. It's going to be a very interesting session with a lot of good perspectives. I've been admiring the pavilion here. It's a beautiful pavilion that India set up, and I understand that the Ministry of Environment, Forests, and Climate Change is actually simulcasting this session online right now. So welcome to those online who have joined us for the session. So let me just start some very brief contextual comments before we head into our opening panel. So first, we all know India is extremely vulnerable to climate change. More than 75% of India's districts, about 638 million people, live in extreme hotspot areas. The negative impacts on health, productivity, and livelihoods are evident and forecast to get worse as the globe warms. So first point is that investing in resilience has to be the priority for India. At the same time, while India's per capita emissions are quite low, I think the statistics are about 1.8 tons of CO2 per person. Compare that to 14.7 for the US citizen, or even 7.6 tons per person for China. And so it's a quite low per capita. But it is the third largest emitter globally right now, and obviously as it grows, its emissions will grow. And so really what India does to reduce its own emissions is going to be sort of globally material, but also politically important. The good news is India has set the direction of travel. Last fall, we heard of these new climate announcements, the net zero target included with that, and we've seen India's ability to rapidly transform its market and grow new technologies. I used to work at the International Energy Agency a little over 10 years ago, and we would analyze new technologies. And at that time, India really wasn't on the map in terms of renewable energy. I was sitting out there looking at the screens, and then it flashes to India is now the 5th largest solar market and the world's 4th largest wind market. So in less than a decade, it's really ramped up, and so it has that ability. I think I've also been working in India for the past 2 decades and seeing the private sector is very keen on learning about navigating both the opportunities and the risks that come with climate change and how to finance it, and then the role of carbon markets. So today we're going to touch on all of these topics. We have a great set of speakers, and so in terms of the logistics, the first panel here will get some opening remarks. We'll have perspectives from different stakeholders. We'll then have a few presentations, very brief, and then we'll have a very lively panel discussion, and then we'll wrap up. So first, let me kick off things with the inaugural address from my colleague, Auguste Kouame. He is the India Country Director at the World Bank. Auguste, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tom. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in India, in the India Pavilion. It's an honor also because this is my first event in the India Pavilion. I'll be very brief because there is a rich program ahead. But I wanted to start by saying that I'm based in Delhi, and I would be happy to continue engaging with many of you who are here or many contacts you have in Delhi. This agenda, climate change agenda, is very close to my heart. It's a very important agenda for the world, for India, and it's going to be a defining agenda for our engagement in India, at least whilst I'm there. Let me start by congratulating India on the very ambitious NDCs that India has announced recently at COP26 and clarified subsequently. And I think it will be very important also to put what India is doing in the broader context of life. You know, it's interesting to read on this wall, the word for one world, life, a lifestyle for the environment. I think this is going to be a defining agenda for India. You know, as we talk about climate finance, I would personally like to see life as the biggest driver of climate finance. Because imagine a world where we all, either as consumers or as businesses or as institutions, we change our way of life in a way that makes all the fossil fuel-based processes and goods redundant and drives the private sector to producing only what we want to consume, only what is good for the planet. If that's were to happen, the World Bank financing will not be needed. IFI's financing will not be needed for climate finance. The private sector will be forced to shift. For me, life is really a big driver. And I would like to congratulate the Indian government and the prime ministers for his leadership on this very good agenda that I think is going to be transformational, not just for India, but for the world. I also wanted to mention that we should not rest on our laurels. But before saying why not, let me say where India has come so far. And India has done really, really well in various components of the climate change agenda. 2 areas specifically: renewables. India is now a global leader with a lot of public investment having gone into solar parks, driving private sector investment. India is now, as Tom said, a reference in that agenda. The second area where India has done well is more about adaptation, where through investment in early warning signals, flood management, India has reduced loss of lives by 94% during events caused by cyclones. This is over the past 20 years. This is amazing. This is an amazing progress. Having said that, we should not rest on our laurels. Why? Because the climate change is not stopping. It is changing. The climate is really literally changing. So you need to run faster in order to stay fit. So the progress today could be wiped out by increasing temperatures. And also India being a large country, being a very, very large country with a growing population, yesterday's investment will not be enough for tomorrow. So the more climate finance is needed. How do we get there? We'll learn from the event today on how India can mobilize more financing. I would like to just say a few words from the World Bank point of view to share with you why we think that India is, climate finance or for energy transition or for decarbonization or for adaptation is so important for India. First, India will benefit from transforming its economy to be one of the global leaders in producing goods that the world will need. If we all change our lifestyle, we'll need more solar panel, we'll need more wind turbine, and who is going to supply that? Somebody will need to produce more than the world currently does. And I think India can be a leader in producing that, and that would be good for India's trade, for India's global positioning. Secondly, many of these activities for adaptation and mitigation will be job creating. They'll create jobs for the youth, for women, and that is a big development agenda. And of course, many of these actions will also be good for health. It will improve our health. Those of us living in Delhi, we know what it means to live in a place where because of the climate, you have to worry about pollution. Every day you come out in the winter. It will also improve comfort and our interaction with nature, which matters a lot for many of us. The pleasure that you get by interacting with clean environment or by using nature-based solution will help us be better citizen for the planet that has been left to us by past generations, and we will have to leave a clean planet for our future generations as well. Let me close by saying by talking a bit about what we're doing at the World Bank going forward. We have a big climate-focused agenda, which will continue in terms of project. But what is new now is that we've come up with what we call the Country Climate Development Report, CCDR. We have produced about 20 such reports already, and we're starting one for India, and I think it will be an opportunity for us to learn more about how climate and development can interact positively, and what policies can be put in place to support better investment, more investment from the public sector, from the private sector, and what support the international community can bring to bear on this agenda. Let me stop here and say how excited we are to be part of this movement or this agenda for climate change to make India a net zero country by 2070 or perhaps earlier. Thank you, Tom.
Yeah. Thank you, Agus. So great to bring back that sort of development and climate together, and sort of how you can achieve both of these targets through a lot of the actions you were just talking about on mitigation adaptation and the life and the consumer response. So thanks for your remarks there. I'd like now to just turn to Mr. R.R. Rashmi. He was a former Special Secretary at the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change, and now he's a Distinguished Fellow at TERI. So we'd like to invite you to say a few words, sir.
Very good morning, and thank you, Tom. First of all, let me thank the World Bank for giving me this opportunity. And it's really nice to hear that World Bank is now thinking of CCDR for India. That's a great news. But before CCDR happens, we need to know what exactly India needs in terms of financing its climate plan. I have had the privilege of being associated with some of the elements of the policy making and the actual actions which are on the ground now. But I have absolutely no brief from the government. So please hear me with a caution. India's climate plan has two time frames, 2030 and 2070. We need to be very clear about this. And in 2030, we have three quantified goals. The first goal is of reducing the emissions intensity, where we have made reasonably good progress. We have brought it down by 24% compared with the goal of 45% now. And in the rest of the 14 years, from the last data that government captured, I think the progress is reasonable enough to perhaps exceed the target. The second one is renewable energy capacity, and that's 42% now, as against the target of 40%. So, and then third one is about forestry carbon sink, which we don't normally talk, but it's a missing piece in our conversation, which I think, but it's extremely crucial for the reasons of adaptation and development, which Mr. Kwame talked about. But anyway, we'll put it aside for the time being. We will focus on transition in the energy sector, the energy transition, which is the key to, globally we are all engaged with the issue of energy transition, in addition to the broad goals of sustainable development. So now the question is, if we are focusing on 2030 time frame, and this 40% renewable energy capacity, which we have already achieved, what is it that we need to do? Is this progress sustainable? Is this progress, can it progress on its own beyond 2030 time frame and help us decarbonize to the extent that we have now aimed for us, we aim at? So that is the real question. Is the mobilization of resources and investments in the economic system of the country adequate and at scale to be able to help us achieve this target? So it was a good news that the government of India asked the World Bank and it requested them to come up with some estimates of what is possible in terms of mobilization of resources, what is the scale at which these resources are required. I am sure we will hear more about that. So that was one. But let me make 4 points before I quickly close. One is, the first issue is we need to understand how we look at the climate goal. Are we looking at only the emissions or the broad developmental goals? If we focus only on emissions, then obviously energy transition becomes the focus of our action. So that is first point. But if you look at the broader sustainable developmental goals or sustainable development in general, then the 2070 time frame becomes more relevant, not 2030. So we need to make that distinction. The second was about the numbers, in actual numbers which are associated with these kind of changes. I had an opportunity to be a part of the discussions in the Ministry of Finance when they looked at the numbers initially. 2070 had not happened at that time. It was only 2030 time frame. And they came up with a number of $3.5 trillion by 2030, cumulative numbers. Now, $3.5 trillion included both energy, adaptation, and forestry. The three quantified goals. Not sure whether it is incremental, or it is total. It's a gross. That I leave it to the experts and maybe the modelers to tell us exactly what is it that is relevant for us. But that is the basic number which you may need to keep at the back of your mind when you look at the future strategy. Third is the sectoral composition of these investments. Again, energy sector is very wide. Energy is used across different sectors. So we need to understand in which sector, what kind of scale is required, and what is the type of instruments that we can employ. And lastly, about the institutions, the structures, and maybe the financial instruments which would be required to help us actually mobilize the resources at the scale which these numbers indicate, and then our policies may need to change. With the current policies in place, can we achieve these numbers, or do we need to do something more? I hope the work done by the World Bank will help us understand some of these questions and help us move positively in this direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rashmi. So again, some good food for thought in terms of looking at the timeframes and the sort of, are we planting some seeds for the discussion later? We're going to get into a little bit more depth on the actual costs and the timeframes, and then the development and climate interaction. I think that's going to be a theme we'll hear about a lot. So now I'd like to invite John Room, who is the South Asia Regional Director for Sustainable Development, to provide his perspectives. John?
Excellent. Thank you very much, Tom. Thank you, panelists. I have to admit, I'm standing over there because I'm a little short and this table's a little high, so to get out. Great opportunity to be here. I'm going to be a little provocative to try and stir things up a little bit. What I want to talk today about is how to make the elephant dance. So if we step back, building on what the three previous speakers have said, I would summarize it as follows. There are big threats to India because of climate change, so it needs resilience. And there are opportunities in decarbonization that move forward. And on top of that, India has a strong track record of having done good things in the past and has made some commitments. But the big question is, how much is all of this going to cost, and how is it going to be financed? And that's why we've agreed to do this work together with MOEFC, to understand these questions better. And so this question of how much it costs and how you finance it is what I call the elephant in the room. Auguste mentioned the CCDRs. I'll come to it later. In every single one of the CCDRs we've done, it comes down to this question at the end. Lots of good ideas. How will you finance it? Second point I would make, which Mr. Rashmi touched on, I think it's much more effective to think about financing for climate smart, resilient, low carbon development rather than just talking about climate finance by itself. The world is gone where climate is over here and development is over here. In reality, India is going to go through transitions over the next 20 or 30 years in energy, okay, in urbanization, in transport, in agriculture, in water, in forestry. And in each one of these areas, they will deliver better incomes for poor people, and it needs to be climate resilient, and there's a role for decarbonization. And if you're thinking about making an investment in forest or in the renewable energy or in the grid or in urban transport, it's not like somehow when you're making that investment, there's a climate piece of the investment over here and there's a development piece over here. They are fully integrated into one. Very difficult to disentangle. So as we think about the costs and financing, I think we should separate two very distinct issues. The first one is what is the and Mr. Rashmi touched on this, what is the incremental cost to do development in a low carbon resilient way? So that assumes some base case. You've got to make some assumption on a business as usual. You've got to make some assumption about technology. But what is the incremental cost? And in many cases, when you take full life cycle cost, that incremental cost may be less to do at low carbon because the fall in renewable prices because you get energy efficiency. But that is a separate question from what does it cost to finance the investments now. Because the first thing is that most green investments have higher capital upfront costs and lower operating costs as opposed to the brown. If you invest in resilient infrastructure now, costs you more, pay less on maintenance. You invest in renewable energy now, you pay more for the capital plant, but you don't pay anything later because you get it free from the sun. Coal-fired plant, less now, but you got to buy for the coal. So that pattern is different. And in the end, what you've got to finance is not just the incremental cost for making it green, the total package. And we've looked at this in a number of CCDRs. Bottom line, this number is very large. XXX, where XXX is a very large number, as the mathematicians say. And in most countries, it is larger than the currently available amount of finance. So there's a need to get more. So this comes to the second elephant analogy. I'm sure you've all heard the story of the three blind men and the elephant. Okay, the three blind men are there. Somebody grabs the tail, says, this is like a snake. Somebody drives the leg, says, it's actually like a tree. Somebody grabs the tusk and says it's like a spear. This financing question is a little bit like this. Put it another way, not every rupee going into this is the same. And so it's not just a question of distinguishing how much goes into energy and how much goes into transport or forests. There are other dimensions of this cost that's different. So think about this. There's a large number of these costs that can be fully financed on a private sector basis. Renewable energy, some transport investments. Private sector can do it. So what is the cost for the private sector? And then that triggers a set of questions. How do you maximize that private sector? What do you need to do to green the financial sector? What do you need for general policy? What do you need in sector policies to drive that private sector finance? But then again, we also know that for newer technologies, carbon capture and storage, first round of rooftop solars, you need some concessional money to get in. That's not the total picture, but it's different money. It's a different color rupee than the commercial. Comes from a different source. And so we have examples from introducing concentrated solar power in Morocco, where by putting concessional public financing in, it made the first investments. The costs fell from 15 cents down to 8 cents, and the commercial could come in immediately after that. Rooftop solar in India is another example. Banks were not willing to come in. We came in with some concessional finance. The banks got comfortable. They started delivering. But it's different money from what the private sector does. And then I think we have to be absolutely honest that if we're talking about resilience, as much as it's important to increase the private sector, the bulk of this is going to come from the public sector. Okay, a lot of agriculture investments, water investments, urban investments. Yeah, we can try and crowd in private sector finance, but let's be honest, there is a bulk set of public investment. And most countries, particularly now, are facing fiscal constraints. They've been there for a long time. They've only gotten worse from the overhead of COVID and the war. And so I think we need to be clear on what those numbers are. Clearly, there can be things done in terms of repurposing that financing, raising more finance, but that's it. And then there's the question of the international finance. And there it's important to be able to distinguish what we do as multilateral development banks from the specialized climate finance. And there you've got funds like the CIFs and the green climate funds with some concessionality. It's incremental. It adds to the total, but it's never going to finance anything entirely by itself. It's part of a package that comes together. There's some results-based financing, and I think there's a lot of opportunities. I heard now that Indonesia recently got $25 a ton for carbon coming out of mangroves. That's serious money. And so if you can raise that money from the international markets, that's what. And then there's the broader carbon markets. Now we can debate how big is Article 6 going to get? How big is the voluntary carbon market going to get? Will you have a global carbon price? We can look at our crystal ball and we can debate it over a dinner, but we look to 2030. My own sense is those markets will come. The benefits are so great that we have to find a solution. Maybe not in 2 years, but maybe in 5 or 7. So how do you build the plumbing and the infrastructure so that when the markets come, India has good quality, verified assets and the plumbing to make that work. Because when the markets open, the people that are going to capture this money, either from the voluntary market or the international, are the ones that are ready. And so that's why the third piece of this work is to start mapping out this detail. And I know that for most of us, even for me, this gets into mind-numbingly technical details of how to, but it's very important stuff, relentless, boring, technical stuff that's got to happen. It's not sexy, but it's really important that it's done. So I've talked about the different kinds of investment, different kinds of finance. But they're not all individual pieces. The question is, how do you package these together so that they work in synergy with each other? So what would an overall strategy look like for India or for Kerala or whatever as a portfolio level? So what is the balance between them? But also in individual investments. The one I love to quote from India is the Rewa power plant in Madhya Pradesh. Okay, this was a plant where we came in with IBRD money and SIF money to pay for the evacuation lines and the land. They structured a deal together with IFC to have Delhi Metro buy the product, and the private sector came in and bid for the panels and came in. Drove it. That's what drove it. The public plus drove it. The public plus the private. Public plus the private. So how plus the private. So how you private. So how you blend. So how you blend these. You blend these money together, and not just see them as separate parts is really important. And to be dynamic, because the subsequent deals like this don't need quite as much public money. The confidence builds, and you can manage this a bit better over time. So the key question is, how do we make this elephant dance in a way that it entertains and serves us and doesn't trample on us? And the first step is to be able to describe that elephant so that we don't have three blind men or women telling us different stories about what's out there, but we have a shared understanding of what the elephant looks like. And that's how I would think about this first set of analytic work that's been done. So thank you. I know it's a little bit unconventional, but hope we have a good conversation. Thank you.
No, thanks a lot, John. I think that's a great way to tee it up. The complexity, the dynamism, that's really what we need to get into in India, because there's so much happening on the ground. And I think you've just touched on the level of detail we're going to get to in the next panel. So thanks very much, and the great analogy. So the final speaker is our guest from Dr. Venu. He's the additional Chief Secretary from the state of Kerala. We've been working closely with Kerala on resilience, and now we're also starting to do some more work on low carbon. And so look forward to hearing your remarks. Thank you, sir.
Thanks very much, Tom. I shared the advantage of height that John mentioned, so I decided that I will also speak standing up. So, ladies and gentlemen, being the last speaker and following John, I don't think I need to add much. I only have to say this much. I represent the subnational aspect of this whole issue. Coming from Kerala, I believe I'm speaking for the states when I say that this, to add to the complexity of managing climate financing in a variety of ways, we must keep this aspect in mind, that the game will be played at the subnational level. Every project that we will do, every kind of instrument that we will create will be consumed, used, and implemented by state governments and state actors. And that is easier said than done. I think with the experience which we have had looking at climate and resilience, I can say that it is a very slippery slope. Even in a state like Kerala, which has got a fairly big universe of people and stakeholders who are aligned and who are oriented towards this. When you talk about projects, about climate resilience projects, we still are in a learning curve, and I think there is still considerable work that needs to be done. I come from a state which has been rocked by climate issues. Over the last few years, Kerala has witnessed what climate change can do to regions. Extreme climate events like no other. And I'm not speaking about Kerala alone here. There are several states that that the economies of which have been impacted considerably. In such contexts, when you talk about sustainability, the thing that we have to keep in mind is for every state government, disaster risk reduction becomes part and parcel of what we want to do when you talk about climate action. In states like Kerala, you cannot talk about climate action without having the perspective of disaster risk reduction. And there we've been very lucky because immediately after the natural disasters of 2018, the government put me in charge of the Rebuild Kerala initiative, which was an initiative where we were trying to look at the assets that we lost, but also the opportunities that the disaster had presented to us. And in that, we were happy to be partnering with the World Bank, which brought in a level of professionalism, international experience, and most importantly, the point of resilience into the whole initiative. So the Resilient Kerala Development Program, while touching upon rebuilding assets and resources, also looked at resilience and how do you embed resilience into programs, initiatives, projects at the state government level. And from there, we are moving forward. And I believe that is this next point I would leave before this August audience. It is that beyond and much beyond the subnational context, we have to bring in the community context as well. And in Kerala, what is happening again with the World Bank as the partners, we have been trying all these things at the community level, at the local government level. And how do you bring in, how do you actually splice the genes of resilience and climate action into everyday activities of the community? So even while we're talking about small governments, they all, the local governments of Kerala, plan, and create these plans. And what are we trying to do there? We are providing inputs and resources and support so that they plan for themselves. And when they plan for themselves, they look at their disasters, they look at adaptation, they look at mitigation, and they also bring in climate action. So these are the 2 points which I'd like us to discuss and examine a little more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bennett. So that's a terrific way to wrap up the panel, bringing together the development and climate, and as also the mitigation and resilience together, and the testament also to the role of subnational governments, how important that is for you to act, and your leadership has been terrific in Kerala. So that rounds up our first panel. We are now going to switch to have a few speakers. We do a little musical chairs with us. Bear with us as we shuffle. We're going to have 2 presentations, and then we'll have the second panel come up. So I'll invite them to come up now.
You can call the panel up and then we can present. Not a problem. You can call the panel up.
So apologies, my bad as the moderator. So I'd like to invite our panel up here, please. You'll be up here while they present. So Shalab and Koya, yes, please. Sorry about that.
Logistics works better, everybody.
You're right. Yeah, sorry.
Can you hear? Yeah. The panel is requested to come up.
Presentation.
there for him. Is he speaking? Milind is speaking. Sorry. Very good afternoon once again, and welcome to the next part of this discussions that we have today. What we are going to do now is we have an extremely rich and expert panel on the subject of climate finance and investments. And first, what we will do is we will have two presentations before you, one on the investment estimates prepared by the World Bank on the kind of investments and the costs which are needed, and the second one on the infrastructure requirements which would support this kind of investment and financing through international markets and domestic carbon markets, and then we will have another separate presentation by on that. So first, let me invite Mr. Shankar Ghosh, Manager of the Energy Systems Analysis, the Celestial Earth, to explain and do his presentations. After that, we will have a panel discussion, and I'll introduce the panelists shortly after that.
Thank you, Rashmi sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shankar Ghosh, and today I'll be presenting the first part in our study, which is estimating the cost, the system cost required for climate change, achieving climate change announcements. So to maybe give an example, so I'll just be giving the cost of, say I want to buy an iPhone. So I know the cost, it's $1,000, suppose. So my work is simple. I'm just going to estimate the cost, and there will be a lot of discussions about how to achieve that $1,000. And then we'll be also exploring the climate financing through carbon markets in India. So start with the baseline, and there are two different scenarios that we thought of. One is that considering all our achievements in terms of energy efficiency, that is growing at a normal pace, and we are not changing behavior pattern of Indian society as much. So no life as of now. So that is the BAU scenario. Then we figure out what would be the implications of adding NDC targets, which are 50% NFE, non-fossil energy, and 500 gigawatt of non-fossil power plants. So, and the third scenario is we are trying towards getting as close to absolute zero, which is the net zero scenario, net zero 70. And there we are also considering behavior pattern change. So cooking more towards electric cook stoves or induction cook stoves. So these are the three kind of scenarios. Now, this is, as I said, that this is the total system cost. So iPhone costs $1,000. So there are different parts associated with that. So the technical details we'll go into later. So this is the total system cost. So within this 10 years, so in the left you can see only the timeline between 10 years aggregated. And in the right side, you will see the timeline over 50 years aggregated. So within this 10 years, you could see already we have the system cost at $12.7 trillion. And when you go towards the next 50 years, the overall cost would become $118 trillion. And now we see what is the change. In the next 10 years, you would see actually, interestingly, a little bit less in the net zero scenario because of more energy efficient technologies in the future. So we are aggregating them very fast, very aggressively. So in the initial 10 years, you would see a kind of reduction in the total system cost. But even after 50 years, it would actually be a little bit more. So compared to BAU and SP70. So you can see that these are the kind of numbers that we're talking about, $17 trillion dollars for achieving net zero. Sorry. Yeah. Yes, yes. Yeah, NZ70 is net zero that I talked about, that you're trying to add life into the behavior pattern. And SP70 is considering net zero, NDC targets into the account. So only supply side, there's no behavior pattern change in this SP70. So one is business as usual, one is with supply side interventions, and the third is with even demand side interventions. Yes. Yes.
Please go to the next slide.
Sorry? Okay, the blue one is the additional system cost. So that is the BAU is the line in the middle. So that is the level that we're talking about. Now, if you go into supply side interventions, the blue part in the left side, the SP70 scenario, so there are three bar plots. One is the middle, which is the BAU. Left side is the only with supply side, and right side is with supply side as well as demand side. Okay.
Can you move to the next slide?
Yes.
Because we have about 5 minutes more for your presentation.
Yeah. So what is the overall achievement in emission reductions that you can see? So for an additional $17 trillion, you could reduce from BAU from 10.5 billion tons of CO2 equivalent to 1.8. So in that additional system cost, you can achieve this much of reduction. And for a $6 trillion, which is just through supply side, you can achieve $4 billion of 4 billion tons of CO2. And more or less, this is the summary of the supply sides or the power sector. So there is additional system cost. It is considering capex as well as opex, the capital cost as well as the operational cost. Capital cost is something that we require for the new investments, new power plants, capacity expansion, and opex is for the total. So it gets aggregated over time. So every power plant has a particular technical lifetime. So that's why OPEX is very high. And we are additionally adding some capacity for new power plants. So that is investments. And please don't worry, there's another slide, if you can, we'll share it with you. So which will explain all these terms correctly. But we just wanted to highlight this because of time shortage. And in demand sector, there's, as you can say, there is some reduction in net zero scenario because of higher efficiency technologies. I think maybe we can. Yes. 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 Yeah. 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 Okay. 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 Okay.
Can you explain on this?
Yes.
Elaborate on this.
So the key messages, we can see that there's an additional $380 billion required to achieve SP70 or NDC targets. Then 30 billion at annually infusion of capital investments is required in power sector to meet NDC targets. Second is SP70 efforts does not achieve net zero emissions. And net zero 70 scenario efforts require additional demand side measures for alignment with net zero emissions. Until 2030, net zero 70 scenario is more cost effective than SP70, but after that it has an additional cost to the system. Additional system cost required to align with net zero is around $17 trillion between 2020 to 2070 in the next 50 years. And additional net system cost in both SP70 and NZ70 are primarily from power sector. So mostly from power sector. And I think that's it. That's the overall.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Shanku. Let me invite Mr. Santosh for the next part of the presentation, which is on the institutional structure and mechanisms required for securing this finance.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you switch the presentation? Yeah. So while they're putting the presentation, I think I'm going to talk about how carbon market or other mechanism could be an instrument to drive some of the capital to the climate action. And as Mr. John was pointing it out, that financing climate action, resilience, development is all converging together. So when the role of carbon market goes beyond the carbon, can we learn from the carbon markets to take it to the next level? So in the assignment, we were looking at how to design a carbon market for India where we focus on the institutions and the regulatory framework and the market infrastructure that is not only meeting the immediate need for carbon trade and carbon markets, but also is futuristic and comprehensive to trade other outcomes. So I will just share a few slides on that. I think when we looked at the carbon market, these were the main goals that we're looking at: how to support India's climate commitments, how we can mobilize global capital and let them participate into Indian carbon markets or financing other kind of climate outcomes. We looked at how we can mobilize additional capital to some of the action that we are talking about through this mechanism. And can this carbon market mechanism, can this mechanism be more comprehensive and can be a plug into the overall life movement where we can have multiple other outcomes being traded and financed for different type of action. So we had broader view than just looking at the carbon as an outcome. Now, to just go there, there are three guiding principles that we used to look at these suggestions and the recommendations that we are going to factor into the carbon market design. And these were results of multiple stakeholder consultation done with industry experts, the study of the ETSs globally and seeing how they have factored in, and also India's own history of a lot of work done under the PAT schemes and under other schemes that have been already functional. So we looked at how we can align the existing carbon market to India's mitigation pathway. So we had one guideline focusing on that. Second, can we look at the market-based mechanism for facilitating transaction under Article 6 and CORSIA? Can we enable that? Because India is coming with a domestic carbon market, but can we make the domestic market align with Article 6 and some of the other mechanisms? And third was that look at the existing infrastructure and can we leverage the existing infrastructure as well as the addition to that so that the carbon market becomes effective and more smooth to operate. So these were the guiding principle we had. I'm going to take you through the one slide that talks about the indicative governance framework for India when you talk about carbon market. I think the first thing is that we looked at the existing institutions that are already there and see that where we need to get new institution, new initiative, new kind of intervention to be plugged in. The green part, the dark green part is the basically those new interventions that need to be done. Rest is already existing. So the first thing that we came across is that we need a national level ministry to consolidate the efforts on the carbon market, and that ministry becomes the responsible for setting up the vision, setting up the broad picture under which the carbon market or equivalent of carbon market would operate. And we suggested that in order to achieve this, there is a strategic advisory committee that would advise that ministry on the alignment to different frameworks, alignment to different methodologies, alignment to demand-supply analysis, because ultimately we want to kind of mobilize and get more people to participate in the carbon market, more sector to participate. So this a strategic advisory committee puts the technical input to the ministry. Second was that once we have these kind of frameworks set up, we have the nodal agencies responsible for different sectors, different kind of actions come into picture. For example, right now we are talking about carbon market, which is being implemented with Ministry of Power taking lead in that, and we are talking about certain sectors. But if we expand that to different other sectors, you might need to work with several other ministries. For example, agriculture, forest, and others, they could be brought under this picture. So we looked at the role of different ministries, taking the broad picture and implementing sectoral outcomes or sectoral actions into those actions. Then we looked at the implementation infrastructure, what we require to implement that. We have the vision, we have the rules, we have the capacity. So we looked at the registry. Registry becomes a critical part of any carbon market, that how we can have a registry that is repository of all kind of climate outcomes that is being generated and kind of linked to the global frameworks. Then we need to have a trading infrastructure, trading framework that provides you all the rules and the different kind of guidance on how a climate outcome can be traded. And then we look at that the support services of accreditation, verification, and others. So we looked at all of this into the context and highlighted where we need to invest into new kind of infrastructure, new kind of capacity, as well as where we need to kind of build on what is existing. Once we have kind of looked at the institutional framework, I'm just giving you a quick snapshot of the infrastructure required. I think the infrastructure has, two critical parts. One is that you talk about the inventory. We have to have an inventory of greenhouse gas accounting that need to be improvised and plugged into the larger registry. We are talking about building a new generation registry, which is going to be linked to multiple other frameworks, including World Bank's its own climate warehouse that can plug and play with that. Once we have the inventory and the registry, then we need to plug this to the exchanges so that the carbon or other outcomes can be traded. Right now, India already has a couple of exchanges that are working in the power sector and energy sector. We wish that those could be taken up to the new levels where carbon outcomes can be traded. There are several suggestions we have given that right now participation in the carbon market or party schemes, which are kind of very similar to the carbon market but talk about different outcomes, is confined to only the registered buyers. If we expand that, then more people can participate and we can broaden the basket of investors participate coming into financing climate action, because we need to kind of make this big. Then we talk about several measures that how we can manage the demand-supply scenario. Can we make the market work? Can we make the market aligned to that? How we can take the shocks away? All of these have been put into kind of several rounds of discussions and have been agreed upon by different agencies that are working on this. Now, if I go to that, I think John made a point about how we can get the voluntary carbon market, all kind of instrument to become a conduit into financing our climate commitment. And this is basically, we have put a mechanism where all of this, as they emerge, can be part of that. So we looked at, if the existing taxonomy of domestic, international compliance, voluntary, and how this infrastructure aligned to that. The idea was that not to design something for today, but design something that is futuristic enough to factor in the developments that would occur in future. So you look at that, we have factored in all these taxonomies and see how this carbon market could align to that. I'm not going into detail, but this is a hallmark of this design that we are looking at voluntary and other mechanisms as well. Now, there are a lot of questions about what will happen with the no demand for the carbon market. I think compliance market is emerging. PAT and other schemes have done well, so there is a mechanism for getting demand for that. But we are also looking at the voluntary market demand coming up. There are a lot of net zero commitments coming from the corporate. They would be looking for acquiring the residual carbon offset that they're not able to mitigate through their own effort through carbon markets. India can be a hub for providing that support, and that should be factored into when we talk about the climate finance or financing climate action in India. Now, I'll quickly give an example of how this carbon market could be taken to more futuristic role, and some of the points that have been talked about, resilience, etc., can be there. Life as a movement is looking at decentralizing climate action and putting a mechanism where right action can be rewarded, right kind of activities can be rewarded. This framework that we are talking about can be also used to channelize that. Now, I'll quickly take you to the concept of green credits that Ministry is talking about. Green credits go beyond the carbon. In fact, we are having a placeholder definition we are talking about is created from the ecosystem and environmental services from different sectors with activity that support lifestyle for environment with carbon as co-benefit. We are not talking a mechanism that rewards forest and ecosystem outcomes, reward water and water quality and water recharging outcomes. You can finance or support air quality outcomes. All of these are possible. Now, we can use the same infrastructure, same mechanism to do that. However, there are one slide that I want to talk about the challenges, and that is something that is being worked upon. Carbon market has given a good...
So sorry for interrupting. You will have to quickly...
The last slide, sir. I'm just quick. If we look at the carbon market, we got all the 4 steps right. We have a definition of the outcome. We know how to quantify. We know how to monitor. We know how to verify. And we know how to monetize. Now, for all other outcomes that we are talking about, this mechanism has to be developed, and we need to kind of work on how we can take that forward. We need to have a definition, what is the outcome, how we can quantify, how we can monitor, and what. And we have looked at, as and when new outcomes come into picture, these outcomes can be put onto this platform and traded. So that's the kind of slide that I had. Just last point, there are three discussions going on biodiversity, water, and waste. All can be part of green credit spectrum that we're designing. Sorry, sir, I just finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Santosh. Thank you very much for your overview of the structure and the institutions that we need to create to, strengthen the carbon markets, or rather the private sector finance for supporting the climate ambitions. Now we have the panelists here and we will be seeking their reactions on the conclusions, or rather findings, of the two presentations which have been placed before you. Of course, I would, Mr. John Room, he is here, very much here, and he made his initial remarks, but it will be interesting to hear from him, now that we have the numbers before us and the institutional mechanism which is necessary to how he looks at the future. And Dr. Venu, again, from a subnational point of view, so we can hear from him his views. Dr. P. Rambabu, he's advisor of Greenco Group, and he's a very well-known name in the carbon markets and renewable sector. Now, Mr. K.K. Mandal, who is the Chief of Programs of the Shakti Foundation, he is also leading the climate program. So it will be interesting to hear from him because he is now representing a philanthropy and those who look at the future of low carbon strategy very keenly. Mr. Shalabh Tandon, he is a practitioner himself. He represents the International Finance Corporation, and he is the regional head of operations for South Asia. So with this rich panel, let me now first invite Mr. Room to give his thoughts on how he looks at the future unfolding in terms of the financial mobilization that we need and the kind of the structures, policies, regulations, if he has any thoughts on that.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you to the teams for having put this on the table. To continue my analogy, I see the elephant a little bit clearer, but not entirely clear enough to be able to be confident that it's not going to trample me and we're going to be able to ride it. So let's take the carbon market infrastructure first. My sense is that what you've presented is a plausible set of issues and actions that can be taken. My sense is that this is something that India should do and move on it. In terms of next steps, I would have three related comments. One is you've put some proposals on the table. I would invest a little bit more time in going back to Chinese experts, European experts, to really get them to kick the tires on technically what you've had in there. There's been a number of starts and false starts and successful pieces to really get some input on that, number one. Number two, I know that you've had some stakeholder consultations already with stakeholders in India. I would take that to a deeper level with the practitioners that would actually have to work it to understand what's going on. And then the third piece I would do would be to have a look at, if we went down this road, how would you phase and time the different pieces? Is there a sequencing behind the things that you're going to do, and how long does it take? Because some of this is stroke of the pen institutional, some of it is capacity building, some of it is experiment and see. And I think what we found is that some of these concepts, from the point of first discussion to the point of implementation, takes a long time. When China started doing their domestic market, from the point at which they said, oh, this is a good idea, we thought everything was going to work, once they got into the nitty-gritty, it took a long time. The carbon warehouse that I understand you discussed with CS. We've been talking about this for a long time. So there's a lot of detail that needs to be worked out, but it all comes back, I think, to let's go for it. On the investment numbers, as I think you could see from the audience, there's a lot of complexity in those numbers, and they are quite hard to understand in terms of the implications and the assumptions that have been made behind them. Why is the net zero so much cheaper at the beginning? Why does it kick up at the end? What are you assuming about technology, et cetera, et cetera? Lots of discussions. But I think the value of this kind of analysis is that by discussing why the different assumptions you make give us the results you have, it makes the decisions clearer in terms of what needs to happen and the issues clearer. So I would go down to another level of detail on that. But what I would also do would be to maybe focus a bit more of the attention on the first 10-year bit through 2030. I think it's good to say, okay, you've got standard commitments and you've got 2070. Yes, we've got to keep the eye on the prize for 2070. But in reality, India's going to have to implement stuff over the next 8 years. And if you look back how much the world has changed over the last 8 years, it's going to change even more in the next 8 years. So I'm not sure that projections of those kinds of costs for 2060 to 2070 are really, other than a modeling, and focus the attention on the first bit. I also understand that what you presented there is energy. I think we should have a discussion about what it takes in other sectors as well. I understand you've started some work on some of the other sectors, but to understand that, including but thank you very much for the work that you've got started. I think it's a good start to get a discussion, but having a broader discussion with a bunch of the key stakeholders to really understand the nuts and bolts, I think would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for highlighting the three things which are needed. And your comment is quite significant about the net zero costs by 2070, that they may further come down if the technology improves, policies improve. And therefore, we need to for a sustainable model of financing, we need to take into account other sectors as well, and not just focus on energy, keeping the net zero in mind. Thank you. Next panelist, let me invite Dr. Venu. If, of course, you don't have a chair here, but you are most welcome to come and speak from the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Jashmi. I thought both presentations gave me a lot of food for thought. These are new areas, although one has tried to read and be abreast of the carbon market. It's very interesting that we're trying to develop a model that that will work for India, and the fact that it's come to an exercise of stakeholder consultations and all that makes it all the more robust. I am again from the subnational context. I would like to consume this. I'd like to be one of the states which uses this. This financing stream, because my state offers opportunities for carbon sequestration. For instance, let me just give you an example. And I'm interested in how this plays out to our advantage. And I'm sure that there are many, many other actors, both government and non-governmental actors, who are interested in understanding this more and implementing it on the ground. Let me give you a concrete example and how this financing can be rooted into it. In Kerala, for instance, we have identified 27,000 hectares of land that was forest 50 years ago, and which was cut down. Because at that time, forestry in India meant providing timber for industries. Forestry, I mean, this was the mandate of the forest department. Can you imagine how much we have changed and evolved over just the last 50 years? So in the last 50 years, what happened was timber of indescribable value was cut down, sold for a pittance, and then we planted softwood there. We planted softwood so that the industries would the timber industry, the paper industry would consume them. Today, the state says, enough of this. And what we would like to do now is to give afforestation of a kind that we have never seen before. What does that do? Number one, it brings back rainforest. Maybe 50, 100 years later, the forest is going to claim what was its own. And through that, we're creating a huge area of carbon sequestration. The second thing is that we would like to know how we would like to use our local communities to do this project, because this is not, you can't just plant, this needs intensive human involvement in this. So this is actually, it checks all the boxes. How do we get it financed? Who will finance this? Does the market understand this? And if it does, how soon can we start? These are the questions that also need answering, and in a much more specific and clear way, so that there are people who will take this and run. I think it's a great opportunity for us, but we need everybody to sit down and work on this harder. Thank you.
Thank you, Venu, for pointing out or emphasizing rather the importance of carbon sequestration once again, which aligns with the thought of John that we need to go beyond energy into non-energy sectors as well to be able to make this process sustainable. And of course, we need to grapple with this question of how we can mobilize carbon finance, how to facilitate private sector finance into these areas, which are difficult areas. Let me now invite as the next speaker, Dr. P. Ram Babu, and to give his thoughts on how market can play a role in this.
No, it's fine. Yeah, thanks. First, because I was asked to talk about the markets, so that's what I will begin with, and then on the investment side also I have some comments. I'll make those comments too. See, as far as the markets are concerned, India has attempted similar markets earlier, and the initiative is good, adventure was good, but it wasn't a market. There is it's not a very good example of the market. Our REC market, where many of us actually invested and burnt our fingers for a long time, and the EE certs market, which never operated. Even today it doesn't operate. I have a lot of EE certs, I think surplus EE certs all over to sell them. So it's very important before talking about the market, the design of the market. In one way, EU ETS, a nice cap and trade market, an allowance cap and trade market, not emission market, emission cap and trade market, allowances cap and trade markets had an excellent liquidity, but even that had its own pitfalls at some points of time because the way it was designed. Okay, so it's very, very important then when we think about market in India and the Chinese. Okay, we all were parts of, in one part of the other, advising the various segments of the markets coming up, and we have seen what happened to the China. But really speaking, the analytics of Chinese market and its operation, many of us don't even know. Okay, but we cannot say much. Okay, one of the better examples that we have is the California markets and some of the EU ETS markets, etc., etc. So it is here I wanted to say, EU ETS, if you take it as a positive example, then that cap and trade, not necessarily allowances, cap and trade is a must. Now that we have an NDC with us, we need to design a domestic market to meet our NDCs. And the NDCs have to result into caps of various obligated entities. And these obligated entities, when they meet those caps, that should result in India meeting the NDCs. As far as the RE capacity is concerned, India already has something called RPO, and it is extending it to HPO, and it is extending it to storage obligations. I think there we are quite comfortable, whereas the second quantitative thing that is coming, that we have is 45% energy intensity part of it. I think then can be clearly turned into a cap to meet, to design a market. As far as the international market is concerned, Article 6.2 and 6.4 is concerned, I think we need to keep that separately outside the domestic market. And all that is done to go beyond the NDCs. All that India does to go beyond the NDCs and lay a path towards the 2070 net zero, okay, should be authorized to sell as ITMOs, and that should go outside the country. And the domestic market can even get linked, because sometimes what happens is that we may exceed. You have a cap and trade in domestic market. I may exceed that cap. We as a whole, as a system, we may exceed. In that sense, there will be a glut in the market, supply glut in the market. Such supply glut can be linked to an international market through an Article 6.2. Such a design of the market, I think, will be the ideal market, in my opinion. However, you are talking about a much broader market. That broader market is not simply a carbon market, it's carbon market plus plus, which the gold standard earlier has attempted, carbon market plus plus, but you want to attempt much larger than that. You are much more ambitious than that, because you want to assign a value to that plus plus. Gold standard never assigned any value to that plus plus, and I really don't know how far it will go, because carbon is the easiest to quantify. Anything other than the carbon is too difficult. And imagine one thing, an SO2 market, which is also an emission market, will not have the same value in different air sheds. A water will not have same value in different watersheds. But carbon dioxide or the greenhouse gases being global, they will have the same value across the globe. So that is what made the carbon markets easier. And any other attribute that you want to bring in, be careful about how do you define that attribute, because US had a large experience in SO2 markets and NOx markets. They all did not extend beyond the air sheds, etc., etc. I think we need to be very careful. That is one point on the investment. I have one or two.
Just quickly, yes, sir. Quickly.
On the investment side, I just wanted to have your view on what is the trajectory that to meet our NDC. Our NDC is a single point NDC. What is the trajectory to reach that NDC you have assumed to arrive at a number of investment? Because the trajectory could be like this, or it could be like this. And these two trajectories have two different kinds of emission reduction obligations. So what is that you assume? Second thing that I wanted to know about the 2070 part, I'm a little surprised that the 2070 average costs are lower, because I see that the last bit of 20-30% beyond energy transition and beyond some hard to abate sectors is going to be very, very difficult for India. That last 20-30% has to be direct air capture or carbon capture, utilization and storage. That is going to be extremely expensive for India. I don't know. I wanted to know more technical details about those numbers.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rambabu. I think we will, if time permits, we will have some time for, we can ask the presenters to respond to this. Next, let me invite Mr. Mandal to give his thoughts to us.
Thank you,
quickly,
sir.
because now we are running short of time. So maybe in 5 minutes, if you can present your thoughts.
Sure. First of all, thank you, Shanko and Santosh, for the presentation. Let me make some quick remarks on both of those. First, on the investment numbers. I think we've all seen similar studies, and I would say the numbers are in the ballpark. I think it's slightly higher than what I've seen in the past, but they're in that ballpark. What I would say, though, is about the framing of it. I mean, I've seen this cost framing quite a bit, and I think we should talk more about this as an investment and not as a cost, because this is something that will pay off eventually. And the numbers that I have seen in some other studies, it will pay off as soon as or as early as 2030. And this is because something that John Room mentioned earlier, because your O&M cost will be significantly smaller in the long run, your fuel cost will be lower. And by 2050, the government will save almost $300 billion per year on fuel import. So I think that's a huge saving. And even in terms of the other benefits, you'll get an increase in GDP, and these are all modeling estimates. By 2050, there's It's not a huge increase, 3.5 to 4.5 over business as usual GDP in 2050. There's an increase in jobs, some 30, 40 million jobs above business as usual, as well as other indicators, air quality improvement, number of deaths that happens because of air quality reduction in those numbers. So we'll see significant improvements in different parameters because of this transition. So I think the framing needs to be more on that rather than on the cost. So that would be my first point. Second, I think the issue therefore is how do you get this upfront investment? That's the real question. And related to that is the distributional aspect, because this will create winners and losers. And I think how do you make this transition just and equitable? I think that's the real question in front of us. And there are different instruments that India has tried in the past. Renewable energy is a success we all keep talking about. I think we need similar policy instruments in other sectors. Transport sector, for example, what drives most of the investment in US and European markets is a mandated regulation that sort of tells OEMs, the suppliers, to manufacture a certain percentage of their vehicles as electric vehicles, for example. This is what's driving the market in California and EU. In India, we don't have a similar mandate. It's all market driven. So I think these are the kind of innovation that we need to get more investments. Lastly, very quickly on the carbon market trade system, which is very important to meet our NDC targets and our net zero targets. Second, how do we engage with Article 6.2 and 6.4? And lastly, the voluntary carbon markets. And therefore, how do these different components interact with each other and what's most beneficial in the Indian context, something Dr. Venu mentioned. So I think these are things that requires much deeper analysis. We're just starting right now, which is a great thing that we are starting, but I think it requires much more analysis. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mandal. Very important, apart from the fact that the operational costs coming down, maybe the total or the net system cost will pay for itself. But important question is how to get this upfront investment. I don't know whether we have time to address this question, but I think it's a very, very important and critical question when we look at the entire business of climate financing over a long term. Let me now go to Mr. Tandon for his views on how he looks at it. Of course, he represents the private sector, but also a very major multilateral financial institution. So, over to you.
Thank you. Is this working? Can you hear? Yeah, thanks for inviting me. I think being the last speaker, I kept changing my thoughts as to what I should speak on. And every time John spoke, I would delete a point. So let me try and touch upon, maybe I'll try to touch upon things which may not have been said earlier. So from an IFC private sector perspective, having been involved in partnering with India on many private sector projects, including the REWA one that you mentioned, I'll touch upon 4 things on what institutional investors and other investors look at. And I'll come to carbon markets in the end. And what India may need as early, I'm just giving some preview on solutions from our side, or broad solutions which we would like to see a deeper level engagement in the CCDR when we do the analytics. One is on mobilization. Sector by sector, India needs to develop a blueprint. We've done well on renewable energy, but a lot more needs to be done in a number of sectors. You mean agriculture, cities, urbanization, transport, decarbonization in manufacturing, and so on. And while I agree with John that a large part will be public finance, but even if a small part is private sector finance, that's also trillions of dollars. And even if we look at that small part, and if you look at you would need international community to finance that. And when we talk to the international investors, the risk appetites of these investors is very different. A lot of them would like to come in operational projects where the construction risks are over or most of the risks are over and so on. So we need to develop large facilities and programs, to attract international investors in different phases of a sector, and then B, domestic investment for more greenfield and so on. And there are InvIT structures and all in India which are working, but we need to take and expand that sector by sector. I think the second point is around development of capital markets. There is initiatives going on there, But in order to have large pools of private sector financing, we have to deepen the capital markets much more. Green bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, sustainability-linked loans, and even the biodiversity that you mentioned, biodiversity bonds and so on. And as we talk, and we are talking to a number of manufacturing companies for financing their energy transition, there is, we see there is a need for a product which is sustainability-linked or ESG-linked loan, which bends the curve for each company. The third large piece, which is again a big elephant you mentioned, is concessional piece, and that's a very tough piece to, and we still don't have our hands around it, on the blended finance. When we talk to a lot of the donor communities, almost all of them outline 2-3 principles under which they give blended finance. First, they say minimum concessionality. Second, they say no market distortion. And third, they say our blended finance should lead to a road for sustainability. And if you want to square all of this, it requires a very rich discussion, sector by sector, country by country. So the government of India should take the lead in developing a programmatic approach. And we have worked closely with Niti Aayog in developing a blueprint, but we need to take it a step forward. How do we attract large pools of blended finance? And where will you get the maximum bang for buck? And how do you also tick the box for the donors, as are they getting their grant worth it? Are they getting their monies worth it? So that's a piece we need to really work on. And I think the last one is on the carbon market. I'm not an expert on that, but a number of colleagues in the World Bank and IFC were earlier involved in the CDM, and all those lessons have to be taken. We need to have much deeper discussions around carbon market. And carbon market at the end is also one way of tapping the blended finance pools of capital. And if it is verifiable, then great. I think the main two elements there to look out for is standardization, which you know, and aggregation. How do you go away from project by project and have some aggregate methods of scaling up? Let me stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Tandon. We have about 5 minutes left, or maybe 10 minutes. So maybe I can ask maybe Santosh to respond to Dr. Ram Babu's question on this. Well, actually, it should be Shanko, but since it is related to carbon markets, he suggested that we should have a cap and trade system and then deepen or strengthen the compliance markets. Of course, he did not clarify the role of voluntary markets, but how have you looked at this? To what extent do you think this should be done?
So thank you for all the kind thing. I think I'll also address a few comments that John had and others. So I think just to highlight on this assignment, this is more about the institutions and the infrastructure. I think whether it's a cap and trade or a credit, all can be traded. Those decisions are going to be taken by the respective kind of ministries in charge. So the way we look at it, we don't rule that out. And all these suggestions, we have given a very good overview of what are the pros and cons of doing the cap and trade with the allowances, etc. So I think that has been factored in. Second, I think on the consultation with the private sector part, I will also highlight that. We did a number of consultation, as we know that there are some kind of early green shoots in India carbon market. It talks about the compliance market, not about the voluntary carbon market. People are working on that. There are already trades happening in the voluntary carbon market. We are trying to see how those all can be brought together under the framework and with there. And third, sir, you're about the carbon sequestration potential. These transactions are happening. There are many people who are doing trades, I think, but it is very early, very kind of unstructured, and the idea is that how we can structure it. So summarizing it, the study that we did focused on that if we have to look at all of this, what kind of institutional mechanism is ideal to have the discussions, and what kind of infrastructure is basic minimum. I think we have to take it from there and build on that. Market mechanism, we have said the learnings from Pat, Rick, and all these things, we have taken that. We have had a discussion with everyone. So I think very valuable inputs, and I think this will go into our suggestion that how we can further build on the next step on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Shanko, would you like to explain this question of why the net zero costs are falling in the long term? Very briefly, in a minute or so.
The simplest explanation would be that we are starting early. So these costs may be expensive, but since we're starting early, so it gets accumulated over time because they have a technical lifetime. So over the period of time, if you see cumulative costs, so there's some things going out, some things going into the system. So it just turns out that these fossil fuel technologies, because of their higher fuel cost and other things, because we're starting early, we are seeing a little less system cost.
I just wanted to. Let me ask another question. John, thank you very much for your very enlightening thoughts. But I just wanted to know this question of upfront investment, because that takes care of that includes the incremental cost, it includes all the risks. In fact, he talked about disaster risk. I would like to enlarge the ambit. It's climate risk in general. So how are these investments which are supposed to address achieve a sustainability goal and at the same time address the risks of investment? What kind of, what model do you think will work here?
That's a very large, complicated question, but a few thoughts. I think that in some kinds of investments that you have to make, particularly on infrastructure investments, if you think of, I was going to put a road from A to B and a power line from C to D, and now I've got to go back and retrofit climate resilience to that, the cost is going to go up. If you take more of a longer term systems view over the longer term and think, well, actually, maybe the road doesn't have to go like that, it can go like this if it's a new road, or you can relocate certain points of development, the aggregate costs might actually come down. And actually, India's done some pretty good work on this on rural roads in terms of thinking about it. They might not have framed it in that sort of term, but there has been some progress. So I think that's one piece. How you finance it depends a little bit on what you're talking about. I think that if you're talking about rural roads, big highways, and all the rest of it, a lot of this is going to come out of a public financing capability. You can put a little bit of BTO, various forms of PPP, costing rather than upfront capital costs. But you still have a financing issue. And honestly, of all of the issues that we've talked about here, the one that worries me the most is the pressure on the public budgets over the next 10 years, given the tight fiscal pressures that you have and the priorities for it and how you make these decisions. And I don't know that I have a simple answer for this. I think some of the private sector stuff over time, if you move it into the insurance sector for the high end, you can develop the insurance sector, you can help with some of these things, but I don't know that there's a single, simple, I think this is a much longer discussion than a short answer.
Sure. I agree with you, John, that we need certain policy innovations to be able to address some of these questions. But Mr. Tandon, do you agree with him that public finance, of course, will play a critical catalyzing role here? But obviously, the private sector has to play a role here. The kind of numbers that we are talking about, it will certainly not come out of the public budgets. So how will the private sector help in mobilizing this resource at this scale and without compromising on your objectives of maximizing your returns? So question fundamentally is, again I am coming back to that, how will the investors address the climate risk and yet achieve the returns?
No, as I mentioned earlier, we would have to look at sector by sector. There are many insurance companies, pension funds, international, who are happy taking commercial lower returns for projects with low risk. Projects with high risk, you may need some concessional finance or blending to de-risk the project so that you can attract large amounts of capital. So there is no one size fits all. We'll have to look at sector by sector. Electric mobility is in a different phase. Agriculture, private sector intervention is an absolutely different phase. When you talk about manufacturing, then you need to finance steel, cement, and their decarbonization path. Their green hydrogen is likely to make a big play, and even for the green hydrogen today, where the costs are, it's not commercially viable. So you would need some blended finance there. So it is sector by sector, developing a blueprint for mobilization. That is really critical.
Thank you. On this good, clear thought. Okay. Milind, yes.
Yeah. I don't want to add anything. As the discussions are here about the carbon market. Yeah. I'm just briefing it about Bureau of Energy Efficiency is the national body which is being given the task to develop the carbon market. And just before Diwali, we had a national stakeholder consultation. So all your questions, I think, if you address, see that consultation, it is already addressed. And we are already in a way to see that there should be a cap and trade kind of market. And also non-energy sectors are also going to be involved in a step-by-step manner. So all these things are being there, and we are trying to see more stakeholder consultations and input so that it will be a robust kind of thing. This is only just thing. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Milind. Now that you have it from the horse's mouth, I think all your doubts should be addressed. Thank you very much. I think we have come to the end of the session. I must thank all my colleagues and panelists on the rostrum here for their extremely enlightening and insightful remarks. And they have spent their time with us answering your doubts and questions. So I must thank each one of you personally for your remarks and your time, and also your patience with us. This is a subject which is never ending. We are trying to, grapple with some of the questions, but there is a very large, multi-dimensional questions. Of course, there is absolutely no doubt that with these numbers before us, it gives slight clarity to our thought. We may be able to clearly articulate the kind of options that we have before us. It's not that solution is very clear. These numbers are extremely large, and there is no doubt that this kind of mobilization requires cooperation of all the stakeholders. So we will need to come up with innovative instruments to be able to address the risks and meet the expectations and goal of each stakeholder. All of them have different expectations from the system. So it's a very complex task, but hopefully the kind of institutions and the structural changes which Santosh has talked about in his presentation will help us move in that direction. And with the guidance available from the panelists, it will certainly give us greater clarity to the kind of changes that we need to bring about. Let me thank everyone once again, and thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. It was good. Well done. It was a nice event. Thank you very much. Well done.
I'll put my mobile number in.
Ruchi from UNDP, Pratap from Pratap Raju from UNDP. I wanted to have the perspective of Shakti too, but you were engaged in so we have two sessions. I actually wanted to talk to you also about a couple of projects that we are and we are also looking for opportunity of co-financing along with the government of West Bengal in the Sundarban state. We work on solar-based water filtration, turning diesel-based three-wheeler subsidies to electric three-wheelers and putting up charging stations there. We are also looking at doing a study on scoping study on potential of compressed biogas replacing the existing fuel wood and probably maybe Vidya would also so no, I know Vidya from
How do you ensure that no double counting takes place?
We are doing also starting climate work in Ladakh space heating and working with the armed forces to protect the biodiversity and turn their diesel-based whatever they're doing right now in that politically sensitive area, turn into the renewable side. They have gathered funds, they have made separate funds for that, and they are ready to do that. But they want some that level of guidance which if they adopt it, they do not detect it later. Their aim is clear. Probably I would. Sure. So once I get back, maybe next week or if this comes.
Authorization तो double counting कहाँ होगा? Because you cannot sell unless the government authorizes. You can't sell, which will actually kill the voluntary market. ये होगा ना?
No, not that. For example, same voluntary market. So if there is an authorization to come in there, numbers based on multiple assumptions. High, lower. But even in Microsoft, Shell actually take a decision that it is not buying anything other than stock value.
नहीं वही होगा voluntary market with low prices will die. Market with higher prices will come out.
You should like it. Now it's not even. I should set the ball.
I'll also reach out to you because if there's some lot of things happening, you can also organize something. State.
Start planning for more things because then money to
So see, if you want to get one ton, like say $15 to $20, right? So
transaction cost is
yeah. So
but there will come a time you can aggregate.
that's what I'm saying. So think of one panchayat. think of all panchayat and saying each panchayat is a 50. Then we can, so then we're talking. Absolutely. So I'll see you. That's why let's consider this and we'll help you out. That's the point I was making. We are doing it Ranchi because the problem is just a simple problem. You have the X at individual level, but aggregate the carbon X level. That's the mechanism, right? But the problem. But I'm connecting you to my friend from BCG, and we might do something with Punjab government agriculture. So again, Punjab government is trying to do something. The problem is that it's not very straightforward. A lot of convinced and thinking needs to be done. It's a new thing. As you know, the government process. If you follow process, you get process to your product. You don't get the outcome. So we are talking about many uncertainty which is the panel that all people not having clarity. Right? Because new area now, new area, something. This one is also there, right? It was in JSN earlier. Sorry, what is there? If I we had some events.
Yeah, we had some events, but those are having it. This week, with ISA on renewable energy, I think that's also about common wisdom. That's also about small LDCs and new stuff. I'm not aware of this climate finance project is coming up in India and I am also trying to say something or anybody is talking about this country we have 18 for very small reference.
2, 1, 2, tuk tuk tuk, je te parle. Et 1, 2, 1, 2. Ah, là ça rentre dans le zoom normalement. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Rien. Check, check, check. Non, j'ai rien qui rentre. Ça rentre dans la carte. Et tu vois, ça rentre mais ça sort pas, cette merde. Non, j'ai rien. Non, j'ai rien. Tché. Ah. Non. Et. Là, j'ai du gros buzz. Donc là, normalement, moi je parle dans le mic. Check, check. You receive me. Ok, je parle dans le stream, ça c'est sûr, c'est normal. Ok, est-ce qu'on veut speak, please? Ok. On m'entend, bah c'est super. Oui, il m'entend, mais je reçois aussi.
Yeah, yeah. All right. This is.
अभी जो हमने आपका पैनल रखा था सर उसमें IRDA चेयरमैन NFRA चेयरमैन और आप इस तरह के लोग थे सर हमने तो यही सोच के रखा था तो लेकिन we will try कि 7 लोग के बाद अगर जस्टिफिकेशन बनता है क्योंकि 7 लोग हैं सर उस पैनल में जो सजेस्ट आपने किया है
ओके ओके ओके
तो सर इसीलिए हम रेगुलेटरी में जो TN मनोरम साहब हैं हमारे जो उसके मॉडरेटर उनको भी बोल सकते हैं कि उस सेशन में जो डिस्कस हुआ इंडिया की पोजीशन क्या है आप क्या सोचते हैं इंडिया की पोजीशन का तो सर उसमें आपको टाइम भी मिलेगा और उनको अगर आपने रिबट करना है तो वो अपॉर्चुनिटी भी मिलेगी
Hello, Mr. Singh. We'd just like to check if you can hear us.
रेगुलेटरी पैनल है ना उसमें आपसे सस्टेनेबिलिटी का
I don't think they can.
ओके ओके ओके
क्योंकि सर 7 लोगों के बीच में अगर मैंने 8 के 75 मिनट के सेशन में टाइम ही कितना मिलेगा सर फिर आपको
There, the only concern was you have anybody from India there? I don't think there is anybody.
नहीं सर, you are right सर, कोई नहीं है इंडिया से क्योंकि ये सेशन आईफैक्ट ने प्लान से प्लेनरी सेशन डिसाइड किए मैं लेकिन एक पर्सपेक्टिव जो आज मेरी प्रेसिडेंट और वाइस प्रेसिडेंट से बात हुई बोले वी विल एन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू रिबट व्हाटएवर दे आर सेइंग क्योंकि 7 लोगों के बाद अगर आपको लेते हैं तो उसमें टाइम नहीं मिलेगा सर एक क्वेश्चन से ऊपर नहीं हो
Hello, Mr. Amarjeet Singh, can you hear us? This. Hello, hello. नहीं वॉल्यूम कम किया सर हेलो yeah Mr. Singh, can you hear us?
Lights are really. Acha, Angarika, can you please shut the door? So noisy. So, hello everyone and good afternoon. It's past 3, so we must start the session. On behalf of UNDP India and IORA Ecological Solutions, I welcome you all to this discussion on mainstreaming climate risk in corporate investing, the role of financial disclosures. Today, climate change presents financial risks to the global markets, with major economies set to lose roughly 18% of their GDP in the next 30 years. This estimation is based on the Climate Economics Index made by the Swiss Re Institute. What are disclosures? This term we are hearing a lot lately in the business and financial sectors. According to the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, disclosures are becoming critical pillars for financial investments as they provide an essential function to price risk, to support informed and efficient capital allocation decisions. Investors need clear, comprehensive, and high-quality information on the impact of climate change. Better disclosures can lead to better understanding among investors of the risks and opportunities associated with climate change on a company's financial performance, ultimately leading to climate-positive investments. There's a growing appreciation of the need to factor climate-related risks and opportunities into financial and business decisions. This has resulted in the development of various disclosure frameworks, guidelines, and standards at the national and international levels. Some are voluntary and some are mandatory in nature. The Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, or in short, we call it the TCFD, is a global initiative that aims to develop a risk management and disclosure framework for organizations to report and act on imminent climate risks. Currently, the TCFD framework is voluntary in nature, but there are increased calls from creditors and investors demanding access to climate-related information. This presents an opportunity to countries to integrate these disclosures into their regulatory processes. With the TCFD gaining momentum and businesses becoming more sensitive and conscious towards climate disclosures and actions, a focus is emerging to look at environment or nature in a more holistic manner. UNDP, as part of its global flagship program BioFin, that is Biodiversity Finance Initiative, aims to work with the Securities and Exchange Board of India and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India to look at opportunities of integrating climate and nature indicators as part of mandatory reporting in India. The project also aims to generate awareness amongst the corporates and build their capacities to improve their reporting on these indicators to make it clear and comprehensive so that it could also help government consolidate this information on positive actions for sharing with the global community. I would now like to introduce our illustrious panel here. So we have with us Mr. Robert Moore, Head of Sustainable Finance and Carbon Markets, Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, Government of UK. Welcome. We are also very fortunate to have with us, joining virtually from India, Mr. Amarjeet Singh. Can we see them? Yeah. We have Mr. Amarjeet Singh, Executive Director, Securities and Exchange Board of India, and his colleague, Ms. Surabhi Gupta, General Manager, SEBI. We cannot see her on the screen, but she's there. We also have another speaker joining us virtually, who is Mr. Sanjeev K. Singhal. He's the chairman of the Auditing and Assurance Standards Board and also the chairman of Sustainability Reporting Standards Board, set up under the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Mr. Singhal is also a chartered accountant. We have two speakers from the corporate sector in India. Mr.
Good afternoon. We are not able to hear you.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Amarjeet sir, are you able to hear them?
Oh, he also can't hear us. So some IT glitches.
हाँ, उनको जा रहा है, उधर नहीं जा रहा. UNDP में नहीं.
So actually, can you hear me now? Mr. Singhal, can you hear us? Because we can't hear you. I think he can hear us. Okay, you can hear us. Okay. So I was just giving a little bit of a background and a context to the session today, which you are aware of, so I don't think I need to repeat it. And I was introducing the panel. The first panelist that I introduced was Mr. Robert Moore, who is the head of Sustainable Finance and Carbon Markets in the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, Government of UK. And then I was introducing you, Mr. Amarjeet Singh, and then I was introducing Mr. Singhal. So from here, I'll take over. So now I was going to introduce our two speakers from the corporate sector in India. we have Mr. Sanjeev Paul, who is the present chairman of the Confederation of Indian Industries in the Eastern region. And he's the Vice President, Health, Safety and Environment in Tata Steel. This is missing, okay. And the other panelist from the corporate sector India, we have Mr. Nishant Arya. He's the Vice Chairman of the JBM Group. So I welcome you all. And at the same time, I would like to also introduce my colleague, Mr. Swapan Mehra. He's the CEO of the IORA Ecological Solutions. And myself, Ruchi Pant, I lead the climate and business portfolio in UNDP in India. So before we start the discussion, we also have a small quiz for our audience here. And we have a few prizes. So we thought I'll hand over this now to Mr. Parth Joshi. He will take over the quiz, and my other colleague, Angarika. So over to you, Parth.
Thank you. So we thought we'll just do this little exercise to get everyone off their mobile phones for a bit. So I'll request my colleagues if they can just play the presentation. Yeah. So we have these 5 questions. So we have 5 questions in this quiz, and we'll request you to kindly raise your hands before you answer, otherwise your answer becomes invalid and you just hand over the prize to the next person. So question 1, what is the aim of climate-related disclosures? And we have these 5 options: supporting international efforts to reduce GHG emissions by providing annual data, providing information with the aim to attract new funding, green finance, providing an opportunity for organizations to promote and market themselves and differentiate themselves from their competitors, allowing a broader range of stakeholders to understand the role that the organization has in the transition towards a low-carbon economy, or providing information to the investors about how resilient the organization is to climate-related risks and opportunities. So these are the 5 options. Please raise your hands if one of them is correct.
No, one or more.
One or more.
No, not really. So it's one or more.
Okay, raise your hands, please. Okay, we'll start with you, ma'am.
If you're talking about climate risk-related disclosures, then it's probably the 5th one.
Okay,
Providing information
number
to
5.
investors.
Any other answers?
It could be many of these options. Though.
You could say there are many. You could just name the number of options.
More than one. The answer
It could be more than one. It could be just one. Just give me the answers that you feel are correct.
Broadly, they look like they all align to.
Okay, so all of them?
Disclosures, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
all of them. All of them. Number 1, 1 and 5. 1, 2, 4, 5. Anyone else? Okay, so we'll move on to the answer. 1, 2, 4, 5.
I hope you didn't see your answer somewhere. Okay. Okay, the next question.
All right, question 2. What are the 4 core elements of recommended TCFD disclosures? We have governance, supply chain management, risk management, HR, strategy, metrics, and targets. So which of these 2 are not the core elements, probably? Show of hands. Yes, ma'am?
Supply chain management and human resources.
Not a part of the disclosures. Okay. Okay, she goes first then. Any
so
other
where are
options?
the prizes? Acha, you gave it. Angarika.
Okay.
Door.
You're right, madam. Okay, let's clap for the correct answer. Moving on to the next question. What are the types of climate-related risks as defined by TCF? Physical, financial, transitional, or political? Show of hands. Physical and transactional. All right. Anyone else? All right. Okay. Great. Move on to the next question.
Wait, let her get the prize.
Yeah. Why does climate disclosure matter for investors? So that they're able to assess their exposure to climate-related risks and also are aware of the opportunities. They're able to trust the intentions of organizations they're investing in. they're able to effectively allocate the capital needed to support transition to low carbon economy. They're able to take into consideration the risk return profile of the organization they're investing in. They're able to better understand what climate change is and how it will affect the economy. Or they're able to identify and explore opportunities for significant returns in the transition to a low carbon economy. So it can be one option, it can be all of them, or it can be some of them. A show of hands. Except 5, all of them. All right. Anyone else? Yeah. 1, 3, 6. All right. So no prizes for this one. All right.
But,
The
but
final.
I think the one who came closest, I think one person had 3 correct. No? Acha, okay. We'll see later.
Okay, we'll consider later. All right, moving on to the final question now, before we go on to the core of our discussions. What elements make up the reporting landscape? Mandatory reporting requirements, guidance and tools to report relevant info, expectations of the wider society, organizations who set standards and guide reporting practices, or voluntary reporting standards and framework. Again, one of them can be correct, all of them can be correct, or some of them can be correct. All of them? Okay. Okay, we always have the usual suspects. 1 of 5. All of them? All right. Except for 3, all of them. Okay. All right, great. So I hope we are all warmed up for the discussion, and I hand it over to our moderator.
So I hope you all enjoyed the quiz. And now let's come back to the panel. And so it's like this. We have one question to each panelist. And we have about 5 to 7 minutes. So I really will appreciate if the answers are crisp. And we'll try to stick to the time. So that there's a special surprise that the last speaker has something special to speak. So we should give the person enough time to, we need to listen to that person. Okay, let's begin with Mr. Moore. So, Mr. Moore, we know that the Companies Act 2006 of UK has made climate-related financial disclosures mandatory for large companies. That's right? Yeah. Okay, so we would like to hear from you. What were the key drivers for this action? What challenges did the government face in implementing this decision? And how mandatory disclosures benefited businesses in the UK in securing climate-positive investments? Because it's 2006, so we have covered quite a lot of time.
Yeah, so I mean, sorry, just a second. Hey, could you use this slide? Yeah, so I mean, check if it's on. I think at the bottom.
Can use this one.
It's we have no working microphones at the UK Pavilion at the moment, so I'm tempted to take all 3. So, I mean, I'd start off saying I don't want to start by correcting, but what I'd say, I mean, mandatory climate disclosures are only in the process of being implemented in the UK now, and that's with us being the first country in the world to implement them on a mandatory basis across the economy. But I think that probably draws on a tradition of introducing a particular type of regulation within a UK context. But I might talk a bit more broadly about the UK story and what we've learned, but hopefully whilst answering your question. So I think firstly, what are the motivations for a government and for industry in implementing a sort of disclosure regime that is robust? And I think that's manifold. Firstly, there's a big financial stability imperative. So we know that climate change poses a huge risk to the financial system. You can only manage that if you can measure it. Investors can only undertake efficient decisions, and consumers can only purchase green products if they're able to discern what is green and what is not. And so you have a stability risk, but you also have a real interest from both investors and consumers. From a government implementing a net zero commitments perspective, it is in our interest for a whole number of reasons to ensure that the allocation of capital across the economy is wherever it can, taking into account climate risks, both those in terms of physical impacts, but also is aligned with our pathway to net zero. And then finally, there is a real interest in forging, I think, a sort of an international way forward on climate change, which is beneficial for both the financial sector. I was at a panel with Nick Stern earlier today talking about the growth story of the 21st century being a net zero one. That's also true for financial services, and it's also true for investment. It's not only true for the real economy. And so there is also a sort of financial sector interest, and we hear that a lot from the City of London and our private sector stakeholders, not just governments looking to implement net zero commitments. It's very much a sort of a collective effort and a collective interest. We have a green finance framework in the UK that I think we could break down into three principles, the first of which disclosure is absolutely essential for. First one is informing consumers, second, acting on information, and finally, shifting finance flows. And we articulated this ahead of COP26 in a green finance roadmap. So we committed to making TCFD mandatory actually in 2020. But like you could trace back the origins of that in any number of ways, and a whole number of things coming together. I was previously the UK's climate finance negotiator, and so was peripherally in the system when TCFD was first being established. And one thing that I think was really important is to take into account is that these things take a lot of time and they take a lot of consensus. And so what TCFD was able to do was build a sort of best-in-class assessment of what is needed that had the buy-in of academia, of civil society, of business, of other countries that we were speaking to actively. It was an internationalist effort from the start, and that enables decisions to be taken in the knowledge that they represent a broad sweep of society and not a particular interest group. And that's something that I think is also really important as we take forward some other aspects related to carbon credits, relating to transition plans that are also in the same landscape. But it's really trying to, we knew that climate risk was a thing. We knew that there was going to be an evolution in interest in how you do it right. And so to convene people and try and get them ahead of the curve and then base, our domestic framework on what they were saying with a view to that reflecting best in class and a broad consensus, but also to being international in nature. So we actually introduced those disclosures for public traded firms and large private companies in 2022. So we will see the sort of first wave of reports coming in actually quite shortly, and we are already in the process of looking at where TCFD sits in terms of the wider ecosystem. So you have disclosures, but they only provide you the information. You also need the imperative to act. That requires a policy framework. It also requires, and something that we actually hosted at a pavilion today, the launch of the Transition Plan Task Force's work to develop a standard for transition plans. And so the disclosures will tell you the risk. The transition plans will tell you what a company is going to do to deal with that risk. And as you're developing standards in an Indian context, I think a key learning from us is you need to bear in mind, you need to take into account where disclosures sit within a wider architecture, because they're critical, they're essential for efficient allocation of finance and for raising awareness of climate. All the things that we had, and I'd even say number 3 in the first question, which was around companies be as long as you see, as long as that's not the only incentive, but a lot of companies do want to show that their consumers and their investors that they are making the transition in a robust way. So sort of bringing that broad buy-in. The other thing is these things take a lot of time, and what we've seen in the UK is actually 6 to 8 years of the process, not quite as far back as the Companies Act, but in terms of the real process to develop TCFD, that's 6 to 8 years to fruition. And we're now already thinking, where do we go next? So it will be a continual evolution, so it needs to be reflexive, and you need to sort of take into account the amount of time that it takes. And then I think the final sort of lesson that final 2 things that I would say that we've learned in the UK. The one is that it will depend, especially for managing transition risks, very dependent on stable policy frameworks. So in order to judge and transition risks for those that are less familiar with TCFD is effectively risks arising from climate mitigation policies. And the stability of a policy regime, a real enshrined commitment to an ambitious decarbonisation pathway is really important. And then there's a sort of a virtuous cycle where that can help mobilise more capital, that can lower costs, that can get you on the right path, and if done in the right way with the right time horizons and the right broader supportive framework, that can be done in a way that provides financial stability too and avoids shocks. And then the final point is just the importance of international alignment and coherence. At the G7, our then Chancellor, now Prime Minister, was really eager to try and secure commitment to TCFD mandatory disclosures from the G7 as a whole, which we were successful in. And we're now working on and supporting the work of the International Sustainability Standards Board, which is looking to take the TCFD's work, build on it, and ensure that there is a baseline international standard that other countries can also report on. And that's important both for transparency, but also for the private sector, because they don't want to be in every jurisdiction that they work in having an entirely different approach and an entirely different framework. So that's the sort of state of play in the UK. We're publishing a refreshed green finance strategy in the coming months, which is taking up most of my life at the moment. So I can't say too much about where we go next beyond that. But this is a sort of dynamic process. It takes a long time. Involving lots of stakeholders is really important, and sort of being ambitious is also really important. And that's certainly something that we hear regularly, not just from civil society, but from a broad caucus of our stakeholders. Stop there, obviously. Look forward to discussion. Yeah,
Thank you so much. I think it was very, very useful. And I know the time is very short, but we will be in touch with you because we are also in the process in India. We have yet to adopt TCFD in our processes. But it's a good learning, and I think you've given us some very good points, and we have taken note of these, and we are going to be working with the who's who in the country. So with that, we come to our next question, which is to Mr. Amarjeet Singh. Mr. Amarjeet Singh, you can hear us? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So, Mr. Singh, India is among the very few countries to have a progressive regulatory environment, making disclosures or sustainability reporting mandatory. The credit for this goes to many who have contributed to making this a reality, but mostly to the Securities and Exchange Board of India, who have brought out a circular to this effect, which is in the form of the BRSR. I don't want to reveal what it is, so it's over to him. We would like to know from Mr. Singh, what is a BRSR? And what was the reason behind making the BRSR, which is the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting, mandatory? And can the principles of TCFD be integrated in the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for including me in this conversation, and good afternoon, everybody. Just before I talk about BRSR, let me mention that our engagement in the sustainability disclosure space started way back in 2012 when we prescribed a framework called BRR, Business Responsibility Reporting. That was only for 100 companies to begin with, 100 companies by market capitalization. Then progressively over the years, we expanded the scope, and by 2019, it was applicable to top 1,000 companies. And right from early days, we've kept it mandatory. Unlike many jurisdictions which had a voluntary approach, comply or explain approach, but we thought that in our system, probably that may not work. So we wanted to give it a real push. So we kept it as mandatory right from beginning. What has happened in the last 2 years because of various, global developments, and I need not go into those developments, we thought there was a need to revisit our BRR framework. So after, considerable amount of time that was spent in revisiting that framework, in 2021, we came up with BRSR. So this is Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting Framework. This is a huge makeover on the previous template. So this is a new tool for making disclosures by corporates in India, listed corporates in India. This is a quantum jump over what we had earlier, both in terms of disclosures relating to climate, disclosures relating to social factors and governance factors. And we've been careful, in having a climate plus approach. Of course, climate related disclosures are there, but we feel, given our, the state of development where we are in terms of the huge income inequalities and social disparities that we have in our society, in our economy. So we thought the S and G also are very important components. So we have given enough coverage. SR for the first year we kept it voluntary, but from this financial year we made it mandatory. But I'm pleased to share this with you that even during the first year when it was voluntary, around 170 corporates decided to make those disclosures as per the new template, which is called BRSR. Let me also very quickly add, this is my view. I think there are two dominant forces at work in the ESG world, and one is investors. I think they were more dominant compared to regulators and governments. So because investors were asking for these disclosures, investors need to understand the risks and opportunities relating to sustainability when they invest in a company. And they also need to understand not only the sustainability related risks and opportunities, but also the financial implications of those risks and opportunities. So I think they were anyway, seeking those disclosures. And we have just supplemented that effort. And, I think a template helps. The regulatory push definitely helps. And we are also keeping a tab on, the TCFD framework. In fact, on most of the requirements are aligned with TCFD also, but we have some points of differences. Just, for example, scenario building. So in our system, we don't allow future projections. So, and we also feel scenario building may be a complex exercise and not every company would be equipped to do that. So barring some of those concerns, otherwise we are more or less aligned, and we are also keeping a tab on ISSB framework, and we've given our comments on that as well. Yeah, I think that's it for now, but happy to, come again if there are any other questions. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I think this was really good to hear from you because as we mentioned that SEBI has made it mandatory. You've heard it from right from Mr. Amarjit Singh, who's the lead, he's the executive director of SEBI. And of course, there's so much more to talk to you about, and I don't think we'll have time today, but of course, there at least people get to know you and they can reach out to you. And so we'll move on for now, and I'm hoping that you'll stay on, or at least Surabhi is here to respond to some questions that may come from the audience. Now our next question is to Mr. Singhal, Mr. Sanjeev Singhal, who represents the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. I have already introduced him. This institute was set up, or he has also set up the Auditing and Assurance Standards Board more recently, which is responsible for auditing the disclosures. So we would like to ask Mr. Singhal, firstly, how is the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India the best suited organization to audit the financial disclosures reports? And what will be the role of auditors in integrating climate risk into financial reporting? We can't hear you. Can we unmute him? Or can
So thank you, Dr. Ruchi. Thanks for giving this opportunity to the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India. I am Sanjeev Singhal, an elected Central Council member. And I am the chairman of the Auditing and Assurance Standard Board and the Sustainability Reporting Standard Board. So while the Auditing Standard Board is pretty old one, it's more than now 2.5 decades. it is the Sustainability Reporting Standard Board which has been set up 2.5 years ago. As far as audit of financial disclosures is concerned, that is mandated by law that it has to be done by a chartered accountant, and it is existing since 1949. So we are almost a 73-year-old institution. It is the sustainability space that now chartered accountants are venturing into. And this last 2.5-year journey of the Sustainability Board has been quite exciting. And we have worked with all the national and the international regulators. We are working very closely with Security Exchange Board of India, Niti Aayog, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and similarly in the international space, we recently got the chair for the UNCTAD ISA 39th session. And Dr. Ruchi, we are working with now, intending to work with UNDP and IFAC, etc. Now, assurance, we always believe, has to be there. Financial statement assurance is already there. Same way we believe for the non-financial statement also. Somebody, we believe, has to bring method into madness. And ICI is playing an important role. Our Sustainability Board has also come out with an assurance standard on ESG. And it is the world's first such assurance standard. It was released last month. It's called SSAE 3000. While it is on the line of ISA 3000, it is ISA 3000++. So what Mr. Amarjit Singh said about BRSR, so it also incorporates BRSR assurance and assurance on sustainable development goal and any other assurance. It facilitates limited assurance as well as reasonable assurance. As ICI, we are very proud of what's been done by SEBI in the BRSR, and we are building capacity for our members. We have done 13 batches of the certificate course on BRSR because we believe that assurance will help avoiding the greenwashing, which will become quite prevalent because in the race to show more what's been done against what's actually been done. So we believe that chartered accountant profession, and now we have enabled multidisciplinary partnerships. So with the help of ESG experts as well, a chartered accountant will be able to render an opinion. And we definitely believe that an assurance always gives an assurance to all the stakeholders, whether it is the investors or it is the lenders or it is the government or it is the world at large. And ICI also supports integrated statements, integrated performance statement, which should be a combination of financial statement as well as a non-financial statement. We do not support having one set of financial statement, second a non-financial statement, then you build GRI standards, and then have a bridge. Actually, I think what UNCAD has developed, they have developed GCI on 33 core indicators, which is a guidance on core indicator 33, and beautifully mapped that which core indicator is linked to which SDG, to which IFRS, etc. So, ICI would also be in the immediate future, and in fact, this is one project which is in hand, would be looking at developing that if some meaningful information can be added within the financial statement as an annexure to the financial statement, and then a comprehensive assurance can be given on both, so that some sanity can be brought in. And our profession is ready. More than 1,000 members have already qualified this course, and more are in the process. So initially, we believe that assurance will be mandatory in a phased manner in India, and within next 1 or 2 years, we'll be able to build capacity of about 5,000 chartered accountant into this space. So that's my brief response to this question, Dr. Ruchi, and we'll be happy to supplement any other answer that may be required.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. A big clap for our speaker. And again, as I said, there is so much to learn from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. They are doing so much work, and I think this thing about assurance will avoid greenwashing. I think that's a very, very important point, because as we see some of the reporting happening currently, I am not referring to the Tata Steel and JBM groups, but we have been reviewing a lot of reports that come through, and there is a need for better understanding and better reporting. So we feel quite assured with ICAI as a future partner with us. We will be able to work closely and try to help streamline some of these standards and indicators, and help in building capacities, which you are already doing, but let's see how we can help you further. So yeah, please stay on and it'll be good. I'm sure our audience would like to speak to you and ask you some questions. And now we move on to our two corporates, and coming to Mr. Sanjeev Paul first. Can we have your... So Tata, I think it'll be good if you can introduce Tata Steel a little before you answer the question. And the question which comes to you is, at Tata Steel, which is a very big, how is this resulting in better opportunities in financing climate action. But first, a little bit about your company. It's a big company, and I'm sure the audience would like to know more about Tata Steel.
Sure. That's a bigger quiz question to me now, but plenty to say about my own company. Need to think what is it that would be relevant here. It's the flagship company of Group Tata, which is Indian multinational, $100 billion plus group, more than 150 years old now. Tata Steel itself is 110 years old. One of the biggest, in fact, the biggest steel makers in India, amongst the 10 largest steel makers in the world. We have our steel plants in, most of them in India now, 20 million tons in India, around 10 million tons in Europe, 7 in Netherlands, and 3 in UK, and 1.5 tons in Thailand as well. So quite a large group, quite an old group, and known for its ethics, known for its many firsts, known for being a corporate, responsible corporate citizen. So coming to the question that you asked, disclosures, I think this is also part of being a responsible corporate citizen. We have been disclosing our performance on E, S, and G ever since this, this term became management jargon, and even before we have been doing that. We were reporting earlier based on the integrated reporting framework on the 6 capitals, and that is how our annual report is produced every year. That is a huge effort. But since the last 3 or 4 years, our reporting has been shifting towards the TCFD framework as well. Last year, we have reported based on that, because for the last 3-4 years, we have been working on understanding what our transition risks would be. We have done an assessment, both quantitative as well as qualitative assessment of our entire transition risks. We have done an assessment of our physical risks on each of our sites now, and understood what would that be. And based on the framework of TCFD, we have looked to integrate and embed these risks and opportunities that we have identified, 4 risks, 6 opportunities, into our strategy. And based on that, we are looking to develop our governance. This would be the second year where we would be reporting based on our risks and opportunities based on the TCFD framework. And this report that comes out in March 2023 will be richer in terms of the reporting that happens. We have been reporting to CDP and some of the other ESG organizations based on the TCFD already. This entire group, the TCFD, this group is now looking to develop nature-based financial disclosures also. So as and when that becomes formal, we will start working on that as well. So we have been reporting or looking to report or be in the forefront of reporting of our performance. You would be aware we have already announced our climate-related ambitions. And it is not just climate-related ambitions, it is sustainability-related ambitions that we have announced. We have said that we will be carbon neutral not just as Tata Steel, but as Tata Group, we would be carbon neutral by 2045. This is not just a long-term target. We have medium-term and immediate-term targets as well.
Please note,
On
the
steel,
meeting
for
is
example,
no longer being recorded.
I'm fine with that. Yeah. These are published, so even if you're recording, is fine. We have said that our intent.
Live streamed also.
That's right. So our intensity, which is 2.5 tons of carbon dioxide emission per ton of crude steel, we have announced that it will be 1.8 by 2030. Today we are producing 20 million tons. By 2030, our production will be double. It will be around 40 million tons. So we are reducing our intensity, carbon intensity, by in the next 7 or 8 years. We have targets around water, we have targets around biodiversity, we have targets around circularity. So as a responsible corporate, what I began with, we are not only taking actions, but looking to report and make sure that all our stakeholders are clear and on those 4 or 5 things that you guys answered. What is it that our climate-related actions going to be? What is it that our financial, sustainability-related actions going to be? Thank you.
So, I think Tata Group is very well known globally, but it was good to hear from you more about the Tata Steel Group. We will come back to you with questions from the audience. Till then, we are coming to our final panelist, Mr. Nishant Arya, who is the vice chairman of the JBM Group. So again, I will request the same. If you can introduce your group first, and then if you want, I can give you the question right away.
I'll just introduce the
Okay, you can introduce the group.
Yeah, so just to share with all of you, so we are a global conglomerate present in about 35 countries across the world, focused on electric vehicles, lithium batteries, power electronics, DC fast charging, renewable energy, and multiple areas which are focused on sustainability and focusing on zero emission technologies in electric, hydrogen, biogas, and many other areas, along with renewable energy and energy storage.
Right. Okay, thanks a lot. So our question to you is climate risk a challenge or an opportunity for Indian businesses? And how is the JBM Group integrating it into its strategy and management processes?
No, I think...
and you have a lot of time, actually. Everyone has taken less time. We were worried that the last speaker may not get enough time. So now you have close to even 10 minutes. Yeah, more than 10 minutes.
Sure. Climate risk, where India stands today at the cusp of really moving forward is a great opportunity, where I see the kind of ecosystem which is present in India today, where we see multiple corporates, startups, government, and different academic institutions really developing a kind of a framework where everybody can participate, collaborate, and co-create, with the focus on ESG, and with India taking the G20 leadership next year. And what we've heard about the life focus from our Honorable Prime Minister, and the way we are taking the focus on almost 500 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030. I think these are path-breaking initiatives which would redefine how India would move forward. And International Solar Alliance having its headquarters in India, and now we're seeing the hydrogen mission also. India is taking a huge leap forward. Coming to the TCPD and also the BRSR roles which we see today, I think the opportunity truly lies is that what I personally believe in this statement is that how can we make sustainability profitable for making profitability sustainable. I think that is the game changer in our approach, what can really redefine the economics of India. And when we are growing at such a fast pace, and the world has realized the importance of sustainability, and the way we need to see that how we're protecting the environment, focusing on ESG goals primarily during the COVID period, how everyone has taken up health and environment such an important way. I think it is a testimony of the fact that we have understood how each one of us has to contribute, let alone only the corporates or the nations which we are part of. And clearly, the kind of activities which we are taking as an organization is, as I mentioned, investing substantially into the clean mobility, the sustainable businesses like electric mobility, like solar energy. So today, waste to gas and circular economy, I think that is very important, because in our country, circular economy is the need of the hour, zero waste is need of the hour, and how we are able to really create a scenario where it is a ecosystem which operates independently of any kind of support required. And today we see that in many areas, electric vehicles and other areas, subsidies were given, but they act as a catalyst just to kickstart the whole process. And definitely becoming the green capital of the world. That's how I see India, how we can become the green capital of the world. And clearly, when we are doing that, I think there is no shame for companies to really demonstrate what they're actually doing and what do they intend to do in terms of raw materials, in terms of logistics, packaging, the water efficiency, energy efficiency, and many other areas, even the platinum rated buildings, the kind of green buildings which we have, and how are we practicing that in our day-to-day lives. I think that is going to be instrumental in making India the green capital of the world. And whilst doing that, how as responsible corporates we feel that we have taken a pledge that how we are knocking off about 1 billion kgs of CO2 with our investments in the next 3 to 4 years by 2025. And similarly, how are we clocking e-kilometers? How are we clocking uh, the green initiatives with the kind of SOx and NOx levels going down, and contributing with about 10 billion units of energy, green energy, which we would consume, and more than 50% of our energy consumption would be green by 2030. So I think as a responsible corporate, it is very important for us, and I think this is what we expect from each and every JBMite as well in every part of the world. And clearly seeing that making sustainability profitable is very important, and how people understand how they contribute towards it, and each and every idea is something which is path breaking here. And today when we see here, what I was able to see here as well, that in different cases, how are we seeing that converting different sets of technologies. Some students were talking converting plastic into oil, recycling, re-innovating, and seeing that there is a lot of room for innovation and collaboration which is coming in. And definitely, I think in different parts of the world, just to give you a small example, I think necessity is the mother of invention in most of the cases. And I see Israel as a country, as a classic example. They don't have any minerals, but they are best in class technologies. They are, whether in defense, in cybersecurity, in drip irrigation, where they are able to grow forward. I think that is a testimony for really giving us a perspective what can be done, what needs to be done, and what will be done by the world order and the kind of world order which we have today. And this is what would redefine the India of tomorrow, which is being led by the youth, which understand the need as we go along. And I think the steps being taken by SEBI, ICAI, amongst other corporates and institutions are only going to really see that how are we well structured, how are we following global norms, and at the same time causing the highest level of disruption with sustainability becoming the norm for tomorrow, and how as responsible corporates we are able to have financial goals which are linked to it, and clearly putting across the need where each corporate, each step which it takes has this as a basic foundation and DNA in its thought process, where people are really not seeing it as a burden but as an opportunity and responsibility for themselves.
Thank you. That was very brief. We had given you more time, and doesn't matter, but I'm sure. So thank you very much. Thanks to all the panelists, and also thanks to Mr. Singhal and Mr. Amarjit Singh. Mr. Amarjit Singh had to leave for another meeting. I know he had to go for another meeting. And we are now joined by Ms. Surabhi Gupta, who's the General Manager at SEBI, and she's here with us, and she will be responding to any questions that you have for SEBI today. Welcome, Surabhi. Okay, so over to the audience, we have actually plenty of time. We have, I would say, half an hour plus 5 minutes, so almost 35 minutes. So perhaps we could have 15-20 minutes of Q&A, and then I'll request my colleague Swapan to take more than 20 minutes. Doesn't 20 minutes, doesn't matter. 20 minutes, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay, so I think everyone has a question. This one, Achal.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm Louis Roy, CEO of Optel. We are a traceability leader with an incredible team in Goa and in India. And my question for all of you, because India is the engineering pool for the future. So India has a high responsibility in developing the engineering school and create innovation. So what do you see the big business relationship with the university? Because we are counting on you, and Optel is counting on the engineering school to create innovation to build a more sustainable planet. So
see, in my opinion, as a country, we actually have about 1.6 million engineers coming out of universities and colleges every year. And today, when we see that the kind of collaboration which the industry and academia are having for making them relevant and for really seeing that how those students are understanding the technologies of the future and how are they being relevant for different businesses, I think is something which is happening at a very fast pace. Nevertheless, we always have dearth of what we need, but at the same time, I think this can act as a right foundation, and also the kind of focus which we have from the Ministry of Skill Development in India, where it's not only engineers, but also different kind of courses in ITIs and different diploma holders and other people where multiple skills are being promoted and development is happening, and not only in urban cities but semi-urban and rural areas also. Definitely it is enhancing the skill level substantially. And to take example of the green initiatives, I think in renewable energy, whether it's solar or hydro or electric mobility, in many such areas, things have progressed very fast, and the adaptation only happens when you have the right people to lead it and form the right basis for that. So definitely we are contributing and would be contributing much further as we go along.
Mr. Paul also wants to respond. Yeah, sure. Please go ahead.
Slightly blunt a little bit on this. The collaboration between industry and academia in India is nowhere close to what it should be, considering the number of engineering schools that we have, the number of engineers that we have. And from a Tata Steel point of view, I can tell you the kind of efforts that we are now putting in to ensure that this collaboration increases. There is more and more innovation that can happen collectively. The fact is that we have a very, very long way to go. And if we have to benchmark ourselves with practices that exist in Europe and in the US, then there is plenty of time that we will take reaching there. I thought I'll just make that as a point.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Sanjeev Nathan from INSEADA in India. We are part of International Network for Sustainable Energy, and it's a global network of 140 organizations all across the globe. And we are promoting local solutions which are helping poor communities as well as carbon reduction. My question to you, sir, is these local solutions, small-scale biogas plants, smokeless stoves, will they also come under the disclosure? Because biogas plants, family-sized biogas plant can save 4 tons of carbon per annum, and smokeless stove 1.5 to, depending on the type of stove, 1.5 tons of carbon. So will those also come into disclosures? And under CSR projects, the companies are already doing a lot of things. And so if we do these works under the under corporate social responsibility, Will that come? I think that question to Mr. Singhal also, that will that also come in the indicators and will that come under the disclosures? So that's my question. Thank you.
Yeah. So first I would like to ask from SEBI, Surbi, would you like to respond to this first? Then I can respond.
So, sir, if these methods are being employed by a listed company, which is reducing any kind of wastage or GHG emissions, it will be counted. So while giving the disclosures on the metrics, it will get counted there. But the disclosures per se are to be made by the listed company.
And yeah, so thanks, Surbi. I would like to add, in fact, what you said is absolutely correct. So if you are falling into those 1,000 companies, top 1,000 listed companies by market cap to which BRSR applies, then yes, you will be covered. But even otherwise, see, because soon we'll be talking about scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, all the type of emissions. So one way or the other, if you are dealing with those companies where these disclosures are required, then, you know, directly, indirectly, you will be covered. And it's only a matter of time that all listed entities and maybe all major unlisted entities would be covered. So, I mean, if not today, it can be today also, depending upon your listed status or your dealings with listed companies. But in future, definitely it will come. Thank you.
Just very briefly, because obviously I'm not an expert in the Indian context, but I would say that one of the lessons that we've learnt in the UK is certainly that ultimately, for a disclosure regime to be fully effective, it needs to be mandatory across the economy, because otherwise you introduce all sorts of incompleteness, you create comparative advantage or disadvantage to different players, but that needs to be done in a way that's proportionate, rolled out in the right way, and manageable for other parts of the economy that may not be listed firms or large private institutions. So you need to take capacity and capability into account, but at the same time, if you leave large space of the economy out, it sort of undermines the whole framework. So it's obviously you need to balance that in a very local context, but that's certainly something that we're in a British context very mindful of, and something that we speak to businesses about regularly.
Thank you for that response. Would you still, is your answer question, or would you like Mr. Park? Yeah.
70% of the people live in rural areas, and we are talking about the big windmills and power plants, and whenever talks go on, they go on the level of the very high, big gigawatts and megawatts. But 70% of population in Asia, they live in rural areas, and these local solutions, I think you are doing in the CSR also. Will that, what you are doing in that, and are you reporting those also in your reporting, BRSR? That's what I wanted to know. What goes into CSR? That also.
Sanjeev, we have a very big CSR practice actually. Okay, so we are into developing infrastructure, we are into providing service, we are into providing utilities, health. Just the East Singhbum district, where one of our plants has 1,600 villages, and we are present in each one of them. And it is not just one district. So it's a big practice. But reporting in that kind of minute detail, it will be available with us. But what gets reported and becomes relevant at SEBI and BRSR level is the number, amount. Not this line item as you mentioned. Should it become relevant or not is something that ma'am there in Delhi will be able to respond a little bit better, or Mumbai, where she is. Mumbai, she'll be able to respond better. Not I. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Surbi, you want to say something? You want to add something?
I think he's well answered the question. So as far as BRSR is concerned, it has only the amount that is spent in CSR. The exact line item, I'm not sure, because CSR report is different, which is meant for reporting to MCA and is a part of the annual report also. But I don't think so that's the kind of line item that he's saying is there. It's the amount that has gone to various causes.
Right. Thanks a lot, Surabhi and Mr. Singhal and also Mr. Paul. We have a lot of questions coming up. Maybe we take her first and then you'll all get a chance. We have plenty of time. Don't worry.
I just wanted to ask a question from Rob, actually, on the challenges that you foresee for India from your UK experience in mandating financial disclosure for both small and large businesses and bringing in a legislation around the mandating of financial disclosures. Key challenges maybe from your experience.
I think one of the good example what we saw in mandating and making ESG. So I think in the last 2 years we can see that how businesses have adopted for ESG disclosures. It is not mandatory, but it is investment driven. So I think really the mandating is good, or investor driven or risk driven can be much better option. So I think that. So it's I think extension of the same questions. So.
Just adding a quick one to that.
Can you all introduce yourselves? That will be useful because it's being recorded.
Sorry, I'm Daljit. I work with FCDO India. I am the Climate and Environment Advisor.
Please introduce.
I'm Praveer, working with the Confederation of Indian Industry.
Hi, I'm Apurva. I'm an associate partner with the ESG practice in KPMG. One quick just add on to that question is, we work with a lot of financial institutions and banks in India on understanding the physical and transition risks. And while on the physical side, we now have a lot of data and tools that are available. On the transition side, I think it's a huge undertaking for them to even understand what those risks are and to be able to quantify them. We don't necessarily have the right data and tools that they can refer to today. In fact, for a lot of the data that we refer to US data, not necessarily relevant to the situation that we are in India. So how do you see that? How do these standards and tools evolve in your geography, and is that something that you imagine can it takes time to happen, but
still got a long time? Do we still have a long time? that might take a while. So I'll do my best to answer those. And again, I really want to emphasize that a lot of these questions are locally dependent, so I can only speak from what we've learned in a UK context. I'm certainly not trying to prescribe what may work in India. So just to ensure that I feel free to come in if I don't answer your question. I only started taking notes on the third one. So in the first instance, on the tension between introducing disclosures on sort of smaller, that was. So I think one thing that there are two things that I'd say. One is that when you introduce anything on a mandatory basis to apply across the economy, there will be those who are happy about it and those who are not. And I think one of the important things about standardizing reporting frameworks is that you're able to discern which actors are acting and which ones are not. And I think the Tata Steel case is a good example in that it's an energy-intensive industry. Obviously, I grew up in a steel-producing region, a former steel-producing region of the UK, but what's important is understanding the sectoral transition pathway and what individual actors are doing within that pathway, and being able to sort of compare how different actors are performing. That can help you, and I may be blurring the lines between a few of the questions here, that can then inform you in revising your sort of expectations for that sector. I think, and we have this tension within the UK because my department will have a climate team, which I work in, but we'll also have a business reporting team who will be constantly speaking to their stakeholders in business, who will be saying, this is very burdensome, this is very difficult, this is not proportionate. And so that point around proportionality is really important, and you need to understand what are the elements that we really need in order to understand the performance of this business? You want to have information that is decision useful. The other thing that I think is important, and this is where the financial sector comes into play a lot, businesses in the real economy care about what investors and consumers are demanding. And so if there is a consumer culture that seeks environmentally friendly goods, and in the UK we know that from polling that over half of the British public will pay more or are willing to pay more, at least when they fill out the form, to purchase goods that are more environmentally friendly. We certainly know with all of the net zero commitments from the financial sector that that's also the case. And so that then becomes more of a sort of a carrot for businesses to act rather than a sort of regulatory burden. So this thing, not all regulation is burdensome. Sometimes it is actually part of what makes a business attractive because it provides the signal to the investors, to consumers. But the point around being proportionate, ensuring that you're not asking for information that you don't really need. And I think over time we'll probably see more automation of this sort of information too, as it becomes more standardized, normalized, and things evolve. Then on the second question, which I think was, you have to remind me. Do you have the
Prabir, can you repeat your question?
Oh, the mandatory or comply and explain. Yeah, so that's a good question. I think ultimately, especially for disclosures, because part of it is comprehensively mapping across the economy, you do want to strive towards economy-wide coverage. But I think there's also a point around coherence, and you see this less in the disclosure space, but more in the more burgeoning reporting areas like transition plans and carbon credit principles. That there is quite a lot of comply or explain there, and what it helps avoid is a proliferation of different standards and ways of doing things. So even if it's voluntary, it's on a comply or explain basis, but if you do report, you have to report according to this framework. That can help normalize and it can ensure coherence, but ultimately I think you do want to try and cover as much of the economy as you can, if part of the purpose of this is to understand at the level of the national economy what is our overall risk, and to avoid any sort of gaming of the system, which can take place. We've seen that in lots of different environmental sectors. Then on the third question, on transition risk in India, that's a difficult one associated to talk about, because I think ultimately what it comes down to is, do you have a locally developed understanding of the decarbonisation pathway that you can map your transition risk onto, and then are you able to disaggregate that down to a level that allows you to understand how that plays out in terms of individual sectors? And I think in the Paris framework of revised ambition, this is an argument for going early with a political system, which sometimes makes that difficult, because you have countries sometimes holding back on their ambition because they know they'll be asked to raise it in future. And that's all the more important, I think, for emerging, developing markets that have high growth paths that are often still linked to industrial growth in high emitting sectors. It's very tricky. We even find it tricky in the UK, to be frank, where we're in a largely post-industrial economy, and you still have challenges in calculating within our transition pathway how much of this do we need if it's something that's neither purely green or purely brown, and that's where a lot of the discussions around transition finance come into play. So I think ultimately it's a question of how much certainty can you have? Is the national government able to provide, or the local government, if that's how in an individual context it's played out? But how much stability can you have on an ambitious decarbonisation pathway? Because that allows you to work backwards and figure out what your transition risk is. And if you don't have that, it's really hard, and you end up leaning on global pathways or proxying things from other geographies like Europe. So it's sort of understanding what a Paris-aligned trajectory in the Indian context looks like, which allows you to best map transition risk. But obviously that's easier said than done.
So for example, you're absolutely right. I think that's the first issue, because although we map it to the integrated assessment sort of pathways or IPCC sort of base models, because the primary question is, how does a company align to the 1.5 degree pathway? We have to depend on what is defined as 1.5 degree pathway, and that's where it becomes difficult, because equity is not considered in any big way in most of the base models that provide to the IPCC or supply that. So then it becomes a big issue, because then that means that every company in every geography, especially in India, then gets the same reduction targets, even though our net zero targets are till 2070, right? So it's a big challenge.
Can I ask my question? Okay. Thank you for the amazing session. My name is Abhijay Negi. I am a delegate from the Global Young Greens community, which is a network of all young green activists and political workers across the world. I am a practicing advocate at the High Court of Uttarakhand in Nainital in India. So my question is that if we compare the TCFD with the BRSR framework and how they have come in, TCFD, to my knowledge, comes in through a statutory amendment. It's an amendment in the Act, in section 414 of the Companies Legislation of UK. Whereas here with BRSR, which comes in after many years after BRR, it comes in through SEBI policy notifications. It comes in through SEBI. Like it does not come in through the Companies Act. It comes in through SEBI. So my question is firstly SEBI itself environmentally and sensitively ready to look at BRSR compliances, or should it not be coming in through the legislation if India itself is very serious with regard to the fight against climate change? Because this requires very deep knowledge with regard to what are India's sustainability goals. So my first question to all the panel is a very frank answer on whether SEBI itself is
I think SEBI is represented here. We'll ask
yes,
the
yes,
SEBI
surely.
representative.
But their
directly.
views also would be very helpful.
Yeah. No, they will be able to respond. So, Surabhi, over to you.
Yeah, so first of all, I would like to state that the Companies Act 2013 actually explicitly spells out that the company has to be responsible to all stakeholders and should work towards protection of its environment. So that legislation or the spirit is there in the Companies Act. But yes, as far as reporting is concerned, SEBI has been looking into such kind of disclosures, especially on stock exchange platform. And earlier also BRR was something that was actually mandated by SEBI. And BRSR is nothing but a replacement of BRR. So whether that explicit requirement should be there in Companies Act or is SEBI the right jurisdiction, we may debate, but I would say that the main act, the Companies Act, has elements and spirits and has laid out that this is the responsibility of the company and directors have to look into the protection of all the stakeholders, including the environment. So I'm not sure if it answers your query, but this is how it is. You asked for a frank response.
Okay, can we have this gentleman here? Can you please introduce yourself and then you can ask the question.
Hi, I'm Martin Baxter. I'm Deputy Chief Exec at the IEMA. We're a global sustainability association for people working in organisations. I think I've got one point of context which I think is worth just emphasising, which Robert touched on, and that is that in the UK context, mandatory reporting of greenhouse gases was introduced in 2011-12, and it was signalled in the Climate Change Act in 2008. We've also had a lot of experience in certain sectors of having climate adaptation plans at individual company levels. Some of it was statutory, kind of required for utilities, etc. And I think what we've seen with TCFD is that comes together, but we've got quite a long history to build on. So that policy context and stability and bringing that together is really quite an important thing, because what it does is it builds a practitioner base and the capability and the skills needed to do this effectively. So my question to the panel is, to what extent do you think that across both companies being able to make good quality disclosures and the people in companies being able to do that. And then within the financial services sector, so whether that's in the investment community, whether it's in the lending community, do they have the skills and capability to really understand the risks that are being disclosed and translate that into their financial decision making? And what needs to happen to make that work really effectively? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and I wonder if Mr. Paul or Mr. Arya, who would like to respond to this first? Maybe we'll start with Mr. Paul. We actually also had a speaker, a panelist today from HSBC, but unfortunately she had a conflicting panel where she was speaking, so we missed out on her experience. But yes, we have Mr. Paul with many years of experience.
No, I guess this question and the question, Negi, you asked, I think I'm very glad. I was very happy to see the question that you asked. You know, this entire thing will take its time in development. It took UK so many years, and that is where they made it mandatory now. And how much is the kind of reporting that is happening? You know, we have looked at these ESG agencies who assess your performance on ESG, and they rate you. Their scatter today is around 0.72 if you do the R-square value, whilst your credit rating agencies have a scatter of 0.95. That is where they have matured, and that is and ESG ratings are much far behind just now, because it is early. People like us who are reporting, will be further behind, because they are the ones who are pulling us up. These are actually initiatives which will develop over a period of time, is what I see. I was hoping that Rob would answer to some of the questions that you guys asked. Based on, you know, the mandatoriness is not important. It's the financial world who's making sure that the corporates report. But the regulatory environment has to ensure that if I am reporting wrong, then what is the consequence to that? And unless there is a consequence to wrong reporting, this system will not mature. You know, this cycle will not complete. So these are things which will take time, and I wonder whether that answers your question at all or not.
And, you know, when I met Surabhi for the first time, we had also asked her this question. And she said that I mean, it will, again, the same thing which you said, but Surabhi, would you like to respond to this question? Did you hear the question?
Actually,
okay.
Yes, we did. To answer with regard to the enforcement action, I just want to add that we have started looking into the reports. And actually, recently, 2 months back, we took our first enforcement action against a sugar company which was reporting wrongly in their sustainability report. So there was a monetary penalty imposed on it. For wrong disclosures, that things are all okay, whereas we saw that there were financial impact on some warnings by pollution board. So it's there on our website. It has started happening. And to respond to the question, yes, we are at a very nascent stage of these disclosures. We have actually started, while BRR, the sustainability report earlier was there, but it was more of a textual thing, and now it's more of a quantitative aspects that we have introduced. But in spite of last year, the reporting being on a voluntary basis, we saw that 170 companies have reported. So that is a very welcome thing that we have seen. And we have also analyzed disclosures. We have seen that many companies have actually they have got the assurance also on around 33% of the 25 to 33% of the KPIs being reported. So we are progressing, things are happening, and in future we would see that we are full-fledged on it. And as regulator, we are looking at the disclosures, investors are looking at the disclosures, rating agencies, proxy advisors. There are many people who are looking at such disclosures.
Thank you, Surabhi.
Dr. Ruchi, if you allow,
sure.
I would also like to add that ICI has started the Sustainability Reporting Awards from last year. So till last year, it was based on integrated reporting, and this year it will be based even on BRSR, the voluntary ones. So it's a positive step that we are taking. That is, we are encouraging good practices, and we have both national awards as well as the international reporting awards. So right now it's a stage to encourage, and these awards are also helping because we are receiving a very large number of entries for the same.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Singhal. Yeah, over to that. This girl is also. So after her.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Snigdha Tiwari. I'm also from Uttarakhand, India. I'm representing Global Greens delegation. I'm the lead delegate for Global Greens, and I'm an advocate in High Court of Uttarakhand. My question is to SEBI. We are seeing, we got to know that BRSR regulation is for top 1,000 companies. So my question is, what are the difficulties of having the BRSR regulation for the companies which are not listed in top 1,000 companies? And by when SEBI is planning to have those regulations for the companies which are not listed? I have another question if I can ask. This is more on the element on profitability, as you spoke about sustainability, profitability. So when we talk about profitability, when it comes to a company, more or less when we see it as the financial return of a company. So my question is, would when we judge the profitability, what would be the elements or the factors of profitability for a company when it comes to determining the sustainability for a company? This question is for the whole panel. For example, would low carbon emission form the part of one of the elements of profitability when it comes to company? Because there could be low carbon emission and low financial return, but would that be counted as a profitability as a whole? Thank you.
Mr. Arya, would you like to start?
So I'll address the second part. I think first part has been asked from SEBI anyway. So when we talk about sustainability being profitable and then profitability being sustainable, the idea is that how do you take up carbon neutrality and low carbon emission as the primary focus? And just to give you an example, today that when you are taking any vehicle, diesel or petrol vehicle vis-a-vis electric vehicle, so corporates end up paying more for electric vehicle because of the exorbitant cost which is there, but the operating cost is much lower, but they still take that decision upon themselves. That is point number one in terms of this. Just as an example, corporates are consuming different forms of renewable energy, and they are also seeing that reused plastic in packaging and the supply chains are being such. They are using CNG electric vehicles in the supply chain for transportation. Many such actions are being taken in logistics and raw materials as well, using recycled raw materials, biodegradable raw materials. So making it profitable means that eventually seeing that how carbon neutrality and carbon is also having a value to it, which you end up calculating and putting across in your reports. Secondly, when you are doing that over a period of time, when you're reaching a certain scale and size, how is it at par with the carbon investments which you're making today, or a bit better to incentivize companies, because sustainability is also driven by scalability. So if you are able to bring in all three elements together, sustainability, scalability and profitability, then it becomes self-sustainable, and it's not something which any company has to do out of its other profits which it's earning, but it is working as a vicious circle on its own, and that is something which multiple companies other than the 1,000 companies can adopt as well. On the other hand, a very important initiative here is also, like, we as an organization train about 30,000 students every year, making them employable. So how is that becoming an important part of sustainability when you are actually enhancing employability and you are ensuring that those people are getting employed primarily into the carbon neutral businesses and areas? That's a different element of sustainability and carbon neutrality as well. So I think measuring all such initiatives and steps and actions is what would redefine and look at sustainability being profitable in my perspective very clearly, in addition to having green buildings and other things. Yeah.
And the first part of the question, perhaps Surabhi, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, so while we have given a detailed BRSR for top 1,000 companies, We are also working on BRSR Lite, which would be applicable for companies which fall below 1,000. But our jurisdiction lies only on listed companies. But one more fact that I would want to tell you is that top 1,000 companies actually transpire 99% of a market by, it covers 99% of the companies. So by the market cap, as far as number of companies are concerned, we have very less number of companies beyond that. So we are covering 99% of the market.
Okay, thanks, Urbi. Mr. Singhal, do you want to say something?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think a profit, which is, I mean, a company which is not adopting sustainable means will not remain sustainable in future. Investors, stakeholders are not willing to put their money. People are not increasingly willing to work in a company which does not adopt sustainable means. So it is no longer a luxury, it's a necessity. If a company is only looking at profit, well, they can always be carbon tax. But that's, this is not how one should look at. Tomorrow, if you want to raise funds, whether debt or equity, you need to be environment friendly. Otherwise, no one is going to put money into it. So in my view, this is automatically being factored. Those companies who are environment friendly, those companies who are sustainable will enjoy a greater market cap and a welcome from all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singhal. And though the time is over, I see there's so many more questions coming up. Is there another session after this? Is there anyone waiting for another session? So we will have to, There is another session? Have you checked?
Yes, I got to know from them.
Okay. Oh, you're part of it. So I think we'll really have to wrap it up. We can have a one-to-one outside and maybe Swapan in 2 minutes if you can.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. This was a really interesting session, a lot of interesting learnings. I'll take a couple of minutes to summarize some key takeaways from what you all said, and then maybe 4 or 5 bullets on what it means for us as we progress this project further. I think, Robert, very interesting insights that in order to really mainstream disclosure, it's important to place it appropriately well in an entirely well-developed, holistic green finance ecosystem to understand what are the drivers and what is the uptake of information. Really interesting that you took a substantial amount of time, which also means that engaging stakeholders, getting them on board and doing this gradually is way more critical than just notifying something which doesn't work. I think from Mr. Singh, we heard that India has an experience of already creating a mandatory sort of a semi-disclosure regime, which is something interesting which we can rapidly build onto, and the fact that they are now experimenting with trying to add different climate parameters to this, and the fact that they are at the moment duly thinking about whether to include things such as future scenario modeling or just current prospecting is something very useful to know. Mr. Singhal told us about the substantial capacity that he feels India's chartered accounting community has and how they are really building on top of that in order to ensure that in 3 years, 5,000 chartered accountants have the capacity to audit and carry out assurance of very, very broad-ranging sustainability reports, and the fact that they've created their own standard. And the emphasis that an assurance needs to be part of everything that we do actually implement. And I think SEBI mentioned that they also take this seriously and are looking at now perusal of information and other things. I think that from both our corporate partners, we heard that companies are interested in taking up disclosures, wide-ranging disclosures. I think the Tata Steel, Mr. Paul mentioned on how they have proactively started reporting on TCFD, but also the other mechanism that we are very interested in, nature disclosures. So proactively looking at disclosures, because as Mr. Companies that do not do this will no longer be a marketplace for investments and products. I think it's super critical. A lot of interesting insights from questions. I think a key summary of what this means for us as we discuss and take this collaboration further with all of you is that very important to engage all stakeholders, very important to generate data and capacity to collect data. I think the question that can we train our engineers to carry out a lot of assessment is super critical. Also the question that when we go forward from disclosures to transition mapping, do we have the right local scenarios? Are they tied into really stable DC pathways, decarbonization pathways, which are Paris-centric, is something that policy needs to react to very, very quickly. The fact that we need to enshrine this well into legislation, even though we have rules, is something that we need to answer. There needs to be coherence in our reporting. At the same time, we need economy-wide reporting. And I think this is an interesting dichotomy that we need to bridge as we move forward, and something that we can do a lot of work on. Finally, I think that emboldening and encouraging a larger green finance ecosystem will be critical if whatever we do has to have uptake. Pardon me if I have not covered any other major insight that all of you reacted to or created through such a lively session. We thank you, all of you, and we look forward to talking to you further outside and staying in touch during the course of this project that UNDP has initiated. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And just at the end, I will request my colleague Angarika to, do you have 2-3 souvenirs, one for each of you? These lapel pins.
Thank you so much. Oh, it's a tortoise.
Yeah, it's a turtle.
It's a turtle.
Yeah, it's a olive ridley turtle.
But olive ridley turtles are no longer in danger, I notice. Yeah. So this is.
Mr. Singhal, we are taking a group picture. Could you please look up?
Thank you.
We keep exchanging over emails, yes. Yeah.
Sorry, we took a little extra time.
I want to just like...
Aha, aha, ah. E. E. Ah. E. 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 Aha. Aha. Aha.
Priyank, is Miran going to take the photograph? Hello everyone, may I request you all to take your seats? We'll be starting momentarily. May I please request those standing at the door to come inside? So we're just waiting for a couple more minutes before we get started. Please may I request everybody to take their seats? All right, thank you everyone. We're going to get started now. Hello, thank you for coming to today's session. I am Arjun Dutt, Senior Program Lead at the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. Today's session is on financing of technologies to enable the life movement in developing countries. The life movement of enumerated by Prime Minister Modi at COP26 in Glasgow. Today's session will examine why financing is critical to advancing the life movement in developing countries. To set the stage for today's proceedings, I'd like to call upon Dr. Arunabha Ghosh to deliver the introductory remarks. Arunabha is an international public policy expert and the CEO of the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. He advises government, industry, civil society in various capacities. Some of these include serving on the Government of India's G20 Finance Track Advisory Group for India's upcoming G20 presidency, appointments by the UN Secretary General to the High-Level Expert Group on Credibility and Accountability of Net Zero Announcements by non-state actors, and the UN Committee for Development Policy. Arunabha, the stage is yours.
Well, thank you. I hope you can hear me. Thank you, Arjun. And first of all, since I am standing under an air conditioner, let me wish you all a sustainably cool and sustainably warm welcome, depending on where you are coming from and where the planet is headed. Um, and this is at the heart of really what we're trying to do. You know, the lifestyle for environment as a national mission, but which the Honorable Prime Minister launched on the 20th of October in the presence of the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, is also intended to be a global movement. And it's not simply about turning the lights and fans on or off, although in his speech, the Honorable Prime Minister did talk about the temperature settings in air conditioners. But jokes aside, the issue here is that if we have to think about climate action, and I see COP27 as not just about ambition, but also action and accountability, we have to think about a few different pillars that inform climate action. Pillar number one is, of course, policy. And it is incumbent on governments, national level, but also subnational ones, to articulate that policy direction, as Nathan and I were just discussing. In fact, the longer term strategies are as important in a way because they give you a direction of travel. The second component, or the second pillar, is technology. And again, we know that since 1992, 20 years, 30 years of climate discussions since the FCCC was initialed, technology and technology transfer have been a part of the negotiations. But we are not yet thinking hard enough about how do we co-develop the technologies of the future rather than simply transfer the technologies as they exist today. The third pillar is really about finance. But here too, I believe we have gotten caught between a negotiated maximum and a delivered minimum. We've entrapped ourselves in a language of $100 billion of climate finance, and then we quibble about the definitions of that 100 billion, and we quibble about how to count it, when we all know that we need trillions to flow to the billions that live in the global south. And the fourth pillar is behavior change, hence lifestyles. Now, we can't rest our laurels on policy announcements or in technology breakthroughs or on assumptions of climate finance flowing unless we also package it into a strategy that incorporates what we mean in terms of behavioral changes, whether it's energy efficiency, whether it's lifestyle changes at the household level, our transportation systems and mobility systems, our food systems, our energy systems, our industrial systems. If we have to now converge the policy, technology, finance, and lifestyle story together, the fuel for this is not a new fuel of energy, the fuel will be finance. Because it's where finance flows today that holds us back from fulfilling our demands for sustainable consumption, and where finance can flow tomorrow can fulfill the supply for new sustainable products and services. But if we have not thought through that financial architecture or the financial innovation, we're not going to get there. We know the numbers. Globally, climate action gets about $800 billion. We know that we need upwards of $1.5 to $3 trillion per year up to 2050 for us to be consistent with a 1.5C target. We also know that emerging markets, such as Indonesia, as represented here in the panel, or India, will account for 88% of new energy demand, electricity demand over the next 2 decades. Some work I had done last year, looking at all emerging markets, found that excluding China, we already saw that more than 60% of emerging markets had peaked or plateaued in the use of fossil fuels in their electricity sectors. But that's not because $100 billion of climate finance got delivered. It's because that policy and technology levers had gotten us to a stage where they were already demonstrating that they were doing something. But that next leg up is still needed because that's where the exponential rise in electricity demand will come. And if we don't get it right, it won't work. So what do we need to get right? We need to get right on the scale of investment. We need to get it right in terms of the balance of investment, in terms of mitigation versus adaptation versus resilience. And I would say some of it is actually the same if we designed it right. We have to get it right in terms of looking at risks in a very clear-headed way. As I said, and Arjun mentioned, I'm a member of the Secretary General's high-level expert group on net zero commitments of corporations, recommendations. That on one hand, we cannot say that we are keen on working on climate risk, and at the same time say it's too risky to invest in the same places that are impacted by climate risks the most. We need to have a risk-risk approach. Yes, there is a risk, higher risk of investing in an emerging market, more than that, say, in an OECD market, or especially in an economy which controls its own currency. But not investing in those markets is a problem when we square it up against the severe climate risks that are confronting us. If 2022 delivers any lesson, it's that the assumption that the poor will adapt and the rich will escape no longer holds true. We've all been impacted by climate risks in a severe way this year, and it will only keep compounding as we go ahead. We're faced with multiple crises, a food crisis, a fuel crisis, a finance crisis that is still unfolding. I would say even a continuing fever crisis in the form of the pandemic. And climate change and the climate crisis actually compounds all of these. So I would urge us to then think about life and lifestyles for environment not just as the individual action and the nudging of the individual behavior, but the enabling of markets and the redefining of aspirations, combined with the policy architecture, the technological push, and the financial innovation that can help us to get onto a trajectory that is consistent with both a sustainable planet and equitable and just development. So let me just stop there. I've outlined the homework for the panel. Now I'll leave it to Arjun and his capable hands to drive the agenda forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Arunabha, for setting the tone for today's event with those thought-provoking remarks. So I'm going to now start with a briefing presentation. Could we please cue the presentation? The idea is to, through the case study of India's energy transition, to highlight how both sectoral and cross-cutting regulation can help advance the lifestyle for the life movement across developing countries. And in fact, working on the life movement is also something that CW does. This is primarily through analyzing and advancing system-level transformations, both sectoral and cross-cutting, working on issues associated with the quality of life, such as clean air, water, food systems, cooling, and mobility, and also the enablers of the same, including both technology and finance, which are very relevant to today's discussion. Through our various initiatives, CW works on these issues at the subnational, the national, and the international levels. So coming to India's energy transition. This slide sorry, we're having some problems with the slides. All right, but over there. All right. All right, no worries. So we're going to continue. So the slide that is sort of flashing on the screen, essentially, it summarizes three constituent sub-transitions of India's energy transition that account for about 70% of India's emissions and represent an investment opportunity of $10 trillion together. Now, all of these transitions are at different stages. the decarbonization of power is the most advanced, where renewable energy and large-scale hydro account for 40% of the country's installed capacity. And India also ranks among the top 5 in terms of both solar and wind capacity. The decarbonization of road transport is more nascent, but is rapidly growing. As you can see, the sales of EVs in the first half of financial year 23 were more than those in the entire last financial year put together. India, of course, released its green hydrogen policy only earlier this year, but this has triggered large-scale investment commitments, including $50 billion by one consortium. So what is it that is guiding these three transitions? So this slide sort of puts together the common threads in policy making across the three transitions and illustrates how policy and regulation aims to create a conducive business environment. This has multiple themes as specified by the column at the extreme left. So let's take them one at a time. So of course, to start with, target setting provides a useful cue for all three of these transitions as it acts as an advanced market commitment to investors by the government and provides clarity in terms of the available pipeline of projects. In addition, sectoral policy and regulation also through transparent procurement mechanisms such as competitive auctions in the sectors where it applies, aims to boost investor confidence and also arrive at market-reflective pricing of energy. As an example, in India's renewable energy sector, complemented by an enabling policy environment, the competitive auction regime has translated into electricity tariffs dipping to as low as 2.5 US cents per kilowatt hour for solar and 3 cents per kilowatt hour for wind under favorable market conditions. Similarly, policy and regulation aims to enhance the ease of doing business through business models that allow for plug-and-play models for investors to come in and simplify permitting and access to land for setting up projects. At the same time, creating demand certainty is one of the areas that policy and regulation has focused on in the Indian context. This has happened through renewable purchase obligations, which are mandates for discoms and large industrial consumers to purchase renewable energy, and also in the case of green hydrogen, providing that sort of a demand certainty. In the case of electric mobility, this has happened through specific demand incentives under India's FAME scheme for supporting electric mobility. And lastly, policy and regulation also seeks to develop the supporting infrastructure transmission corridor that connects renewable energy rich sites with demand centers across the country, or the role of public sector enterprises in developing the charging infrastructure to support EV deployment. Now, of course, while policies pertaining to specific clean energy sectors have led the way in attracting investments, financial regulation and initiatives plays a complementary role as a cross-cutting lever to direct capital towards sustainability. Now, how does it do this? The first is disclosures. So corporates in India have mandatory non-financial reporting requirements under the business responsibility and sustainability reporting frameworks. Now, these frameworks also include mandatory ESG disclosures that allow investors to do their due diligence when looking for sustainable investment options. Of course, while existing regulation is there, regulators are also now proposing new regulation or new reporting requirements for financial institutions that can help internalize climate risk into the operations of these institutions. Now, while disclosure requirements facilitate due diligence for investors at the level of companies, taxonomies are policy levers that help facilitate due diligence at the level of individual economic activities. Now, these policy levers help specifically identify a credible pipeline of investment opportunities and therefore help direct capital towards sustainability. India is in the process of developing its taxonomy of sustainable activities. Moving ahead, emerging sustainable finance hubs in India, namely the Gujarat International FinTech Cities International Financial Services Center, has already witnessed 7.3 billion in listed ESG labeled debt securities. This center is envisioned as a gateway for global capital flows into sustainability in India. But can this also play the role of a gateway for sustainable capital flows to the global south? This is something perhaps we can reflect upon in the panel discussion. All right, what next? In India's energy transition landscape, we also have specific financial mechanisms that aim to underwrite risk for private sector investors in order to channel capital flows towards sectors that are considered more risky. Some of these examples are IREDA's Green Window, which was set up with the express intention of underwriting risk across a number of clean energy segments. And besides the Green Window, specific initiatives by SIDBI and BEE aim to do the same role, but for energy efficiency applications. Lastly, in terms of carbon markets, India already has sectoral compliance markets that aim to decarbonize energy-intensive industries and facilitate the uptake of renewable energy. Besides this, regulators are now also proposing a broadening of these existing markets into a wider national carbon market that also involves a wider spectrum of buyers and sellers. So here is a sort of a summary of how the Indian context is using these policy levers to advance capital towards climate action. Now, why is this important? Arunabha has already talked about in his opening remarks about how the global landscape for climate finance remains inadequate. And I will not dwell too much on this slide because of that. But he clearly listed out that there are 4 shifts that are necessary in the current landscape of climate finance support to make sure that this is consistent with global climate objectives. These are namely scale, balance, risk, and regulation, and he very eloquently articulated upon all of them. But I will specifically maybe talk a bit about the risk in terms of where it is that the risk lies and what it is that needs to be de-risked. So coming to where the de-risking needs to happen, we've outlined 5 specific areas that from our perspective are the most prominent requirements in terms of global de-risking. The first is de-risking utility-scale renewables across developing countries where non-project specific risks such as currency risk, off-taker risk, and political risk deter investment flows towards those countries. In addition, we also need to reduce the cost of finance for distributed renewable energy applications for productive livelihood applications in order to enable small and medium enterprises to profit from these opportunities. We also need to enable the orderly repurposing of fossil fuel assets. We need to provide risk capital for R&D investment in emerging technologies. And also, we need to de-risk against climate risks, the impact of which has been tragically apparent this year, in multiple events, ranging from the flooding in Pakistan to the droughts in Eastern Africa. Now, these kind of de-risking solutions can broadly be delivered through 2 broad, distinct categories of delivery mechanisms. And I'm going to conclude this presentation by providing one example of each of these. The first kind is a global platform for de-risking that provides the same kind of standardized solutions across developing countries. And a second is a bespoke or fit-for-purpose solution to address specific risks in particular developing economies. So the first example of this is CW's proposal for a global clean investment risk mitigation mechanism, or GCI-RMM. Now, this global platform operates on the principle of risk pooling, where non-project specific risks associated with renewable energy projects are pooled together across countries. Now, this provides the benefits of scale and the diversification of risks, which translates into a lowering of the cost of de-risking. And in order to make this happen, in order to operationalize the GCI-RMM, we need 4 sets of actors to come together. On the one hand, we need suppliers and demanders of institutional capital. We need multilateral and regional development banks. We need bilateral donors and the reinsurance industry to all come together to operationalize an instrument such as this. Besides a standardized solution that addresses the same risk across multiple markets, the alternative is a bespoke solution that targets specific risks in particular geographies. An example of this, again, is a CW proposal for a Vietnam grid integration guarantee that is an instrument that targets a very specific kind of investment risks facing renewable energy projects in Vietnam. That is the curtailment of renewable energy. So this instrument provides a guarantee against a defined level of curtailment risk for renewable energy projects, which in turn facilitates the availability of superior terms of finance for such projects and thereby reduces tariffs for new projects. Now, our analysis indicates that each dollar that capitalizes this facility can potentially translate into 4 to 6 times benefits for the off-taker in the Vietnamese context. And by strengthening the grid integration efforts in South Spirit, it also furthers India's World One Grid initiative. So I'm going to stop here to now sort of take stock and set the stage for, of course, the main part of today's event, which is our panel discussion. So today we have the honor of a most distinguished panel, and I'm going to pick their brains upon what it takes to essentially catalyze investment flows to support the life movement in developing countries. I'm going to now introduce them, and Michael, starting with you. Michael Mullen, of course, leads OECD's program on adaptation finance and investment, and he also serves as the OECD Special Advisor for COP. He recently spent 2 years on loan to the Global Center on Adaptation, where he created their program on infrastructure and nature-based solution. And of course, prior to joining the OECD, Michael, you were an economic advisor to the UK government, working on a variety of issues associated with climate action. We're very pleased to have you here, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts. Next, I'm going alphabetically. We have Mr. Nathan Haltman, who is founder and director of the Center for Global Sustainability at the University of Maryland and professor in the School of Public Policy. His work focuses on developing and assessing policy strategies to target and achieve national climate goals. He was recently senior advisor in the Office of the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate at the US Department of State, and he's also previously worked at the White House in the Obama administration on climate and energy policy. Nathan, very pleased to have you here. We look forward to hearing your views today. Next, I'm going to come to Mr. Pradhana Murthy, of course, who is Director of Risk Management at PTSMI, a development finance institution in Indonesia. He's worked extensively across multiple capacities at PTSMI, and his previous roles include Head of Sustainable Finance, Head of Project Development, Head of Project Showcase Task Force, and an Investment and Finance Manager. Pradhana, we are so glad that you could join us today, and like I said before, we look forward to hearing your views. And finally, last but not the least, we have Ms. Shuvaraha of CW, who is our Head of New Initiatives. She leads CW's strategic work related to energy geopolitics, decarbonization of core industries and heavy transport, and also wider interests such as circular economy of resources and imperatives of sustainable living and economic transformation. She, of course, also engages heavily with government, industry, and multilateral institutions to integrate sustainability into development policies, and we look forward to hearing your views on these topics today. All right, so thank you all for being here, and we're going to pick up on some of the topics that we broached during the panel discussion, but of course, talk about them in more comprehensive terms and how they apply to varying developing country contexts. So maybe let me start with, I'm going to start with Pradhana, you, and also Shuva. I want to throw the same sort of question at you, but with a slight twist for each of you, for more specificity. So we talked, of course, about how developing country contexts often are quite similar, and there is some applicability in the sharing of lessons between one and the other in advancing the life movement. So Pradhana, my question to you, I'm going to start with you, and specifically I want to talk about the SDG Indonesia One platform, because that is a platform that facilitates blended finance. So I'd like you to talk about that first. But more importantly, using that experience as sort of an example about how the value of collaboration between yourselves and partners that included MDBs, philanthropies, how that helps build institutional capacity. So the value of institutional collaboration, building institutional capacities in developing countries. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Arjun. I'm pleased to be here and thank you for the invitations. I think I would like to start with my name. If some of you may ask what's my last name Murthy has anything to do with blood relations with India, and I will say that I don't know. I might have, and whether I have some relations with the UK Prime Minister's wife, I also said I don't know, but I might have. But I think what I certainly know for sure is that there's a lot of similarities, a lot of commonalities between Indonesia and India, and a lot of global South emerging economies. Yeah. So that is plus the situation whereby Indonesia next week will hand over the G20 presidency to India, show that I think it's imperative that we have to work together, the global South, to try to find solution and workable solutions in our own countries, which has this similarities. Yeah. Now going to our company, which is PTSMI. To put into context, our company is relatively small, yeah, $8 billion company. We are being tasked as a country platform manager for energy transition mechanism in Indonesia, which will involves mobilizations of up to $1 trillion US worth of investment to meet Indonesia's net zero ambition in 2060. Yeah. So that's, our company is very, very small in comparison to that number. Yeah. So it's imperative that collaborations, leveragings, blended financings needs to be the answer to this. Yeah. So SDG Indonesia 1, we established back in 2018 with that spirit. Yeah. Over the years, we have managed to get these pledges from commercial entities, MDBs, bilateral institutions, even philanthropy, to the amount of 3.2 billion US dollar from 35 different partners. So I think it's good in a way that there's a lot of interest coming into Indonesia to assist with our SDG goals, yeah, including energy transitions. But there's also a lot of challenges to meet all those different interests into term sheets, yeah, the agreeable term sheets. That's not months work. That's probably years of works, yeah. But once when projects are delivered, then that can be scaled up. So that's what our hope is, and right now we still start seeing progress. Funds get dispersed to projects, yeah, and we hope we can continue that path. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Pradhana. So Shubha, of course, Pradhana talked about the benefits of collaboration between specific institutions. I want you to put on your geopolitical hat and talk about the benefits of collaboration between countries. How can countries themselves, collaborate to enhance the capabilities in addressing climate action?
Thanks, Arjun. Thanks, Arjun. I think this one is working. Yeah, all right. So coming to countries, one of the common issues that we have is that where the funds are is not where they're required, where the technology is not where it's required, or they have finished developing and it needs to come to the world that needs it. And this multi-country engagement or multilateral engagement now has become more important than ever before. So now there are two types of things that are happening. One is the established platforms that we have, like the G20, which has now
gone from being an economic body to being a true multilateral body that addresses many types of issues. The other things are this new emergent multilateral institutions that are coming out of the global south, like the International Solar Alliance or the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, which are both geared towards raising investment through innovative means in developing nations, but they also have the developed nations as part of that pool. ISA now has 110 member countries. When we started, it was restricted between the tropics because most of the developing nations were there, but now it has the UN sanction to it. And then we also have the CDRI, which was founded by India based on the disaster resilient infrastructure, because that is another area where you need focused investment to come in. Now, you mentioned when you're talking about the risks that several types of actors need to come together, and who brings these actors together. When we have been a part of the Indonesian process, G20, or the Indian process that now we are advising the government of India on the issues that we have, we frequently come across this refrain that certain working groups address only certain components of the ecosystem. So you'll have the energy transition working group, which is only doing energy transition. Or you'll have the climate and sustainability working group that is only doing climate and sustainability. And there is really no overlap between them, because they said that the people who participate in these discussions are very siloed in their approach. We have worked very hard to have the Indian presidency sort of break these silos. So going across from the finance track, where we have the Sustainable Finance Working Group, which was set up during the Italian presidency in 2020, which is now, hopefully, and some of our recommendations may have been picked up for that, going to look at de-risking, they're going to look at the resilience fund, they're going to look at blended finance in the finance track, but also bring it to the Sherpa track, where we are going to make these a composite part of a deal for development, if you will, a part of strengthening multilateral processes to bring funds for the SDGs, sort of get funding into the energy transition process beyond project finance into actual country finance. So that is one process that's going to happen. The other process is, you've mentioned collective auctions, for example. The ISA has been fairly successful in doing that because they have pooled requirements across its member countries and then gone in for auctions, which has reduced the cost of things like agri-pumps or any of those utilities. You also have examples from India, for example, the Ujala, the LED bulb scheme, where government procurement of a certain sort of private sector goods reduced costs significantly, and then it became a both behavior changing and market enabling thing. And if you know, Mission Life talks of 3 principles, which is to enable markets which cater to the changed behaviors which are more sustainable, and also influences policies. So now through this CDRI, which is for insurance or reinsurance of infrastructure, or you look at procurement of goods, or you look at delivery of services, or you look at pooling of risks, these inter-country bodies need to look differently at the requirement and where the supply is and where the demand is, and bring this together. Okay.
Thank you, fantastic. I mean, that's quite a comprehensive take, and of course you reflect on multiple aspects and how multilateral organizations themselves can facilitate the percolation of the right sort of policy and regulation between countries. So, Michael, I want to sort of take you from that and come to you next, right? Of course, one of the aspects of collaboration is, of course, that the needs of specific countries, particularly developing countries, are also kind of looked at in sort of developing regulation. So when we're talking about financial regulation, right, there is this conversation between developing regulation that caters to specific requirements of countries and those that are sort of interoperable and harmonized across the world. So what is your take on what sort of balance should be struck when developing the sustainable finance architecture between international harmonization and catering to local needs?
Thank you. Actually, there's a beautiful illustration of this just sat in front of me. I was staring at it earlier. So I'm not sure if you can see it very well at the back, but it's a little cartoon with like a big rock and then someone on a bicycle and someone on a car. So, you know, clearly it is context specific, not just in terms of effort, as illustrated here, but also just in the nature of the challenge. Is this, okay, it may not be better, but it's louder. Okay. But, you know, the reality is we have one planet, we have one common set of physical constraints that need to be respected, but in terms of the journey to get there, that will necessarily differ. I think the implication of that is that the aim is not really harmonization. It's not a one-size-fits-all approach for everyone. Rather, it's about an emphasis on comparability and interoperability. What that means is basically using the same building blocks, albeit in different ways. For example, with taxonomies, using common metrics and indicators, and as far as possible, trying to avoid referring to specific local or national legislation, but rather have common international reference points. Similarly, on the disclosure regime, with the ISSB, we hope to have the foundation of a minimum international standard. And where countries choose to go beyond that, it'll be essential to, I think, communicate clearly what those differences are so that for international investors, they can readily understand the difference between different systems in place. Thank you.
All right. So not one size fits all, but interoperability. And that sort of neatly brings me to you, Nate, because I think you're the right sort of person to answer this question. Now we can talk about interoperability and one size fits all. But in developing the sustainable finance architecture, right, the evolving sustainable finance architecture, the bodies that are sort of crafting this, the NGFS, the TCFD, have disproportionate representation from the global north. So what is your take on how this sustainable finance architecture can be made more inclusive to reflect the priorities of the destinations of capital, where the majority of the capital needs to flow? So your take on this.
Sure. Well, thank you, Arjun, for the question, and also thanks to CEW for organizing this really interesting event, and for Meta-Ad breaking some silos and bringing in kind of an energy transitions person into the finance discussion, and I appreciate that very much. And to your question, so just a little bit of context, we in our group do some work, for example, with NGFS doing scenarios work, and a lot of what we do is focusing on how to understand both subnational and national strategies for increasing the rapidity and effectiveness of energy transitions in specific contexts. And one of the things that we have absolutely run into in the past couple of years, as we're working increasingly collaboratively with a number of other organizations globally, but also these kind of NGFS type of situations where there's diverse set of teams from around the world, is that the country context element, as I think was noted, I think earlier just with your comment, is really fundamentally important for the policy side of that four-part structure that Dr. Ghosh mentioned at the beginning, right? The policy side is very nationally specific. If we're trying to understand the pace and rapidity of energy transitions in the national context, that is critically important. And how to get the finance then to deploy within the national context becomes a centrally kind of confounding issue as countries themselves are struggling with this. So ultimately, I think getting then back to your question, the international processes that are being set up to frankly understand energy transitions, I think absolutely are historically kind of driven by a lot of the kind of scientific inquiry that is often rooted in the global north in the history of it, but is increasingly being built and developed out. I think CEW is a great example of that, building out sort of incredible capacity in lots of different areas. And yet, a lot of times what we see is that the kind of research agenda lags to include those organizations in a full and effective way. So yes, absolutely, increased inclusiveness, but I think even more importantly, kind of leading those initiatives in many ways is the thing that's really needed from Global South sort of specific rooted research organizations that have an understanding of how to link the country-specific context that was mentioned before with the questions that I think is being driven about the interoperability side as well.
Thank you, fantastic. At CW, we say the only way to predict the future is to create it, right? So it sort of speaks to your point about actually leading the way in sort of engaging and crafting this architecture. So great thoughts, Nate. Thanks for that. Now, Michael, I'm going to come to you again. We're not going to follow the same sequential order. You'll all have to be on your toes, right? I can come to you at any point. But some of you brought up, Shubha, and I think it was also Michael, you brought up blended finance, in your initial remarks. And I want to start with that. I want to start with you, of course, because the OECD talks extensively about blended finance. And this, of course, is the implementation COP. It's been labeled the implementation COP. So let's talk about implementation of blended finance. Shubha mentioned actually that a large number of actors have to come together to, operationalize. I mean, that was one specific instrument. But from your perspective, what are the various actors that need to come together to operationalize blended finance instruments at scale in developing countries?
Okay, thank you. Look, we've seen a huge growth in the use of blended finance, and I think for reasons that are well understood here. And just as a kind of definitional point, blended finance meaning the strategic use of international development, or international public finance to mobilize other sources of financing. The OECD does regular survey finance and blended finance. The 2021 showed there were 198 blended finance vehicles with $75 billion of assets under management. So there's a lot of activity here. I think it's just worth emphasizing, and this is something that's brought out in our recent guidance on blended finance for clean energy, that it's a powerful tool, but it's one that needs to be used carefully. Depending on what you're aiming to achieve from it, you end up with very different design, very different systems. If the objective is just to mobilize as much private money as possible for the public money that's being spent, the risk is you end up subsidizing stuff that's more or less commercially viable anyway. And there may be aspects of that that are useful, but given the scale of the transition that's required, we can't just pick the low-hanging fruit. We need to go, we need to be more ambitious. I really like that. Don't predict the future, create it. I thought that was excellent. And so some of the points that come out of that are necessarily the tailored interventions, being dynamic. So recognizing that particularly as you start to see these technologies taking off, the degree of support they need will diminish ultimately to zero. And also being disciplined, not funding stuff that doesn't need funding. And last but certainly not least, on the enabling environment side, I see blending as going beyond just, okay, let's subsidize individual projects, but it's also how do we create the enabling environment? And that means the policies, the institutions, the infrastructure broadly construed that reduces the risks and increases the returns from clean energy. So if that's what's needed, who needs to be involved? And I think already actually in your presentation, you've very well brought that out. It needs to be a partnership. It needs to be a partnership between governments, between private sector, between development institutions, whether national or multinational, and of course, development partners. And one of the final points to say on that is country platforms can be a useful mechanism for bringing together these set of stakeholders to develop the kind of tailored solutions that are needed for each context. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Michael. Pradhana, I'm going to come to you next because I think Michael's statements sort of fold neatly into yours. Into your organization, because of course PTSMI, being a development finance institution, is also championing blended finance. So picking up from Michael's comments about creating the enabling environment and then making blended finance effective, what has been the experience like in for PTSMI and Indonesia?
Yeah, I think I would offer a different perspective. Instead of actors, who are the actors need to be involved, I think my perspective will be what kind of products that are going to be needed. Yeah. And then from products, then who's going to be the supplier, the provider. I think one, concessionalities or subsidies or whatever the riskings, definitely important. Yeah, because we are talking about non-level playing field here. Yeah, but also equally important is to be able to attract private capital, which is loan, commercial loan, equity. That's important because there's where the money is. Yeah. If you're talking about, if we talk to public sectors, including JETP, when we talk to JETP, we talk to MDBs, they're all saying the same thing. The money is where in the private sector domain. Yeah. So we need to unlock that. Yeah. And the way to unlock that, I think there's several different challenges that are faced by private sectors. One is taxonomy, because they need that taxonomy to justify what they are doing, the investment that they are doing. I think what I'm seeing a lack of now is the transition taxonomy, which is to avoid a stranded asset issue. Yeah. I think there's a lot of potential for adaptation there, say for coal transitions. Yeah, there's it can be introducing new technology, repurposing. There's all sort of potential there. So why not introducing this new transitions taxonomy? And then what will also be helpful is from the carbon perspective. That will also increase the credibility of the transactions. Yeah, but we are lacking a certain methodology of carbon crediting for carbon avoidance. What is going to be the future values bring forward? So that will be helpful as well. So all those products need to be unlocked, and then actors will come in. So that's what our view. Hopefully that's resonates. So I think a lot of those are already in your studies as well. But this is a different take on how we see things. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Nate, I want to come to you next, because one of the things about blended finance is that it requires public capital, preferably grant capital, right? And of course, the OECD multilateral sources has actually emerged as the largest source of public climate finance, and primarily MDBs. One of the challenges that MDBs face is actually extending grant capital because of constraints on their capital adequacy and the need to maintain certain credit ratings. So how can MDBs be strengthened? In what ways can they be strengthened to extend considerably greater grant capital, to fund these de-risking instruments that we talk about?
Good. So, I worked with the U.S. State Department recently, and it was a question that came up frequently, which is, how can the U.S. in particular kind of bring more to the table, not only from leveraging private sector capital, but also sort of bringing directly financing and funding. I'm just going to note, it is in certain country contexts, it's incredibly hard to increase those numbers, and that doesn't mean we can't bother. I mean, I'm no longer in the government, so it doesn't mean we can't, increase the pressure on requests for doing that. I think that it is important to note that to some degree those requests do have in fact made a difference, and I do think that we're on track in the U.S. to even deliver, I think, a year ahead of when they thought they would deliver, but we'll see if that does happen. But ultimately, that pressure is helpful. That does help sort of bolster the overall capital base that we can use for climate finance and seed that broader private sector leverage. But I do think that what we also want to be doing is looking for, as other countries become interested in, as I noted before, leadership in the space, to be able to offer leadership positions and allow those countries to frankly support MDBs more directly and more fully. And that might be one of the strategies. I think there's probably lots of other ideas out there that people should be seriously considering. And that also, at the same time, focusing on this other question that has been mentioned before many times with the blended finance, of thinking about how, I think, to be direct about it, in some cases the funding into large international multilateral pools is one sort of way that governments can support. But I think, just to be very direct about it, that the model that I would consider an arguably maybe refreshing, new, and maybe why wasn't this done before kind of model of like targeting some specific country level conversations, including JETP in Indonesia, for example, and in other places, can actually help, frankly, national governments to find ways to leverage new money for the cause. And so I think that strategy can be quite good, because they feel that they have more direct sort of ability to kind of feed into that process. And in doing that, that could actually, in some ways, you could look at that as almost leveraging funds out of the MDBs that could be then diverted to other places, right? So I'm not saying that that's the only solution, but I do feel like these kind of, nationally focused JETP type of things, very important. I think that the challenge beyond that is how to actually build that to something that's not just a handful of countries, but to actually make it so that it's a process and a set of engagements that are actually targeted at a broader set of needs that are out there. I just saw as one little sobering stat, a BNEF report that was launched today said that of the entire investment globally going into renewables, 0.6% is going to all of Africa. So that clearly that's not where we need to be, and that kind of expansion from the large countries, the large developing countries, but to kind of enable that sort of smaller country engagement will be pretty important beyond what those JETP type things are doing.
Thanks, Nate. Certainly a very hard, question to answer. I think you've done admirably. And actually, I've been told that our conversation has generated interest from the audience. And Arunabha, I'll hand it over to you to sort of tell us more about that.
No, it is. Look, I'm hijacking the proceedings a little bit because there's no point being in a COP if we don't get more voices in and more ideas flowing. So I'm going to call on some persons who are sitting in the room to also lend their voice a little bit about new innovations they've been thinking about in terms of finance for new infrastructure, which is sustainable and in emerging markets. So if I can call on Mr. Uday Khemka, he's done some extraordinary work in recent months to facilitate significantly large investments in sustainable mobility. So Uday, thank you for joining us today, but please dazzle us a little bit.
So I've had a tremendous amount of warning about this comment, which is about 60 seconds from Arunabha, but that speaks to...
The planet has about 45 seconds.
Speaks to his creativity and leadership. Look, I'm Uday Khemka. I'm from a family foundation that's focused on climate change for 30 years, but climate finance for 17 years at one end of the spectrum. I'm not involved in capital market, in carbon markets or in instruments or any of that. I've just focused on institutional finance, pension funds, sovereign wealth funds. How do we get them to actually put large amounts of money to work in infrastructure? At the moment, I am the so-called senior climate advisor, God help the planet, to 45 of 60 of the 60 largest sovereign wealth funds in this organization that is quite a low-key organization. The opposite of GFANS. It's only about putting real money to work. And we've run a process that then in November 19 led to identifying 3 generations of green infrastructure. Generation 1, solar and wind, you kind of know that. Generation 3, small nuclear above our pay grade. And Generation 2, the electrification of mobility, green hydrogen, and deep sea wind. Within that, we then doubled down on transportation. We then worked with World Economic Forum and McKinsey and a whole bunch of other people to focus even more specialized as a case study on municipal buses. Working on municipal buses, why? Because it, in contract structure terms, replicates renewable energy. Long-term procurer, long-term contract, people recognize that for yield. We're trying to move away from private equity funding to yield capital, bring down that cost of capital. That process has led us to most recently having a summit with the G7, which we presented all municipal bus opportunities of scale across the planet, Latin America, Asia, India, and India shone. We are in the India Pavilion, and India is really doing some very remarkable things, as you all know. After what Colombia did, which was remarkable, we have outside China the biggest bus electrification program on the planet. And what I've learned in these 17 years working with pension funds and sovereign wealth funds is that I'm a bit of a fool. It's just not about the investors at all. It's about the bankability of the sectors, stupid. And so we get the bankability right, the money is always there. The problem is that these new sectors have complexity in the ecosystem. So, for example, with buses, we got operators, manufacturers, people who provide the electrons, and the regulators, and the incentive setters in government, and ourselves as the biggest investors in the world together, again and again and again in COP26, in Munich, in Delhi, and asking, what do you need to do in this sector to make it truly bankable? And what I've come to the very simple view of is that there's actually a missing piece of the global architecture. There's no one doing that on scale. No one bringing together. These things would organize themselves over 15 years naturally in capitalism. But we have 5. So we have to force that function by getting the ecosystem in a room with the investors, with the governments, and with industry, and saying, okay, for this sector, what do we need to create bankability? The last part to that is the blended finance piece that you were talking about. But the blended finance should be the residual risk. Once the sector is well organized in terms of contracting, independent regulators, and all the rest, there's a hell of a lot we can do through the work of SEW, for example, in getting the bankability to work. I caution to coordinate blended finance. That's the corollary to this green bank idea, that it's a green development and investment bank that needs to be created to just convene these conversations again and again and again, create bankability, then we hand off to the blended finance guys, and that then leverages the huge pools of abundant capital that are sitting on the sidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give you 5 on 10. No, you did. No, thank you. Thank you so much for your leadership. But you get a sense of, if you get the right actors speaking to each other and accelerate the transition that's needed. Maybe if I could call on Dr. Maria Guin from Brazil and Paraguay. I mean, rather, she's literally at the border of Brazil and Paraguay. She's technically from Paraguay. But she's with the Itaipu Dam, as you know, which is one of the world's largest. But the question I was whispering to Maria is, you've got a renewable energy facility that is, generating revenue. Can it then refinance or no? Invest its revenue into new sustainable infrastructure. So, Maria, you're on the spot.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Guin. I'm actually from Paraguay, but I am in the governing council of Itaipu, which is a binational entity created by a treaty between Paraguay and Brazil to make an organization to produce hydropower. Today, this organization has the world's highest levels of clean and renewable energy. And because it's an entity, binational entity created by the treaty, it is also a non-profit entity. But we have had a lot of success in this production of energy. And considering we provide the 2 countries this energy, Brazil uses 10%, but in the case of Paraguay, for example, it actually produces more energy than the whole country demands. So we have a luxury problem in Paraguay. We have energy in excess, and energy that is clean and renewable. So in that sense, what the organization does, what Itaipu does, is to whatever surplus they get on the revenues of energy, they invest in the 2 countries. First in the entity and then the 2 countries. And this is very important in terms of innovation and technology as well, because as you well know, climate change has impacts all over the world. So South America, for example, has also been experiencing one of the worst hydrological crises over the history of the region. So of course we depend on water for this energy production. So we are already looking into ways of how to mitigate that. How do we complement that production of energy when water is scarce? So that's when we start with this new innovation, floating solar panels, trying to complement that with other sources of renewable energy. And this is all self-funded by the entity because it has this purpose of development in the region. And as Itaipu itself was created with a joint collaboration of the 2 countries, we use the profits to self-funding. So that's another experience, and I think a positive experience too that we're having from the South American region. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. We put you on the spot, but you handled that with poise. Let's see if our panelists have the same poise. I'm going to put you all on the spot. 30 seconds each, last intervention. This COP adaptation is a very big question. I want to hear your thoughts on what are the major things that need to be done to have greater capital flows to address adaptation. We're going to start from Michael because he is our resident expert on adaptation. Sorry, Michael, we couldn't hear from you in detail, but we'd like you to have the first word on this. And 30 seconds each for each of the panelists, one big idea to, advance capital towards adaptation.
Okay, hopefully this hasn't eaten my 30 seconds. So look, I think we need to learn from mitigation. There's this first discussion about divestment, let's not invest in polluters, to now looking at how do we get the capital that's needed to ensure transition. On adaptation, we need to have exactly the same discussion, not talking about diverting investment away from high-risk areas, but rather looking at what is the transition plan for the reality that the climate is changing, and using that as a way to reward companies, localities, and so on, which are being forward-thinking and looking seriously at how this affects their business model, and using that as a way to mobilize capital. Thank you.
Yes, you are.
Please. Okay. So one of the ideas that we've been speaking about from the Council has been the creation of a global risk resilience fund, because as we are seeing that when you have overlapping and multiplying and escalating shocks of multiple types coming together, even the developed nations are not able to kind of manage them. They're still struggling. And what the Global Risk Resilience Fund does is looks at the point that all countries do not face the same risk at the same time. So you can pool them together to create a common fund that is funded by maybe the SDRs from the IMF or any such source that sort of gets triggered when a certain threshold is breached. And that provides that cushion that leads to some of these countries that are completely unprotected or vulnerable having some sort of insurance cushion. And we are hoping to see if this can be taken up at the level of G20 or any such multilateral forum to sort of bring it together, see how it goes. That's one idea.
All right, thanks, Shiva. Nate, you're up next.
Well, I'm actually interested to learn more from Shiva about this risk resilience fund, because I've been wondering about that in the loss and damage context as well. So we'll talk more. On the adaptation side. Look, I don't honestly know that I have a great idea to offer here, but the one thing that I have been wondering from the sort of the energy transition side is thinking about, it was mentioned very briefly, I think, also in Dr. Ghosh's introductory comments, but there are certain areas where we're talking about, for example, putting in higher efficiency and low HFC air conditioning units, right? That is both a resilience and a mitigation strategy. And so the question that I would pose to those who are more expert in it than I am is to the extent to which those kinds of likely very profitable investments, as we're thinking about sort of the kind of 5 to 15-year time horizon, how do we kind of, and that's one of just, I think, many such investments that are immediately potentially profitable. How do those potentially get bundled for the institutional investors, and particularly, I guess, from our friend who runs the pension funds and these kinds of big opportunities? How can that be done in a more kind of systematic way to pull those different investments together as a resilience investment that is probably going to be profitable in the near future, but also has mitigation benefits?
I've already mentioned some, the taxonomy as well as the carbon crediting mechanism. But I would also like to raise the importance of empowering local governments, local institutions, because they are the first line of defense. Basically, they are the ones who are actually faced with all those challenges from social issues, environmental issues. So those institutions, because SMI as the Indonesia Development Finance Institutions, we've been providing loans facilities to municipalities, but we are going to take the next level up to provide assistance in designing programs as well as the facilities that are going to back this up. But also we are going to establish what we call it SMI Institute, our own think tank, to empower municipalities, to connect with the global agendas, that kind of thing. So I think that's the big ideas that we have. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Pradhana. Certainly empowering local communities is a critical part of this. Thanks to all our panelists. Thank you for an outstanding set of perspectives. Could we please have a big round of applause for them? Arunabha, I'm going to hand it over to you if you want to have the last word and sort of close off the session.
I'm not going to try to summarize, but I'll say something different, and that goes to the heart of what Uday said. First of all, many thanks to Pradhana, Nate, Shubha, Michael, and of course, Uday and Maria and Arjun for a range of perspectives compressed within an hour. It was brilliant. I like to bake cakes. And when you bake a cake, you know what is needed. You need flour, you need eggs, unless you want eggless cakes, that's a different problem. You need flour, you need eggs, you need butter, you need some baking powder. Sometimes, depending on the cake, you need some baking soda as well, you need some sugar. And then you get a topping. Now, you can take all those ingredients in the right measure and just throw them into a pot and stir it and stick it in the oven, and you'll get a really, really bad cake. There's a reason you start with the butter and the sugar, right? Because you've got to start with things that lubricate the market that you're trying to create, right? If you have a roadblock right at the beginning, if you put flour right at the beginning, you will be spending the rest of the day, trying to knead it. And once you've lubricated it, then you bring in the flour, the big component of the big. If the lubrication is the regulatory story, the policy story, the clarity of where you want to go, then you bring the large amounts of capital that generally needs to flow. That's the flour. But then you blend in the eggs, bit by bit. But you don't blend in all the eggs all together. It'll look like an omelette, right? And then you've got to air it out as well, right? So the reason I'm giving you a baking course here is that you know what I'm going to do when I get kicked out of CW. But if we don't structure our financial conversations in the kind of more financially literate way, the way we've heard it from our excellent panelists and our, kidnapped panelists today, we will keep repeating the same problems. So I hope we can bake this climate action story a little better. That's my only takeaway from this. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please take the seats as we have a hard stop to close. Hello. I would request everyone to please sit down. We have a hard stop at the pavilion at 6:30, so we'd like to get this thing going. Yeah. Mr. Sinha, if you will. Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, may I have Mr. Suman Sinha, Mr. Deepak Sood, and Arunabha on stage. And everybody please settle down, our industry members. Thanks, previous panelists, by Nate, by Michael. And so we're going to keep this short and pretty sharp. So we're going to have opening remarks from Suman, which you could do it sitting there. That's also fine. We'll have a brief presentation on green hydrogen. May I request colleagues at the back to please take your seats? Thank you. All right, so we're going to start with opening remarks from Mr. Suman Sinha. This is a very special leaders dialogue that we're having on industrial decarbonization, a little bit of green hydrogen, the clean energy transition, and it's going to lead up to India's G20 presidency, which yesterday our Prime Minister unveiled the theme and the logo, and he set things rolling. We take it over formally on 1st of December. And so from COP, we are going into the G20, where sustainability, sustainable development will play a very important part. We've also recently launched the Mission Life, which you see all across our pavilion over here, which stands for Lifestyle for Environment. However, this goes beyond individual lifestyles to nudging behaviors for communities, corporates, and countries. It goes into enabling markets to support this sustainable behavior across economies. And it also looks at influencing policies, not just at the domestic or the national and subnational levels, but to also go into cross-cutting, cross-country industrial economic policy as well. So we are now going to see how this global green growth, this mission life for sustainable production and consumption all come around. I'll request Mr. Sinha to start. Linda's coming here. Please, Linda. Yeah. So I'm joined by a very, very special guest today, Ms. Linda Burenius, who heads development at the Global Challenges Foundation in Sweden. And GCF has been a very strong supporter of CEW's work over the past several years, especially our work on green hydrogen for industrial decarbonization. We also have Jens here who heads GCF. Thank you for coming. And so we're going to keep this pretty short. We have a sort of a hard stop around 6:30. We're going to have comments from Mr. Sinha. We have a small presentation on green hydrogen from Arunabha. And then we have a conversation with our industry members over here. That's going to be pretty free-flowing, no exams here. Over to you, Mr. Sinha.
Yeah, thank you, Shiva. Yeah, so of course, the whole conversation, the whole of COP really is about how we can transition to a green economy. And there are many facets to that whole transition. Of course, the biggest part of it really is how do you transition the energy system, which accounts for a bulk of the carbon emissions. And that's, of course, an area of great interest to us. And Arunabha is also going to present a little bit about one of the new things that is now emerging as a real sort of a road to get to the green economy, which really is hydrogen, and we all are aware of that. So I'm really keen to hear what he has to say about how to make this a much more standardized process and way forward. I think beyond that, of course, there are issues around looking at the other systems like the food system, the agriculture system, and so on, the water system, which frankly don't get as much attention as the energy system gets simply because of its sheer size and scale. But those are all areas also that have to be looked at if we are essentially to get to becoming a greener economy, and if we are going to look at decarbonizing in line with the 1.5 degrees centigrade temperature change. The path ahead is very complex. It's very, I think, going to be a long and winding road, essentially because a lot of work needs to be done in terms of technology development, in terms of societies coming together, in terms of business models, in terms of government policy, mandating a lot of these things to happen by virtue of policy. Otherwise, I think left to themselves, The corporate sector certainly will move in the right direction, but whether it moves there fast enough is something that remains to be seen, and therefore clearly we need policy as well to come in. So a lot of different things have to come together in the right way, and it really needs to happen, if this slide can leave me for a second, at real scale and real speed, because obviously the whole we all understand that bending the trajectory of carbon emissions is absolutely critical right now. Otherwise, we're not going to get to 1.5 degrees centigrade at all. And now, of course, there's debate on whether, in fact, that target is even viable any longer. But nevertheless, I'm sure this COP will tell us whether it's still alive or whether it's now fully dead. But that is really something that we have to wait and see. But let me stop here because I know time is short. I've done my 2 minutes. Off to you, Anuradha.
Thank you, Sumant. And if you could just cue up the presentation. So, Sumant's last words are particularly provocative because, in the course of the next 10 days, we'll know at a policy level whether we are on track. But let's assume that we are not on track. That, at least I would say, that does not mean we stop acting. And one of the areas where we have to act significantly is the industrial decarbonization story. Yesterday, Sumant was on a panel here where we talked about the exponential growth in India. And as that exponential growth continues, we also have to look at where new sectors also have to be driven, particularly in industrial decarbonization. Now, India already has one of the world's largest green hydrogen programs. For those of you who don't know us, CEW is one of the world's leading climate and energy think tanks. We look at system-level transformations, long-term climate modeling, energy transformations, industrial sustainability, but we're also looking at the enablers, the finance, the technology, the international cooperation that can drive this. And that's where our 200 plus staff and partners across the world are working. Now, when we think about a large energy system and a transformation, we cannot only think about what's happening in an individual country. The reason is, I believe there are 3 maxims for an energy revolution. The first is that energy security and energy independence are not the same thing. So countries keep asking or wanting energy independence, but actually what we need is an interdependent energy security. Similarly, an energy transition and energy leapfrog are not the same thing. And while we are going through a slow boom transition, we need to look at the opportunities for a faster energy leapfrog. And thirdly, indigenization, doing more at home, is not the same thing as protectionism. You can build more value at home, but also do it in collaboration with others. If we keep these maximums in mind, we can think about how does that drive the green hydrogen story at a global level, not just an individual country level. So in India, as I was saying, we have 5 million tons target for 2030. This is the largest such target of any major economy, which will have a significant savings in CO2 reductions, in import of gas, the current feedstock for making hydrogen, and so forth. There are also emerging avenues on the off-taker side, whether it's in the steel industry, mobility, blending of hydrogen with natural gas to kickstart the market. All of this put together means that we have, with our existing targets, a potential of using 100 gigawatts of renewables. With these emerging avenues, another 70 gigawatts of renewables. With the existing targets, about 40 gigawatts of electrolyzers. With these new things, we have about 28 gigawatts of electrolyzers, and overall over 100 to 170 billion dollars of investment. Now, how can India build value in India, but also collaborate? And that's where it comes in on the issues of technology, particularly on the upstream side, the manufacturing of electrolyzers, within the electrolyzers, the membrane technologies and so forth. The investment opportunity I've already talked about. But what is missing still is clear rules for trade in this emerging market. So let me quickly tell you what's happening globally. Right on top, I don't know how well you can see it on this slightly grainy screen, the EU targets for domestic production of green hydrogen is 10 million tons, plus they want to import 10 million tons of hydrogen, green hydrogen by 2030. India's targets alone are half of the entire EU's targets. And as you can see, more than any other major economy. We've also been looking at what kind of partnerships are emerging. So we've tracked not just the 38 countries plus the EU which have green hydrogen policies, but we've identified so far 38 bilateral partnerships across the world. And you can see Germany is right in the middle of it with the maximum number of partnerships, followed by Japan. But India is also an emerging player in this scene. A lot of these partnerships are focused on R&D, on import and export of green hydrogen and so forth, but not so much on the creation of the rules. And I'll tell you why that is a problem. Across the world, we've also plotted a large number of, in many cases, industry-led and in some cases, government and industry-led mini alliances or multi-party alliances around green hydrogen. But what we don't have, and some of them are working on standards, some of them are working on technology and trade, some are working on the value chain, on policy advocacy and so forth. But what we don't have is an overarching architecture that secures this energy fuel of the future for the energy demanders of the future. So as we get into a challenge of energy insecurity on one hand, but also emerging new technologies that are not fully commercialized and also a carbon constraint, we've got to think about what are the set of rules that deliver energy security, that deliver climate action, and deliver the emergence of new technologies rapidly. So we see three types of threats emerging. One is an operational threat if you don't have a set of rules. That the interoperability of this emerging technology, particularly around green hydrogen, becomes problematic. And related to that is the certification. So the EU has its own certification, the US has its own, and India has its own. You don't get to trade. Then there is a strategic threat. Where are the intellectual properties sitting and how it might or might not get traded, or how it might not get impacted, stolen, etc. Similarly, there's a strategic threat around building resilient supply chains to scale up this ecosystem, not just at the upstream electrolyzer level, but also the transport and end use. And that's where the final investments, how do you bring in more transparency, how do you bring in more co-development of technology so that all the key players, those 38 economic regions and countries, have a stake in this more secure green hydrogen architecture. So really what we are asking for is, as Jean-Marie said about the pooling of resources for coal and iron ore that created the European integration project way back in the 50s, can we similarly think of a rules-based architecture that has a more resilient, secure, and climate-sensitive approach towards building the green hydrogen economy. So what we are going to launch yesterday in the presence of the Secretary of the Ministry of Renewable Energy before he flew away, we formally launched it. We've written this report with the support of the Global Challenges Foundation of the rules that can drive an energy secure green hydrogen economy. So that's really what I wanted to say. And with India's emerging or imminent G20 presidency in less than a month from now, we know that energy security and climate action will be very much front and center of that. And we want to be talking to stakeholders across the world on this issue. So I will close there for now and turn straight to our panelists. I'm going to start with Linda from the Global Challenges Foundation. Linda, you've been, of course, supporting us. So in some ways, you're biased. But I want, you're also coming from Sweden, which has a green steel plant. So please tell us from where you sit, what is the case for a rules-based architecture for green hydrogen?
Thank you. Well, I work as head of development at the Global Challenges Foundation. That is a non-profit that works to raise awareness of global catastrophic risks and how to strengthen global governance in order to handle those risks. And as impacts of climate change is rapidly getting more and more severe, this is a global crisis that demands global coordination. And here, renewable energy in combination with hydrogen is a key. And hydrogen both for storage, of course, but also as a primary fuel for like decarbonized steel production and decarbonized transport sector and so on. That is the future that can fuel our societies and economies for the next century. And from my perspective here, we have a great technological solution. But to make this solution available at scale and affordable all over the world, we need a global rule-based architecture. And I mean, just as for mobile phones, we need standards, etc. And I think that these 8 principles that are highlighted in this paper are important components in developing a rule-based architecture for green hydrogen. I have myself a background in the wind energy sector. I was working many years as chairman of the board of the Swedish Wind Energy Association and have with my own eyes seen the exponential decrease in costs for renewables in the Nordics. And following this exponential decrease in costs, we also can see the exponential growth in installation that you earlier talked about. And of course, we need to see that on a global basis for renewables and in combination with hydrogen or fossil-free energy in combination with hydrogen. And I think that this report is very important steps in that work.
Thank you, Linda. Let me again bring in Sumant, because Sumant, you're looking at not just renewables in the vanilla sense, but the emerging technologies. From a business perspective, do you see this as a challenge or not in terms of the absence of globally set rules, standards, certifications, and of course then countries being able to lean in on each other with regards to having a more energy secure industrial fuel of the future?
No, I think the whole issue of standards is actually a very critical one, not just actually in hydrogen, which of course it is, because, and just to stick with that for a second, if we don't know what defines green hydrogen or what the definition of it is, then how do we know that what we are doing is right? That's one issue. The second is that countries or regions should not use certain standards or definitions as a protection mechanism either, to exclude certain more competitive geographies away from them. So I think that's also a factor that needs to be considered. But fundamentally, we all need to know what is green hydrogen. If you do X, Y, or Z, it is going to be defined as that. If you do A, B, C, it will not be defined as green hydrogen. That's, I think, very important. But I think even beyond that, if we just move beyond the hydrogen space, you also need definitions across the board for, let's say, things like carbon credits. What exactly is a carbon credit? What should be the value of the carbon credit? How is it being generated? Is that appropriate? Is that inappropriate? How is it being measured? How is it being validated over time? All of those are areas also where we need certain degree of standardization. And even beyond that, if you look at the whole issue of people, for example, corporates making commitments on net zero pledges and what they are doing to decrease their carbon footprint. Who's verifying it? Who's validating it? Who's measuring it? It's all up in the air right now. And therefore, anybody at this point can make any claim, any statement, and then self-measure and self-proclaim their performance against their own stated target, right? So to me, this whole area is crying out for a huge amount of work at this point. And while governments are doing a reasonably decent enough job of putting standards on themselves through mechanisms like COP, there is nothing for the corporate sector. If you think about the whole corporate sector is totally unregulated. So any bank can say, I'm investing $1 trillion or $2 trillion or $5 trillion in this space, but who's measuring it? Who's validating it? They themselves are. And so there's this whole issue of greenwashing has become totally rampant as a result of that. And this is really a fundamental problem which goes beyond space, unfortunately. Unfortunately.
Suman, you could have stolen the words straight from my mouth because exactly 24 hours ago, we were with the UN Secretary General. I have served on his high-level expert group on the net zero commitments of non-state actors, corporations, cities and regions, in order to ensure that we put an end to the kind of greenwashing that Sumant is drawing our attention to. Because if we do that, then classic adverse selection, the bad will drive out the good from the market. So we've called very clearly in our recommendations to the Secretary General, if you've seen the media reports, we want to put an end to the use of low quality, low cost credits to decarbonize towards your own pathways. And in fact, we've asked for much more robust monitoring verification on one hand, but also to nudge, if you are to use offsets and the carbon markets, to nudge it towards the sectors and the geographies that are currently underserved. So rather than go and get an offset from planting one tree somewhere, invest in the harder to abate sectors, invest in the harder to decarbonize geographies in the more vulnerable countries, etc. So we hope, and the Secretary General has strongly endorsed the report, we hope that then message flows straight from the top. And as Sumant is saying, as that message then gets translated into the regulated market that countries then develop, India is also thinking about its own carbon market, etc. It can start informing the higher standards. Let me bring in Nishant Arya, who's the Vice Chairman of the JBM Group, which is a multi-billion-dollar corporation looking at the transportation sector. Nishant, thank you first of all for joining us. We're basically talking about the absence of rules and absence of standards and absence of regulation that can help to drive the next stage of decarbonization, right? And green hydrogen is one of them. You heard me talk about it. But from your space, in the mobility space, can you reflect a little bit about what kind of rules or what kind of architecture is needed? And of course, we're having this conversation in the context also of India's emerging G20 presidency and what we could drive through that agenda.
No, I think it's a very opportune time that we are discussing this because definitely carbon neutrality and zero emission is something which is going to redefine the India of tomorrow. And whether we look at renewable energy, the way it has panned out, and green hydrogen is what we're looking at now. I think not only the generation of green hydrogen for industrial applications, but also for many other areas like what we are seeing now in the hydrogen vehicles. How can that be green? And there are people talking about blue hydrogen and many other things. So there's a lot of confusion. So I think awareness needs to be enhanced multifold, first of all.
Yeah.
And secondly, an integrated view from generation to consumption is very, very important. How we could see that. And whether we talk about the hydrogen ecosystem or the EV ecosystem, or I would say the green gas, like the biogas ecosystem, I think all three would be very essential here. And critically, defining how India could be pioneering this change across the world. And when I look at that, we see that in case of EV, India doesn't have the lithium reserves and there are certain disadvantages. At the same time, now we are looking at solid-state lithium-free batteries and many other technologies which are coming across where India as a country with metal, polymer and many other battery chemistries would have an edge over others and could be used as modes of storage. But I think hydrogen and EV and biogas would all coexist because there's no one solution in this scenario. And when we're moving towards the carbon neutrality, very much ahead of 2070, as our Honorable Prime Minister said, I think 2050 or 2060 even, when corporates take such pledges and targets themselves and in different ways are looking forward to achieving it. But I think a mandate and a clear structure there would be very important. And the mobility sector would be one of the biggest consumers of hydrogen or electric mobility, which can be connected at the back end, that 100% of the electric mobility should be based on solar or different modes of renewable. And in case of hydrogen now, like just to share with you. Recently, I was in Israel, and we were getting to understand few new technologies, such a great hybrid, where they are looking at off-grid solutions. And in off-grid solutions, they are talking about how power can be replaced with the green hydrogen-based green ammonia, and green ammonia can be a power source for off-grid solutions. So I think such kind of path-breaking technologies which can totally change the paradigm, and countries like India can champion this cause, I think would be the way forward in my opinion.
I think you touched upon something else as well. You know, this whole the critical minerals approach. Again, a rules-based architecture would be needed to drive whether it's the minerals that go into our hydrogen membrane or whether it goes into a battery. And again, if we don't have those rules-based architectures, we end up with a wild west of a race towards these resources. If I could bring in Mr. Deepak Sood, the Secretary General of ASSOCHAM, one of India's leading industry apex bodies. One of the challenges, it goes back to Suman's point about greenwashing, one of the challenges when you manage a large membership of companies, the companies, individual companies have their separate sort of strategies and approaches. How does, as an industry chamber, how can you kind of push quicker standardization of these new emerging decarbonization technologies?
So very clearly, we have a membership base which is large companies. We have mid-size and very small size as well. So the larger size companies are in a position to manage this individualistic approach by each company that happens. And there's a lot of learning that is happening outside the boundary of India. So therefore, these are the learnings which they try to imbibe. Very clearly, regulation, understanding has to be done at a national level. And like what Sumant and you've said, greenwashing is something which is happening, but as we move along, I think most of these companies will come around building their own answers for this. What we as a chamber can do is create these platforms where people would come and exchange ideas, learn from each other, and then these recommendations could be given to the regulator to really form the regulations. Clearly, standardization is to happen, and for larger organizations, so that also booklets down to the smaller ones.
Indeed. Like the last session, I'm going to be a little disruptive and ask someone who's in the audience speak. If I could draw your attention to Mr. Vishal Vasar, who's the head of corporate sustainability at Ultratech Cement Group. Ultratech is one of the leading cement companies that have submitted an energy compact. And those of you who don't know what energy compacts are, these were initiated under the UN High-Level Dialogue on Energy last year. And India submitted, in value terms, 50% of the global, of all the energy compacts submitted from across the world. So thank you, Ultratech, for contributing to that effort. But Vishal, if you could talk a little bit from the cement sector perspective, another hard-to-abate sector that requires more standardization, but also regulations towards nudging us towards greener cement.
Thanks, Arnav. So I'll try to just paint the summary from a sectoral perspective. Cement is one of the hard-to-abate sector globally. It's known, right? It contributes to about 8% of global GHG emissions, and it's probably one of the hard-to-abate sector which doesn't have a technology in hindsight. We don't know whether the process emission will be able to decarbonize to any of the technology. But in terms of the commitment, the whole sector has committed for net zero under the GCCA umbrella. And Indian cement sector actually has been most efficient in terms of energy as well as carbon matrix. Globally, if you try to stack, we are amongst the global best both in terms of energy as well as CO2 matrix. In terms of standardization, of course, it is going to help the whole sector. Standardization both in terms of product, like EU we know is trying to come up with taxonomy and also trying to qualify whether what category or what grade of cement or concrete becomes a green or a low carbon.
Right.
So if that kind of standardization comes into Indian market, that will help companies like us to maybe channelize investments into technologies which helps us move towards that kind of greener cement or low carbon cement. In terms of challenges, of course, the technology is one of the key challenge for us, which technology to bet on. And one of the critical technology for our sector actually is going to be carbon capture and storage, because the process emission, the last bit of process emission which is currently not in a visibility, how do we reduce? Maybe carbon capture is a technology where we will need that kind of standardization, which is going to help us in terms of pushing the investments.
I mean, I'm hearing a common theme. So clearly, it's something we got right in our hypothesis that it's the absence of standards, regulations, rules, and not just within an individual jurisdiction, but across major economies, which is a challenge if we got to drive deep decarbonization going forward. And major economies are the ones who are represented in the G20, 85% of the global GDP represented there. So as we close out, 30-second thoughts from each one of you on what do you think at a G2G level or at this kind of minilateral G20 kind of level can we want or desire from our governments that can, within the next 12 months, when we have a global stock take of where we stand, to Suman's initial provocation of whether we are no longer on track, what would we want from the G2G level that can give us some renewed confidence 12 months from now that maybe we're nudging back on the track with regards to deep decarbonization? So maybe I will start with Vishal and work backwards and give Suman the last word.
So I think in my view, two things that at a G2G level, if the government is having a clear mandate that each organization, what they could define at a regional level and the top G20 is a percentage of their energy mix to be renewable and green and based on green hydrogen or electric or other sources of energy. And secondly, having a clear technology roadmap in terms of which technologies would they embrace and look at and how companies can collaborate and work together and creating a global world order there. I think that could really bring in a huge amount of scale and build in very high level of sustainability, making it very affordable, because the eventual idea is technology driving value and making sustainability profitable to make profitability sustainable.
Fair enough, fair enough. Deepak?
I think he's already said what I wanted to. Honestly, it's all about collaboration, setting down the targets and ensuring that those are met within those periods. It's like you committed some amount of money as a developed world, that money needs to come, and so that we are able to implement a lot of projects, especially in the developing world.
Last year I remember you connected us to another organization of Fossil Free Sweden or something, and they had developed some of these technology roadmaps at a sectoral level that Vishal is referring to. So I think you'll find some resonance in what Vishal is saying, but let's hear your ideas.
Yeah, and that has really been an interesting process in Sweden where the industry actors, as for example the transportation sector and the aviation sector, the steel sector, in collaboration within the industry but also with the government, has demanded policies and standards and so on, and then the government has responded in, okay, we can deliver this. So that has really been interesting dynamics. And I can just also mention that just before, earlier today, I bumped into Jesper Kansbod, who is working with the Swedish hybrid project, which you might know about, and he was also saying that the world now needs standardization, and so I think it can be a good moment for working on this.
A question, one quick question. I also want to bring in Manoj from JSW's event as well before we give it to Suman. Yes, quickly, please.
Hi, this is Anirban from END. We are also working...
Microphone, please.
Sorry, thank you. In this entire ecosystem, what we are hearing in terms of, I think there is also a role of ensuring monitoring is there in the short, medium, and long term, how organizations are going to achieve their intended target in terms of energy transition. How do you see that, from the G2G level, that there is a push towards stronger monitoring, and then, kind of the assurance part also can take place?
Okay. So maybe, Sumant, you can answer that in your concluding remarks, but Mr. Manoj Rustagi from JSW Cement, if you could also weigh in on the issues we've been talking about on deep decarbonization, rules and standards, but also leveraging the G20.
Yeah, thank you. So I think Vishal has covered, some of the points, which as a sector, cement and concrete sector, the things, which we are facing. The one of the thing which is there on the deep decarbonization is the pull on the consumption. So I personally feel, the industry is doing, that much. That's what Linda said, so the industry can do whatever, the industry is doing. But there needs to be pull, for the low carbon products. So that is where the standardization comes into the picture. Defining, what is low carbon cement, putting the carbon labels, for the low carbon products, and then driving the consumption for the low carbon products. So IDDI in the UN, yes, they're working on the green procurement, and I think, for India, for a market like India, that's going to be the big driver to really push the industry, towards the transition into the low carbon products. Yeah. Thank you.
Indeed. And the Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative was launched last year by India and the UK at COP26 to create that, look at steel, look at cement. But as Manoj was saying, it's about creating not just the supply, but also creating the off-taker demand. Just like, the green hydrogen industry will create an off-taker demand for the renewables producers and so forth. So we create a circular economy of sustainability. Suman?
Yeah, let me wrap up by saying, is this working? Yes. Okay. Let me wrap up by saying that to your earlier question of what can governments do, I think governments can set much stricter standards and mandates, right? That if you're a grey hydrogen user, for example, you have to shift X percentage of your grey hydrogen procurement by a certain date. And across industries that needs to happen. For example, the mobility industry, they can mandate X percentage of cars sold by car manufacturers have to be electric by a certain point in time, and so on and so forth. Just like they've done for renewable energy in India, we need similar mandates to be set across all industries, and we really need to extend it now quite considerably. So I think that's number one. The second thing I think that governments need to do is potentially think about forming some sort of an external measuring and validating company, much like the rating agencies, for example, that essentially exist, like Standard & Poor's and Moody's. Why can't we have sustainability rating agencies that look at the plans of different companies that are presented and rate them A, B, C, whatever, on the doability, the sanctity, the sensibility, etc. And then they also sort of monitor those programs as well, right? And every company should give a time-bound program, year 1, year 2, year 3, and then these rating agencies should then monitor those programs. And I don't think it's that complicated to set it up. Now, why governments can't come together, why the UN, for example, can't come together and create something like that, I think is something that needs to be discussed. And perhaps you guys might have discussed that as the next step. And I think thirdly, governments also have to put pressure through their regulatory agencies like SEBI, for example, in India, right? Much tougher disclosure standards, much tougher measurement on if they are not, penalties if they are not, right? They are not, right? Right? Delist them from the exchanges, debar the promoters, or etc., etc. So have those kinds of things. So actually, if you think about it, governments can do a terrific amount if they put their minds to it, right? And the problem is that no one government wants to get ahead of other governments because of the feeling that it's going to impose burdens on their own corporates and make them uncompetitive. So everybody is looking at everybody else to see, oh, is that guy doing it? Is that guy doing it? And only if those guys are doing it will I also take that halting step forward, right? And this is really where events like COP really allow all governments to move forward together. And I think that's really the beauty of partnerships like this. But let me stop here. Let me also thank Arunabha for having moderated the session and for having given this report. I'm supposed to thank, right?
If you want to.
Okay. And I'd like to thank Linda, and I'd like to thank Deepak and Nishant as well for having come and participated here. And thank you all on behalf of ASSOCHAM for having participated in this session, and on behalf of CEW as well, although I think Arunabha can speak for himself as well.
No. I just want to request all of you to hold up the report that we've tried to create a rules-based architecture for hydrogen, but as we know, we now need one for cement and for steel and for transport. So, more work for us. Gents, please join us on stage.
Industry representations.
And thank you all, and I hope we can act on some of the suggestions that have come through. Sumant, I should say that one of the recommendations as a next step is to create a sort of a task force on the regulators across the country, rather than in just a SEBI story, etc. So we are going to push that along.